Okay, this is book 9, or also known as 8.2, and it's called The Rites of Love. Chapter 1, Love, the Essence of the Cosmos. All of a sudden, a figure appeared on the roadway ahead. He was standing practically smack dab in the middle of the travel lane with his back to an oncoming jeep. I began braking at once so as to carefully go around this strange-looking gray-headed figure. When I got within 10 meters of him, the old fellow quietly turned around and I instinctively pressed the brake pedal to the floor. There in front of me on the roadway stood none other than Anastasia's grandfather. I recognized him at once. His gray hair and beard were a complete contradiction to his incredible young sparkling eyes, discrepancy which immediately set him apart from many of his peers. And the long gray raincoat of intermediate cut from a goodness knows what material was also something I was able to recognize all too easily. Still, I had a hard time believing my eyes. After all, how could this oldster from the Siberian taiga turn up here in the heart of Russia, on a roadway leading from Vladimir to the city of Suzdal? How indeed? By coach and horses. How could this Siberian recluse hope to master all the intricacies of our transportation networks? Add to that a complete absence of any kind of identification documents. Money, of course, he could have laid his hands on by selling dried mushrooms and cedar nuts, as his granddaughter Anastasia had done. But with no identification? Of course we have lots of homeless people without identification, and the police can't do anything about it. But Anastasia's grandfather is far from resembling an average homeless person. Sure, he was dressed in old shabby clothes, but they were always clean, and his appearance was well groomed. His face was bright and light blush adorned his cheeks. I sat there, unable to move behind the wheel of the jeep. He came over, and I opened the half door for him. "Hi there, Vladimir," the old fellow greeted me as though there was nothing unusual about the circumstances. "You heading to Suzdale? Can you give me a lift?" "Yes, of course I can. Hop in. How did you end up here? How on earth did you manage to get here all the way from the taiga?" "Sorry, cat, I'm taking your pillow." Ow. How I got here isn't important. The main thing is why I came. Well, why did you come? To take a tour into real Russian history with you and to dispel your resentment towards me. My grandfather Anastasia told me. She said to me, Grandpakins, you are to blame for his resentment. So here I am, joining you on the tour. That's why you're going to Suzdale, isn't it? Yes, I wanted to go see the museum, and I really did feel resentment. Only it's gone now. We rode for some time in silence. I recalled how frosty our parting had been back in the taiga. In fact, we didn't even say goodbye. It had happened like this. Anastasia's grandfather had recommended I set up a political party. He suggested calling it the Motherland Party. The idea of forming a party based on Anastasia's ideas had actually been noised about for some time. By various people, many believed a political party was essential to make it easier for people to acquire land for the building of family domains, and head off any kind of encroachment on the part of government officials. Since none of the existing parties, regrettably, have had considerable such questions in their platform, in view of the fact that there are some sort of powers opposed to Anastasia's ideas and that all sorts of attempts have been made to discredit not only the ideas themselves, but also the people who have been attracted by them, as well as Anastasia and me, it was suggested to draft the party's constitution without any reference in its aims and objectives. Section 2, creating favorable conditions for the setting up of a kin's domains. Nor should there be any mentions of Anastasia's ideas or the Ringing Cedar series. They would be organizers, where The would-be organizers were trying to persuade me that this would be the only way to getting the party officially registered. And so I decided to consult with Anastasia's grandfather on these questions, as well as the topic of the party structure and its primary aims and objectives. I summarized that since he was well acquainted with the acts of the priests, who were constantly setting up all sorts of societal structures and religions which had lasted millennia, he must surely know about the secret organizational tenets underlying such longevity. Besides, he himself was a priest of some standing, quite possibly even stronger than the ones currently ruling the world. If so, then he must certainly be aware of the principles underlying the priesthood itself, which had turned out to be more resilient than religion. Indeed, the priesthood was and is a super-religious structure, since the priest took direct part in the creation of certain religions and secular institutions. This is clear from the history of the ancient Egypt and other countries. It followed that Anastasia's grandfather would be able to set forth certain fundamentals for the Motherland Party, making it a most powerful, if not the most powerful, institution. I sincerely wanted to hear what he had to say on this end, and so I took advantage of what I thought was a moment when he was not immersed in his inner contemplations, and said, "You were speaking about a party. My readers, too, have been talking about this for some time, but some of them are recommending that I don't include any mentions in its constitution of Anastasia, or its ideas, or the books, so that the registration will go smoothly." The gray-haired fellow stood before me, leaning on his father's staff without saying a word. It wasn't just that he kept his silence. He stared at me fixedly, as though seeing me for the first time. His eyes reflected more criticism than kindness. And when he did start speaking again after a lengthy pause, his voice too betrayed notes of disdain. "Registration, you say? So, you've come to ask me my advice. To betray or not to betray?" "What's this about betrayal? I came to consult you with you on how to proceed so that the registration will go smoothly." "Registration? After all, it is not an end in itself, Vladimir. Even the party is not an end in itself. No ideas, you say? Not even a mention? So how are readers going to realize that it's their motherland party and not just some mercantile trader's party? You've been asked to set up some kind of meaningless organization without any basis, idea, or symbols, which would already guarantee leadership for centuries to come. And now you've come to ask me whether you shouldn't follow their advice? Don't tell me you couldn't see through them, even that simple trick." I realized I had to go. I had got myself into a rather sticky situation, and so I tried to get out of it by asking another question. "I only wanted to see if there were some principles you could recommend, including in the draft of the party's constitution, its aims and objectives." What happened next really drove me out of my mind, as it seemed to me back then the old fellow was not only refusing to answer my questions, he had started making fun of me in a high-handed way. First he looked at me wide-eyed, then he gave a kind of irritated chuckle, and turned away, even taking a step back from me. But then he turned around again and said, "Don't you understand, Vladimir? All the answers to the questions you raise should be given birth within yourself, and within everyone who joins you in creating the party structure. So I can give you a hint, but tomorrow someone else will give you another hint, and then a third, and then you won't act. All you'll do is focus your attention on the hints. Go right, go left. You'll all go forward and then backwards again, or keep going round in circles because of the laziness of your minds." I strongly resented his latter phrase. Over the years since my first meeting with Anastasia, I've been stretching my mind to the limit day and night, Maybe it started to overheat from the constant stress of the work. I've published 8 books now, and have often taken to contemplating what is written in them myself. Sometimes I found myself pondering the accuracy of the particular phrases time and again, and surely the old fellow must know all about this. Even though my resentment was starting to become inflamed, I managed to restrain myself explaining. Indeed, it seems as though everybody thinks and reflects, and various political systems are set up, communist, democratic, centrist, but as someone once said, no matter what party we aim to create, it all ends up looking like the Communist Party Central Committee. That's very true. That's what I've been telling you. You're going around in circles because of the laziness of your minds. What laziness of mine? What's it got to do with it? Maybe it's simply that not enough information is available. Have you thought of that? So there's not enough information out there, and you've come to me to get it, eh? But if your mind is lazy, you will be able to make... You will not... If your mind is lazy, will you be able to make any sense of it? I could feel my resentment increasing, but I endeavored to conceal my irritation and continued. Okay, I'll try to make my brain work harder. Then pay attention. The party should be structural along the lines of Novogard, niche. I mean, in its early period, you'll figure out the rest later. This answer made me really angry. The Ulster knew perfectly well that documenting the pre-Christian Russian were nowhere near to be found. They had all been destroyed, so nobody could ever tell how the Novogard Vish worked, especially in its early period. You want to come up? You jump down. There you go, Blossom. Sit quietly, no barking. That meant he was mocking me. But why? What had I done to make him... Trying to restrain myself out of respect for his age, I apologized. Excuse me for disturbing you. You were probably occupied in something important. I'll leave you. And I turned around to go, but he called after me. But the aim of objective of the Motherland Party should be the creation of favorable conditions for the restoration of the energy of love to families. It is essential to bring back the rites and celebration which can help find one's other half, one's soulmate. What? I turned to face the old fellow again. Love? Bring it back to families? I realize you don't want to talk serious with me, but why are you making fun of me? I'm not making fun of you, Vladimir. It is you who are not capable of understanding what it's all about. If you don't train yourself to contemplate, it can take years to figure out. Figure out what? You have at least a rough idea what kinds of aims and objective parties all over the world write into their constitutions. I have a rough idea. Then tell me. If you know that, tell me. They claim they will definitely raise the standards of living for everyone, and will offer people greater freedom. Exactly. And in particular, they promise industrial development, guaranteed housing, and control over inflation. Nonsense. Utter nonsense, the Ulster chortled. Nonsense? Yes. It will be nonsense if I follow your advice and put in as a basic tenet of the party's constitution. The party will work towards the goal of helping every individual find their soulmate. And you can add, the party will restore to the people a way of life and rights capable of preserving love in families forever. What on earth are you talking about? You want to make a laughingstock of me in front of everybody? Questions like this, like searching for one's soulmate, this is what marriage agencies do on a commercial basis. If I include statements like that in a party platform, it'll end up being not a party but a dating service. And as for love in families, well, that's the personal matter for families. And nobody, no political party has a right to interfere in family affairs. That's none of the state's business. But don't tell me your state isn't made up of families. Aren't families the basis of any state? They are. That's why the state is obliged to raise the standard of living, both for families and for individual citizens. And what then? The old fellow snapped. By raising the standard of living in the country, will you then restore love to a great many families? I don't know, but it is accepted that states should care about the welfare of their citizens. Vladimir pondered for a moment what that word welfare means. Vladimir pondered that for a moment, what that word welfare means. Calm down and delve into its meaning. Now, I'm going to say it is just a little differently. Welfaring or faring, well, that is a state of well-being. If you think about it, you'll realize that love alone is capable of raising many man's well-being to the highest possible level. Not money or places, but only the feeling given to man by the Creator. The state of love. Love is the essence of the cosmos, living, thinking, and an advanced intellect. It is powerful, and it's no wonder good was so excited about it, giving its great energy as a gift to man. It is imperative to try to understand love and not be shy about paying attention to it even on the national level. And when the nation is comprised of a multitude of families given birth to their children in love and creating a space of love, it will not suffer from lawlessness or inflation. Such a nation will have no need to fight against criminal tendencies. They will disappear from society, and all the prophets with their cunning philosophies will be silenced. Whether they foolishly neglected to mention it or whether it was simply beyond their comprehension is unimportant. But they led people away from the most important thing to a place where love is no love. To a place where there is no love. The priests knew about this and consequently humored the prophets. Consequently? Yeah. For centuries, mankind had been creating rites in aid of life and love. Whether these rites were suggested by the Creator or the people who owns wisdom had perfected them is unimportant. They, in fact, over the centuries created a state of well-being and helped young people obtain love and joy in perpetuity. None of these rites was characterized by occult superstitions as today. Each one served as a school of higher learning and an examination by the universe. Anastasia told you about the Vedras, wedding rites that date back centuries. You mentioned it in just one of your books, but it deserves to be mentioned in every book. It is far from being fully comprehended by people living today, including you. If you remember, she also told you about ancient ways of searching for your one to love, but again, you today have not been able to make sense of them. My granddaughter said, I apparently have not created strong enough images. She takes all the blame upon herself, but I claim that the laziness of your mind, or minds, is to blame. Let the best learned man study the Vedras wedding rite, letter by letter. They won't, and you'd better believe me, Vladimir, they won't find a single occult or superstitious act. It is an act which is both rational and exactly suited to love's creation. Compared to it, you will see how absurd are today's wedding celebrations, traditions smacked of occultism and superstition. You must realize that Anastasia knows immeasurably more than she tells you. Her acts, her logic, her behavior are not immediately understood, even by the priests, who subsequently can only marvel at what my granddaughter has done. Inquire of her and inspire her with your questions. Ask her what right the Vedras people had for childbirth. Don't count on her to bring the subject up. She takes care to talk to you only about what she thinks interests you. But you don't have the slightest idea of what tremendous hidden wisdom lies in the ancient rites. They are the creations of cosmic worlds. Any world that forgot the wisdom of its age-old forebears deserves derision. It makes no difference whether an individual has forgotten on his own or under the influence of the priests, who have mastered the occult sciences. Inquire of my granddaughter and inspire her with your question, and summon your party to the creation of love. Until that happens, you are of little interest to me. You need to have the most obvious things explained to you at length. She forgives to an old man. Show forgiveness to an old man. Go. I do not find it useful to talk and think of unpleasantries. The old fellow turned and started slowly walking away. I stood there all alone in the taiga, feeling I had been spat upon. The resentment I had felt right from the start of our conversation prevented me from making sense of everything he said. But subsequently, upon returning home, I mentally went back to our conversation in the taiga, pondering it and analyzing it. I very much wanted to prove, perhaps not so much to Anastasia's grandfather as to myself, that I had not become completely lazy of mind. I wanted to either disprove or confirm that what he said within myself. Back in the taiga, the oldster had told me that as long as people are content merely to listen to hints and not begin to think about the essence of life for themselves, society will never be free from its cycle of social upheavals, and man will never be happy. I guess that's the way it is. He also talked about the existence of some kind of program created by God. Now, what might that be? To what extent does the life of man today correspond with this program? We're at chapter 2. I'm just going to put on a sweater. Chapter 2. Do our lives correspond to the divine program? A man was born in the operating room to the second floor of a hospital. The doctors were surprised to see an absolutely healthy baby. Days and months flew by like seconds. The child attended kindergarten, then school, then university. Wise educators, teachers, and professors instilled in him some kind of program of life. The man decided that the most important thing in life was to have lots of money, which would enable him to feed himself, have an apartment, a car, and clothing. And he began to work hard, sometimes even taking 2 shifts a day. I can't read today. Still the seconds dragged out into years. And when he reached retirement, he had been able to earn enough for a modest 2-room flat and a used car. Long before retiring, he fell in love, got married, divorced, and remarried. His first wife bore him a child, but after the divorce, the child stayed with his mother. A child was born from the second marriage, but he went off to the far north. They talked on the phone once or twice a year. Seconds counted down the years of the man's old age. He took ill and died. Such is the sad fate of the majority of people living in the earth today. There is a minority who manages to become famous entertainers, politicians, presidents, or millionaires. Life for this category of people is considered to be more happy. But what is an illusion? Their cares are no fewer than anyone else's, and their end turns out exactly the same: old age, disease, and death. Was such a fate included in the divine program for residents of the earth? No. It wasn't but what is an illusion, but that is an illusion. The Creator could not predestine such a sad and cruel fate for his children. It was human society itself, under the influence of some kind of powers, that ignored the divine program and started down a path of self-torture and self-destruction. Perhaps somebody doubts the existence of the divine program of human life. After all, it is not something our scholars or politicians talk about. Religions propound God's design, but invariably through intermediaries, and mostly in different ways. About the only thing they agree on is that God exists. Philosophers and many scholars too believed in the existence of a higher rational intelligent being that has created the visible world and earthly life. It is impossible not to believe this. Everything comprised our world, after all, is too logically interconnected for it to be otherwise. Well, if that is the case, then a supremely rational being could create only in a meaningful way, create only that which is eternal and predestined, a joyful perspective for all living beings. First and foremost, his beloved man, made in his likeness. Man, in other words, is offered a specific way of life on the earth which allows him to become aware of himself and all creation, to learn about and continue to carry out the divine program, contributing his own marvelous creations thereto. God desires from his Son, man conjoined creations and joy for all from his contemplation. There is no doubt that God's program exists, and it is not just a select group that can become acquainted with this program, but everyone who wishes to do so. The divine program is not set forth in letters or hieroglyphs on sheets of papyrus, but in living signs of nature as God has created it, and which belongs only to him. The minds and intellects of the people of the ancient Russian period still allowed them to read the grand book of the divine. Out of the billions of such letters, signs, the majority of people living today are acquainted with but a few, and we must begin anew to study the divine alphabet. The book I am writing at the moment is not a religious theme. It is not an attempt at sheer philosophizing. The book is a call to research, to becoming aware of the divine program. I am not about to teach anyone or preach anything. I only want to acquaint my readers with information on the cultures of our forebears, through the rites perfected by the wise men, through the careful calculations and design to preserve family love, and to call upon everyone to disprove or confirm the arguments presented. I was prompted to publish this material by the sayings and logical conclusions of the Siberian recluse, especially Anastasia. Publications is needed in order to let the information seep through to the level of one's own feelings, and through collaborative efforts to start to act according to the logic of life, as well as in the hope that our generations will begin to contemplate and then accelerate the building of new civilizations for themselves and their children. It is possible that Anastasia has conceptually outlined just the first point in the program of mankind's development, to wit, human society should study the divine program using the material God has provided and transforming the whole planet into a marvelous paradise oasis, thereby creating a harmoniously balanced society for all living beings. Man's attainment of this level of life will open up possibilities for the creation of life on other planets and in other galaxies. Against the background of this grand concept, Anastasia first proposed the creation of family domains. Let us too begin our research for examining commonly known and outwardly simple issues. Chapter 3. Why does love come and go? Oh, how many poems and philosophical treatises have been devoted to this very feeling. In fact, it is hard to find a literary work where it is not touched upon to some extent. Nearly all religions talk about love. It is considered to be a great feeling imparted to man by God. The reality of our current human conditions, however, portrays the feelings of love as the most sadistic phenomenon. Let's face the truth. Statistics show that 60 to 70% of marriages are doomed to failure. The failure comes after years of an uneasy coexistence on the part of two people who were once in love. Sometimes these years are marked by mutual insults, scandals, or even face smashing. The original beautiful and inspired feelings vanished, only to be replaced by years of anger, insults, hatred, and ultimately unhappy children. This is a sad result of what we call love today. Could such a result be considered a gift from God? No way. But perhaps it is we ourselves who turn aside from some kind of way of life inherent in man, and that is why love vanishes, telling us, in effect, I can't live in such conditions. Your way of life is killing me, and you yourselves are dying. Remembering my conversation in the taiga, I recalled how unusually the gray-haired recluse talked about love. Love, he said, is the greatest and most powerful energy in the cosmos. It is never thoughtless. It has thoughts and its own feelings too. Love is a living, self-sufficient entity, a living being. By the will of God, it is sent to the earth, ready to bestow its great energy on every earth dweller and make their lives eternal in love. It comes to each one of them, endeavoring to tell them, through the language of feelings, about the divine program. If man doesn't listen, it is forced to leave, not by its own will, but by man's. Love, a mysterious feeling, and even though almost every man who has ever lived on the earth has managed to experience it, love remains largely uninvestigated. On the one hand, the theme of love is touched upon in most works of prose and poetry, and in most artistic genres. On the other, all the information these contain merely establishes the existence of such a phenomenon. At best, it describes but the outward manifestations of love and variations in behavior on the part of different people under the influences of the feeling as it has appeared to them. But is it really necessary to investigate the feelings of love, which everybody knows? The extraordinary and brand new information I received in the Siberian taiga confirms that investigation is extremely necessary. We need to learn to understand love. I believe one of the most accurate answers to the question as to why love fades is simply that it vanishes when it finds no understanding. People in the past understood love. Judge for yourself. More than 10,000 years ago, the Vedras people possessed knowledge enabling them to carry out actions which not only strengthened love but made it everlasting. One such action was the ancient Vedic wedding rite. After the description was published in one of my books, many academic researchers came around to affirm that this particular rite was capable of transforming an initially flaring feeling into a permanent one. Comparing it with the rites of various people, both past and present, I began more and more to draw the conclusion that the ancient Vedic wedding rite was a rational deed thought up by the wisdom of the people, which is capable even today of helping many family couples find lasting love. However, let's go through everything in order, and let us begin with the most important thing. Should we seek out our other half? My other half, my soulmate. It's a popular expression. Let's see what it means exactly. I think many people will accept the following definition. a man or a woman close to you in spirit and their views in life, a pleasant communicator, someone you feel attracted to, including their appearance, someone capable of inspiring you to love. Should we seek out our soulmate, or let our other half be found all in its own? Through the will of destiny. As many centuries of mankind's experience has shown, a determined search is essential. This is attested in multitudes of stories in which stout-hearted young men have set off on a long quest in search of their intended. There are a number of ancient rites which can aid this most important search of one's life. There are ancient rites, too, which can help determine whether one has made the right choice. What if that other half has come to you straight from the devil himself? Some of these rites I have already described in my previous books. I did not touch upon all well-known rituals, but mostly introduced rites that are not commonly known and have not been encountered heretofore. Okay, it's a strange word. The present book focuses on the wedding rite and at the same time the rites for determining whether one has made the right choice of partner, which I shall go over again in a different context. Then get on with it. Show us with these miracle rites. Show us these miraculous rites. Some of my readers may be thinking, why bother with all these expositions? But the expositions are absolutely essential. We need a vision of our reality today. Otherwise, we shall not understand the tremendous significance of the wisdom of the people. Everything in the world is relative, and hence comparisons are crucial. So let's now take a look and see which life situations in today's world can facilitate a meeting and which may just get in the way. Strange as it may seem, in our present so-called information age, situations favoring a meeting of two halves are getting harder and harder to find, especially today. People living in large, densely populated mega cities are virtually cut off from each other by invisible barriers. Someone living in a modern multi-storied apartment block is often unacquainted with his next-door neighbor. Passengers on public transport, even those standing jam-packed, shoulder to shoulder in the aisles, are all absorbed in their own individual problems. Pedestrians walking along the same street have no reason to communicate with each other. And in America, for example, you can't even look closely at a woman without being suspected of sexual harassment. And so, just sitting in your own flat or traveling to work or studies, there's particularly no opportunity to find your soulmate. Let's say your work involves contact with a lot of different people. Let's say you're sitting at a cash register in a large supermarket, but none of the customers passing by you every day thinks of striking up an acquaintance with you. It's more likely they see you merely as an adjunct to the cash register, a college or university where a whole lot of young people congregate. Though it indeed offers opportunities for conversation and coupling, it is not a place for general selections of one's soulmate, since an educational institution is designed with a completely different function in mind. Today, the most acceptable locales for meeting people are generally bars, restaurants, discotheques, and resorts. But encounters here, even those which end in marriages, do not, as a rule, result in a happy life in love and harmony. According to statistics, 90% of such marriages end in divorce. The principal cause lies in a false image. And what might that be? Well, here's an example. False images. Back before I met Anastasia, I took a 2-week cruise on the Mediterranean Sea. Each day in the ship dining room, my mealtime companions were 3 young people, 2 women and a man who worked in a design institute in Novosburg. Each day the girls appeared in new and stylish clothing, with intriguing hairdos. It was a delight to chat with them. Nadia and Valia, as they were called, were always cheerful and outreaching. One time I found their male companion in his cabin, and I asked, what pretty and pleasant girls you have at our table. Maybe we can make some time with them. To which he replied, I have no desire to make time with riffraff like that. Why riffraff? Because I work with them, the same institute, and I know what they're really like. And what are they really like? In the first place, they're rowdies. They're roadies. Secondly, they're lazy and slovenly. It's only here that they try to keep up appearances and make people think they're nice and smart. It's quite clear they've come here specifically to find themselves husbands among the wealthier class. You've noticed how they play up to the Armenian men on board. I have had an opportunity to see for myself the discrepancy he mentioned when I paid a subsequent late afternoon visit to the Design Institute to see my table companions from the cruise ship. To put it mildly, they weren't nearly as impressive as they had been on board, and all their former cheerfulness and pleasantness had somehow vanished, which means that back on the ship they were putting on a false image. Many men and women in the world today try to find their other half with the aid of an external image which doesn't correspond with their real nature. Perhaps such a sad phenomenon is due to an obliviousness to other possible methods. In that case, both parties end up being deceived. A man will give flowers and expensive gifts to an image which has taken his fancy. He may go so far as to offer her his hand and his heart. Then after marriage, all of a sudden, he sees her real character, which doesn't appeal to him at all. He feels a sense of irritation and a yearning for the earlier image, which has now vanished. A woman all of a sudden sees that the suitor who only recently was so kind and attentive to her doesn't love or understand her at all. How did this happen? But he never did love her. He only loved the image. The striking discrepancy between the artificial image and the real person is particularly evident in the case of entertainment celebrities, especially if you should happen to see them in their everyday lives. A situation no less unfortunate arises from the fact that a woman often change their outward appearance after marriage. When a man falls in love with a woman, especially at first sight, it is difficult to say what specifically has aroused this feeling of love in him. Perhaps it was the color of her hair, or the way she plaited her braid, or maybe her eyes. It is customary to think that the feelings of love is aroused by the whole gamut of external and internal traits, and when a woman changes her external appearance, she thereby takes away part of her appeal and weakens the love between them. Even if following a radical change of clothing, hairdo, and makeup, everybody around her tells her how beautiful and attractive she's become, and even if these compliments ring true, and even if her husband gets excited over his wife's new look, it may be only a matter of time before his love begins to fade or disappear altogether. After all, he has glimpsed a great many beautiful women who are a lot more attractive than his wife at present. Still, he has fallen in love specifically with her, and with the appearance she had when they first met. And all of a sudden, that previous image is no longer there. And you will no doubt agree that in falling in love with the new image, he thereby betrays the image she presented herself before. Why were people in ancient times so cautious about changing their clothes? Perhaps they didn't have much in the way of a selection of fabrics, but they did. They imported silks from far across the seas, and they themselves knew how to weave cloth, either coarse or fine. They could do all sorts of designs on the clothes with different coloring agents or embroider them. Perhaps they were lacking in imagination or finances. They had plenty of imagination, an abundance in fact. Particularly every other person was a fine artist or designer. You only have to look at houses from those times, how they were all decorated with wood carvings. And every woman was a master of embroidery. As for finances, both people of modest means and even those well off were very conservative when it came to changes of clothing or hairdos. They were extremely cautious about altering their own appearance, being careful to preserve their image. The current fashion world, especially women, is wont to change their image like a kaleidoscope. Such extreme fashion swings are extraordinarily profitable to the clothing manufacturing industry. When people throw out things that are still perfectly serviceable and buy new fashions in the hopes that they will bring something new in the way of a semblance of happiness. But no, it never comes. In its place appears only a new artificial image someone has created, an image people put on under the influence of aggressive propaganda. In all the round of modern life, I've never have discovered any efficient system of measures designed to help people find a lifelong companion. Not only that, but I have been getting more and more the impression that our modern living, indeed our whole way of life, is designed in such a way that we shall never meet our true soulmate. Maybe this situation even works to somebody's advantage. A man who is dissatisfied with life, who has no goals or meaning in his life, can be a profitable catch for many a man out to make money. Not to mention profitable to the powers that be. As to the question of whether or not we are actually seeking out our other half, I think the answer will be no, we are not. We don't know how to, and there are no favorable conditions to facilitate the search. I attempted to discover sagacious hints on finding one's soulmate in the rites of bygone centuries. I shall cite a few typical examples of wedding rites. Let us examine just how sagacious, or primitive they are. Okay, you replace it with another word. I shall include my own commentaries as we go along, but if you don't happen to agree with them, you can always cross them out or white them out and write your own right here in the book. I find myself tapping more and more into the feelings that Anastasia's grandfather is right. If we don't start thinking for ourselves, we'll go on accepting any sort of crap as the wisdom of life. I shan't even name modern weddings, apart from drunkenness, tripping around in cars, and laying flowers at the so-called eternal flame. There's precious little worth saying. Let's take a closer look then at some earlier wedding rites. Chapter 4. Wedding rites. I shall cite a typical rite from pre-revolutionary Russia with a view to examining it from the standpoint of social degradation in relation to love. Courting ritual in Perm. Weddings for the people of Perm involved a whole complex of preliminary operations. First, a father has to seek permission from the local authorities and from the parish priest before setting about courting a bride for his son. This kind of procedure invariably takes place without the participation of the groom, evidently according to ancient custom, and is limited to just the opinion of relatives and close friends called in to give advice. And these are the ones who will decide the fate of their closest relatives' future well-being. It happens that the groom first meets his intended only after the matchmaker has already reached an agreement with the bride's father and sometimes not until the day of the wedding. Rarely does a young Permian have a chance to court his future bride on his own. The groom's father seeks out on his son's behalf a bride with a fair-sized dowry, a maiden of character and respectable moral standing. Once the final decision has been made as to which girl is being targeted, the courting itself begins. Known as the chorism, this task is always entrusted to the family elder or, in his absence, to the godfather or one of the older relations, or to someone who has had experience in such matters. It is further explained how and what the go-betweens should say, but it seems to me that the whole process is utterly absurd, since the primary principle is it violates right from the start. As we can see, there is not even a hint of the young people's love in carrying out this rite. Sad, too, is the fact that with this abusive attitude towards the energy of love, they are implicating God. In preparation for the groom's departure to bring back his bride, the groom's mother, or matron of the house, places on the tablecloth a loaf of bread intended for the blessings of the groom, along with salt beer and braga, and lights the candles in front of the icons. The groom prays and bows low at his mother and father's feet, seeking their blessings. After reciting Jesus' prayer, he takes it upon a position at the table as all the wedding guests approach, reciting the same prayer. One after another, they reach out with both hands to present the groom with the gifts and goodies they have brought. A cooked shoulder of, or a cut of raw pork, always with bread, and each one chants, "Accept these precious gifts, young prince," followed by the prayer, "Lord Jesus Christ," and so forth. At this, the groom replies to each one individually, "Amen to your prayer," before accepting, also with both hands, the gifts of food placed from each one first on his head, and then on the table, honors each wedding guest. With beer and braga, on rare occasions wine, as he recites Jesus' prayer and intones, "Drink this to your health," name of guest. This naturally meets with a response from each wedding guest, and the groom addresses with the words, "Amen to your prayer." Taking the glass from the groom, he bows to the groom and intones, "May the Lord grant you long life, great happiness, good living. May he grant you to attain the happiness, cattle, a full stomach, and bread and salt. Obtain a young princess, accompanying the princess to the church as her swain, retain a standing position beneath the golden crowns, and maintain the law of God." And then the guest takes a drink. And here is some more intriguing information. Permian women rarely preserve their virginity, but their grooms pay no special attention to this and do not avoid such women, but rather accept them eagerly, even those who are pregnant, anticipating the speedy arrival of another worker in the family. It is said that the fathers in some families, considering their daughters to be blameless, will resent any attempt at matchmaking, will swear and even chase away the go-betweens, sometimes even beating them, saying, "What, you're telling me my daughter is Pena?" which means guilty, from the word pena, meaning guilt. So we end up not with the contour of the family line conceived in love, but a worker from the household. There are in fact many characteristics featured of wedding rites which portray our ancestors as wild barbarians. I should point out, however, that none of the rites we know of are traditionally Slavic, even though they're sometimes called traditional in the literature on the subject. They stem from a period when the really traditional wise rites were prohibited by the church, with nothing rational offered in their place. So, for example, removing of boots. It happens in some places, still happens, according to a native Russian custom, that a newlywed woman is supposed to remove her husband's footwear. In ancient times, this custom generally signifies meekness, a servile attitude. even humiliation, since who would take off another's boot if she were not fully subordinate to the wearer of the boots? History teaches us that this custom exists at the time of Vladimir's reign, along with the fact that the Prince of Polotski's daughter was unwilling to remove her husband's footwear. The same custom existed in Germany during Martin Luther's time. On their wedding night, the young wife would take off her husband's boots and place them at the head of the bed as a sign of the husband's domination over the wife. The man over the enslaved woman. Olerius the von Herberstein observed from their stays in Moscow that even princes' and noblemen's weddings included the rituals of footwear removal along with 3 strokes of the whip. The whip was then placed together with baking goods in a special box. This rite was continued in Lithuania before the Jagiellon dynasty and is still preserved in peasant culture. As we can see, the taking off of boots and honoring the bride's slave status is mistakenly passed off as traditional Russian rite. But before the princes came along, Russia had no slavery at all. Hence, this rite is not traditional for our people, but a transient custom not accepted by the people at large. But there is one situation which strikes me as even more stupid, cruel, and immoral. A situation typical of wedding rites among many people as late as the 18th or 19th centuries. Directly the last food dish is placed on the table, i.e. the roast. The best man wraps up the dish along with the bread and salt in a tablecloth and takes it to bed in the hayloft, to which the young couple are led immediately afterward, whereupon the father of the bride in handing goes over his newlywed's daughter to her husband, stands in the doorway of the hayloft and offers her seemingly advice about marriage life. After the young couple have reached the bed, the wife of the master of ceremonies, wearing 2 coats at once, one in the normal fashion, the other turned inside out, showers them with grains, coins, and hops, and feeds the young couple on their bed. The next morning all the wedding guests show up at the hayloft and quickly remove the blanket, so as to determine by well-known signs whether the newlywed girl has been chaste at the time of her marriage. This part of the rite may be considered the most sinister and perverted. Even if the newlyweds were in love with each other, in the sight of all the guests, the young people, having eaten and drunk their fill, were supposed to go to their room and to consummate their marriage, without fail, accompanied and encouraged by the lustful, one might even say perverted stares of the guests. In the first place, after all, the ups and downs of the prenuptial preparations, not to mention the wedding itself, the free-flowing liberations of alcohol, and the generous intake of food, it is best to hold off sexual intimacy for a period of time, so as to avoid the conceiving of a child in such a condition. Secondly, why should newlyweds enter into intimate relations the same day, and on top of that, be called to account for their actions in front of the guests? What if the bride happens to be having her period on that day? All in all, it is something resembling the imposed mating of animals, or even worse. Nobody in their right mind would think of bringing a bitch to a male dog, or a cow to a bull, or a ewe to a ram, when the female is not in heat. But the attitude here is, you'd better get on with it, or you'll be put to shame. The following story was told to me by a 70-year-old man upon hearing that I was investigating various rites. I was living in the country when I was married. They fixed me up with the one I loved. She was oh so quiet and kind. Her name was Anastasia. She was 19 then, and I was 20. We had been looking at each other for about 6 months, and were probably in love. On the first night of our wedding, when everything was winding down, the 2 of us were sent to bed in a separate room. They placed a guard at the door, and the following morning they were supposed to hold up the sheet for all to see. Was the blood of the virginity there or not? The moment of decision for Kasusha and me came. Maybe it was wedding jitters, or maybe something I ate, but I got the feeling nothing was going to happen between Kasusha and me. She did this and that, and began awkwardly showing me her breasts. Then she kissed me, and later got undressed completely. Only there was no proper reaction in me to her caresses and undressing, and I got more and more embarrassed. I sat down on the bed and turned my face to the wall. I felt Kasusha's cheek press against my back. I could feel her trembling and her tears running down my spine. I too began weeping for sorrow. There we were, both sitting in the bed, crying our hearts out. After that, I told her, "Don't worry, Kasusha. I'll declare to everyone that it's my fault." And she replied, "Don't. They'll only make fun of you." Before the dawn came, she did the piercing herself with her fingers, and the blood came out. In the morning they showed off the sheet to the great amusement of the guests, who were once more imbibing in an effort to counteract the effects of their hangover. They summoned us in their half-drunk state, joking around and calling out, "Gorko, Gorko," before taking their next glass. Kasusha and I lived together for 6 months in the country, then moved to the city and divorced. Turned out I couldn't get anything to happen all these 6 months. I married again, and now I have 4 kids, 3 sons and a daughter, and grandchildren too. But that horrendous wedding I'll never forget my whole life long, and I still remember Kasusha to this day. Chapter 5. Conception involves more than flesh. Those who have read my books, Book of Kin, will remember that the Vedras wedding rite I described ending with the loving couple Lyubomilla and Radomir conceiving a child. But back then I wasn't about to ask Anastasia whether there were any particular aspects to the Vedras civilization concerning the conception of children, or whether or not it was worth paying its special attention to this topic in any case. But as though anticipating my question, she said, "The Vedras people had a deep understanding of what was involved in the conception of their children. But for the moment, I do not know how to talk about it in a way you will be able to understand." Later on, after my conversation with Anastasia's grandfather and my search for various people's rites capable of preserving love and families, I obtained some information on conception and realized that it had nothing to do with Anastasia. I was the one who had not been ready to comprehend what she said. Even now, this question has not been sufficiently researched by modern science. Scholars have been attempting to clone man, but it seems that even if they succeed, they will end up with an entity only superficially resembling man. You see, it is not just the sperm and the egg that are involved in the act of conception, but something else besides, something invisible, something not tangible as matter. It is possible that any further exposition of the information I obtained will be shocking to some. I spent 6 months pondering whether it was something worth sharing with my readers or not. In the end, I decided that it was. Here is what it is all about. Many families living on the earth today are unknowingly raising children that are not their own in the fullest sense. This statement is supported by some weighty evidence. The scientific world has a term, telogamy. In medicine, it is called the paternal impression phenomenon. They try to talk as little as possible about telogamy. What's this all about? The discovery began in England about 150 years ago, when Lord Morton decided to raise a new breed of horse with exceptionally resilient characteristics. At one point, he crossed a thoroughbred mare with a zebra colt, but no offspring resulted because of the genetic incompatibility of the 2 species. Some time later, this purebred English mare was crossed with a purebred English colt. Subsequently, the mare gave birth to a foal, only with marked traces of stripes, as with the zebra. Lord Morton called the phenomenon telogamy. Specialists in animal husbandry quite often encounter this phenomenon in their practice. Any dog breeding club, for example, will dispose of even what was the most thoroughbred dam, if it happened to mate with a mongrel. I think they mean dame, but it says dam. That particular dam would no longer produce thoroughbred pups, even if it were to be mated with the most thoroughbred sires. Pigeon breeders will not hesitate to kill even the most precious purebred pigeon if it has been violated by a non-thoroughbred male pigeon. Practice has shown that it will never produce purebred offspring. Scientists in various countries have done a great many studies showing that this phenomenon also extends to people. There have been instances where white parents have given birth to black children, where a black-skinned baby has come into the world as a result of a liaison between the grandmother or mother of the birthing woman and a black man. The cause of this phenomenon always turns out to be a previous relationship with a black man on the part of the girl or one of her direct progenitors. But these are clearly distinguishable cases. Many others are there that are not clearly distinguishable. After all, premarital relations are the in thing today. That being the case, there is no point in blaming the woman if she is not a virgin when she's married. It is our society, our monstrous sex propaganda and sex industry that have made her that way. In the West, parents supply their school-aged children with condoms, realizing that they are no longer chaste. But what they don't know is that there is no condom that can counter the paternal impression phenomenon of telogamy. This is evidenced in concrete examples in the case of both people and animals. Many ancient teachings and religions also speak about the phenomenon of telogamy, even though they may call it something else. The substance is the same. Both scientists and wise men of old have determined that the first man in the life of a virgin leaves his imprint on her in spirit and in blood, a mental and physical portrait of her offspring to come. All other men who enter into intimate relations with her thereafter for childbearing purposes have nothing to offer her but their semen and diseases of the flesh. Isn't this what's been behind the current massive lack of understanding of fathers and children? Not to mention the degradation of our whole human society of today? A multitude of specific examples testifies to the involvement of some kind of energy in the conception of children. But if that is the case, then it is not just scientists but the public at large that should know about it. It is probably that our recent forebears had some inkling of it. They tried to make sure that a girl entering into marriage was a virgin, beyond the shadow of a doubt. It is possible that this is what lies behind the custom in many cultures of locking the newlyweds in a separate room, and subsequently holding out and putting on display the blood-stained sheet in confirmation of the bride's virginity. Earlier ancestors of ours, however, did not consider virginity in itself sufficient to qualify someone to be a continuer of the line. They maintained that if a woman was engaged in an intimate relations with one man while thinking about another, the resulting offspring would bear resemblance to the one she was thinking about. Such statements indicate that people of old assumed, and quite possibly knew for certain, that the most important factor in conception was thought. or more specifically, the energy of thought. The phenomenon of telogamy also testifies to this. A woman, perhaps subconsciously, retrains information in her memory about the first man in her life. As a result, a child is born who either fully or partially resembles him. At first I hesitated to write about this subject for fear of provoking unpleasant questions among parents and their children, and between spouses. Let them be happy in their ignorance. However, such happiness has not been all that noticeable, and perhaps one of the reasons it is not particularly noticeable is a lack of knowledge as to the culture of conception. The questions of sex education courses for children in schools has been an issue for some time now. People argue over whether they should be introduced or not. If such courses touch only upon the use of condoms, there is no point in introducing the courses at all. If, however, children are told about the women's chief purpose, about the correct approach to conceiving children, in that case the subject is absolutely essential. For that, however, the instructors must have a thorough grounding in the very essence of the question, and have appropriate literature available. It is a subject that must be discussed, even though the mass media unfortunately serves up nothing but sex propaganda. There is a lot of talk in so-called democratic countries about human freedom, but can a man be called truly free when the important questions of life are hidden from him, and in their place allegedly beneficial perversions are fobbed off on him through some kind of supposedly free propaganda? In a situation like that, it turns out that man is liberated only from a true and happy human life. Still, I wouldn't have written about telogamy if I hadn't learned from Anastasia about how to correct the situation, even if the marriage-bound woman has already had a relationship with another man. Not only that, but it turns out that the Vedras people had a momentous rite through which stepchildren could become one's own in blood and spirit. Our pagan ancestors, the Vedras, all the more so, were very well acquainted with what is known in modern medicine as the paternal impression phenomenon, and through the help of special rites, they were able to protect their young people against it. With the aid of particular acts of rites, wise men too were able to erase the genetic code of the first sire, and make even girls who had been raped during the enemy attacks absolutely clean. As proof of this, they were not afraid to let their sons take such women in marriage. Sorry, I just want to reread this because it's very interesting. However, there is one, but it is possibly to understand and reproduce it pagan, and especially Vedras rites, simply through a knowledge of their outward aspects. They must be experienced through feeling. What's the use in just writing about it? It is essential to love. It is essential to prepare for the appearance of the child. It is important to give birth only at home, at the very place of conception. To preserve love in the family forever it is essential to combine into one. 3 points, 3 feelings, 3 planes of being. But what's the point in simply restating the words? An intellectual understanding is far from sufficient. It must be felt. The philosophy of our forebears must be felt. And the first essential act must be one of sheer repentance, in respect to our forebears, who are now called pagans, who have been slandered and whom we have betrayed. We betrayed the traditional Slavic culture of our fathers and mothers, a culture that lasted for tens of thousands of years. Instead, we started calling Christianity traditional for us, but in Rus it has been around for a mere 1,000 years. There is no way it can be classified as traditional. Why is repentance necessary? For the simple reason that if we go on thinking of our ancestors as wild, dull-witted barbarians, as we are urged to believe, but still adopt their rites, those rites will have no effect. After all such rites are founded on a knowledge of the cosmos, of the designated purpose of the planets, and on a knowledge of the power of mental energy, the power of thought. Even if we try harnessing the tremendous energy of our thought with the aid of their rites, we shall not obtain any positive results, since our thoughts will be contradicted by another thought of ours, namely that the Vedras people were ignorant. Hence the paradox. You're an ignorant fool, but your acts are marvelous. The one excludes, or at least contradicts, the other. Perhaps the culture of our forebears is being deliberately concealed from us. After all, a bunch of ignorant and disoriented people cut off from their roots are easier to control. Perhaps this is God's retribution to our civilization. Popular wisdom says, "What you sow you shall reap." You have broken the ties with our forebears, and consequently the thread linking us with our children are also being broken. We can get another glimpse of the elevated culture of our pagan forebears in the question of conception of children by examining the traditions that are even today preserved in modern China and especially Japan, where a man and a woman about to enter into intimate relations for the purpose of conceiving a child undergo a special rite of purification. The belief of ancient China, Japan, India, and ancient Greece, and these are traditional ancient pagan countries, lay tremendous emphasis on the matter of conception. So what, then, can anyone do that who desires to bring forth good offspring? Should they first spend a lot of time studying the volumes of literature on the subject, besides spending a lot of time on studying trees, on choosing one's soulmate, and on the education of children? I can tell you right off, there is absolutely no need to waste part of one's own life on such study. I myself spent several years not studying such sources, but simply familiarizing myself with them, and I came to the sudden realization that the Vedras people have condensed all their monumental works into a system of simple, cheerful, and rational rites covering all events of one's life. It gives the impression that God himself helped them in formulating these rites, as well as in understanding the essence of man's existence. Before attempting to apply the experience of our ancestors, we need to determine which ancestors, I mean how many years ago, and which territories of present-day Russia were settled by their forebears, by our forebears. As it is known, history textbooks, including those written in Russia, tell about people's lives in Egypt and Rome of 5,000 years ago. These countries have carried out and are still carrying out archaeological excavations which draw huge crowds of tourists every year. Russian history, on the other hand, if we take the word or even our own history books, covers a mere 1,000-year period. That would mean our country's territory before that time was somehow home to a culturally backward people, or maybe there wasn't anybody there at all. Either that, or possibly somebody's been deliberately hiding our history from us. Indeed they have. I have already written about this, but now I should like to present some archaeological data. I shall tell you about Arkaim, a place which has a direct connection with the question of telogamy. According to Anastasia's grandfather, it was there, that 3,500 years ago, a remarkable discovery was made. Okay, just a little break. Okay. It's quite a long chapter. I think I will do it. Just trying to see where the ending of it is. It's like over 40 pages. I've already been reading for 2 hours. Wow, it just keeps going. Maybe it's 50 pages. Yeah. I'm tempted to do it. I just gotta scroll back up to where I was. I've become quite intense now with reading, from only being able to do 30 pages at a time to 80 to 100 at a time. Okay, almost there. Almost there. Okay. There we go. Chapter 6. Into the Depth of History. Arkaim, Academy of the Wise Men. In 1952, satellites sent back to the Earth photographs. Satellites, not satellites. Sent back to the Earth photographs of several unusual circles clearly delineating on the surface of the southern Ural steppe. Not one doubted that these circles had been artificially produced, though nobody could say exactly what they were. A debate was raging in both scientific and occult circles of the time as to where one should look for the original Indo-European homeland. Not without some justification, scientists posted that the many European peoples, as well as those of India, Persia, and part of Asia, could be traced back to a single source, a mystery people known as Proto-Indo-Europeans. Many researchers have dreamt of finding the remains of the land where once lived the legendary white Aryan race. Researchers have been attempting to reach the fringes of the lost ancient and precious knowledge which the ancient Aryans possessed. When excavations began in the Arkaim Valley, archaeologists announced to the academic world that an ancient city dating back more than 40 centuries had been unearthed, and that it had been inhabited by people of the ancient Indo-European civilization. The researchers started calling Arkaim a city, a temple, and an observatory all at the same time. Whoever is interested in the academic hypothesis can read about them in specialized literature on the subject. I shall pass on what Anastasia's grandfather told me about the Arkaim. The logic of his thinking is much more accurate and intriguing than the logic underlying the scholar's scientific hypothesis. He stated right off, Arkaim is not a city and not a temple. The part about the observatory is true, but that's not the main thing here. Arkaim is an academy. That's what it would be called today. It was in Arkaim that the teachers of the wise men lived and worked. Here they engaged in research on the universe. They also determined the interrelationships of celestial bodies and their influence on man. Their tremendous discoveries were never recorded, nor did they make long speeches in public. Through their many years of research, they worked out the rites, presented them to the people, and subsequently kept track of how effective they were. They made corrections as required. They were able to sum up their lengthy researches in a brief word or two which signified the substance of their discovery. For example, there are some very early rites, such as the savior of the honey and the savior of the apple. People did not use any new crop apples until the savior of the apple feast, or any new gatherings of honey until the honey feast. Through their lengthy researches and observations, the wise men discovered that up until this date the apples does not give any significant benefit to man, even if it is ripe, and this goes far beyond just the apples. Many berries, edible herbs, and fruit vegetables beneficial to man ripen before the apple's feast. If man began to eat apples too soon, he would not have room left for the produce that was more beneficial to him at this very time. It was these wise men who discovered that the particular sequence of fruit and vegetables ripening in nature is no mere coincidence. It is this very sequence that constitutes man's divine dietary regime, which the science of the centuries to follow would be searching for in vain. Volumes of treatises could be written about how they conducted their research. The wise men, however, never compiled any, and did not burden people with the task of reading them. They imparted their conclusions to people in ready-made form, in just a few words, and people believed the wise men. Their advice invariably proved true in life. Besides, there is no more comparison between the Vedras wise men and their counterparts in Greece and the Egyptian priests of today's acclaimed academic lights. The Vedras wise men never received any honors or rewards for their remarkable discoveries. They could not accumulate wealth or power that, say, the Egyptian priests enjoyed, and they were not given the kind of adoration showered upon many in church hierarchies today. The only thing a wise man could expect upon arriving at a certain settlement was food and any replacement clothing or footwear he might need, as well as a place where he could lay his head, and though some wise men might decline the offer of shelter in favor of sleeping under the stars in the open air, beyond that he enjoyed the people's sincere, unfeigned respect. Over the centuries, such an arrangement ensured the selection of only the best teachers and thinkers among the people. The receptive populace showed their gratitude by building, according to the wise men's own design, complexes like Arkaim, where the wise men could retreat for meditation and a mutual sharing of thoughts. Here they would tell each other of their discoveries and describe the rites they had come up with based on their discoveries. It was something on the order of a supreme academic council. Most of the time, ordinary people didn't even know who was behind any given rites, or whom they had to thank for a particular insightful and effective rite. There was one wise man, for example, an acclaimed philosopher, astronomer, and psychologist who devoted 90 years of the study of how to combat the phenomenon we know today as telogamy. He discovered a cure and offered people an effective remedy consisting of a rite of only 15 minutes in duration. True, the preparation for the rite took a lot longer. Why don't you ask Anastasia, Vladimir? They might tell you about it. Only I'll say right off, this rite can be felt only through an understanding of the feelings of love possessed by our distant ancestors, the philosophy of their love. The further back you manage to go with your thoughts, the more you'll be able to make sense of the rite. To be more thoroughly persuaded of the truth of what Anastasia's grandfather has said regarding Arkaim, let us take a look at its architecture. Arkaim has the form of a circle with an exterior diameter of approximately 160 meters. As you can see, that's rather small for a city, but I shall still call it a city, as scholars at the moment are doing. It is surrounded by a 2-meter wide perimeter trench outside a massive exterior wall. The wall was 5.5 meters high and 5 meters thick. There were 4 entrances in the wall, the largest facing southwest, and the other 3 were smaller, located on the opposite sides. All the entrances led directly into the only ring road, about 5 meters wide, which separated the dwellings attached to the outer wall from the inner ring of walls. This ring road was covered with logs, under which for the whole length of the street ran a dugout 2 meters wide, ditch which connected with the perimeter trench. Thus the city had its own storm drainage. system surplus water would seep through the logs into the ditch and eventually into the perimeter trench. All the dwellings attached to the outer walls, like lemon sections, had doorways on the main street. No more than 35 dwellings were discovered around the outer circle. That's not much, even for a village. Next we see the mysterious ring of the inner wall, which was even more massive than the outer one. 3 meters thick, it reached a height of 7 meters. According to the excavation findings, there was no entrance through this wall, except for a small passageway at the southeast point. Hence, another 25 interior dwellings identical to those around the outer perimeter wall were particularly cut off from everything by the thick, high inner wall. In order to reach the little passageways to the inner ring, one had to travel the whole length of the ring road. This had hidden significance. Anyone entering the city had to travel the same path as the sun. Finally, Arkaim was crowned by a central plaza, almost square in shape, approximately 25 by 27 meters. Judging by the traces of fire spread out in the particular pattern, this plaza was used for some kind of rites. Thus we see the schematic figures of a mandala, a square inside a circle. In ancient cosmonaut text, the circle symbolizes the universe, the square, the earth, our material world. Ancient man of wisdom, who had perfect knowledge of the structure of the cosmos, saw how naturally and harmoniously it was constructed. So in building a city, it was like recreating the universe in a miniature. Arkaim was built according to a predetermined plan as a single complex whole, oriented from extreme precision to celestial bodies. The design resulted from the 4 entrances in Arkaim. Outer walls forms a right-facing swastika, reflecting the clockwise movement of the sun. Blossom, why do you hump the cats? I didn't know females did that. The swastika in Sanskrit connected with good, the best success, is one of the most ancient sacred symbols. It is encountered as far back as the Upper Paleolithic period in the centuries of many of the world's peoples, including those in India, ancient Rus, China, and Egypt, as well as of the mysterious Mayan people in Central America. To name just a few, the swastika may be seen in old Orthodox icons. It is a symbol of the sun's success, happiness, and creativity. Corresponding, a backwards, left-facing swastika symbol symbolizes darkness and destruction, the nighttime sun of the dwellers of ancient Rus. Both swastikas were used, as may be seen on ancient ornaments, in particular the Aryan jars found around Arkaim. This has a deep significance. Day takes the place of night, light the place of darkness, and a new birth takes the place of death. And this is the natural order of things in the universe. Hence, in antiquity, there is no such thing as a good or bad swastika. They were perceived as a unified entity, like the energy of yin and yang in the Orient. Arkaim was outwardly beautiful and ideal circular city, marked by a distinctive gate towers, burning torches, and a beautifully formed facade, probably featuring some kind of meaningful sacral pattern. Everything in Arkaim, after all, was fraught with meaning. Each dwelling was attached on one side to either the outer or inner wall, and faced either the main ring road or the central plaza. In the improvised entrance hall to each dwelling was a special watercourse, which emptied into the ditch under the main street. The ancient Aryans were thus provided with a sewer system. Not only that, but each dwelling had its own well furnace and a small cupola-shaped storage area. From each well above the water level, 2 earthen pipes branched out. One led to the furnace and the other to the storage area. What for? Quite brilliant, actually. We all know that if you glance down a well, you will invariably feel a current of cool air. So the area furnaces, this cool air passing through the earthen pipe, created such a strong draft that it was capable of melting bronze with no need for bellows. There was a furnace like that in every dwelling, and all the ancient blacksmith had to do was to perfect their craft and compete with their artistic rivals. The other earthen pipe leading to the storage area ensured a lower temperature there. The famous Russian archaeologist Konstantin, I'm not going to say the rest of his name, researched Arkaim as an astronomical observatory and came to the following conclusion. Arkaim is not just a complex installation, but it is subtle in its complexity. In examining its schematics, one can easily see parallels with the well-known Stonehenge monument in England. For example, the diameter of the inner circle of Arkaim is always reported to be exactly 85 meters. In fact, it is a circle with 2 radiuses, 40 meters and 43.2 meters. Try drawing it. Compare that to the radius of the Stonehenge Aubrey hole ring, which is also 43.2 meters. Stonehenge and Arkaim are positioned at approximately the same latitude, and both are the center of a bowl-shaped valley. The distance between them is almost 4,000 kilometers. Researchers have determined that on the basis of all the known facts, Arkaim amounts to a horizon observatory. Why a horizon observatory specifically? Because the measures and observations made there are based on the moment of the rising and setting of the sun and the moon on the horizon. The recordings of the moment of disengagement or touchdown of the lower edge of the disk on the horizon allows the accurate determination of the place of this event. If we keep track of sunrises on a daily basis, we shall note that the actual point of sunrise shifts from day to day, reaching its northern limit on June 22. This point then moves south to its opposite apogee on the 22nd December. This is part of the cosmic order. That means there are 4 visible points of observation of the sun each year, 2 points of sunrise on the 22nd of June and the 22nd of December, and 2 corresponding points of sunset on the western horizon. Add to these 2 more points, namely sunrise and sunset during the equinox of the 22nd of March and the 22nd of September. This offered a sufficiently accurate determination of the length of a year. However, a year is made up of a whole host of singular events, and these can be determined with the aid of that other celestial body, namely the moon. Regardless of the complexities involved in its observation, people of old knew the laws of its movement across the empty ream. Here are a few of them. 1. The full moon, which occurs closest to the 22nd of June, is observed at the point of the winter solstice, December 22nd, and vice versa. 2. The lunar events can be observed near the points of the solstice on the 19th year cycle, high and low moon. As an observatory, Arkaim allowed astronomers to follow the events of the moon. It is possible to note 18 astronomical events just on these huge circular walls alone. 6 of them are connected with the sun and 12 with the moon, including the high and low moon. By comparison, researchers at Stonehenge were able to identify only 15 cosmic events. In addition to information about these amazing factual events, the following data were obtained. The Arkaim unit of measurement of length is 80 centimeters. The center of the inner circle shows a displacement from the center of the outer circle by a factor of 5.25 Arkaim units. which is close to the moon's orbital inclination of 5 degrees 9, plus or minus 10 minutes. In Bistrican opinion, this reflects the correlation between the orbit of the moon and the sun. For the terrestrial observer, corresponding Arkaim's outer circle is dedicated to the moon, its inner circle, the sun. Not only that, but archaeological measurements have shown a link between some of the Arkaim's parameters and the wobbling of the Earth's axis. This is getting into some pretty sophisticated science, even in terms of modern astronomy. And so we see that by any stretch of the imagination, Arkaim hardly falls under the category of city. Its extremely small rooms offer no accommodation for families, but serve as an ideal space for philosophical reflections. Historians know that in ancient times, so-called wise men were considered to be scientists and teachers. Consequently, it is possible that Arkaim, as one of the most celebrated scientific centuries, could have belonged exclusively to these wise men. There were simply no other scientists around in those times. It is also known that the wise men devised and adjusted the rites in the basis of their knowledge on the cosmos. The question is, what has become of these unique rites today? What kind of obstructurism has destroyed them, or is it concealed from them, concealing from people's views? What is the message of Sungir? And now I should like to bring to your attention some even more sensational news, eclipsing that of even the pyramids of Egypt or the ruins of ancient Rome. This information is also needed, as Anastasia's grandfather said, in order to better understand the phenomena and knowledge of the universe prevalent in our ancient forebears' time. And for that, we have to delve as deeply as possible into history. The Siberian recluse said furthermore, if your thought can dig down to 3,000 years ago, you will begin to gradually feel the knowledge of 3 millennia. If you can go as deep as 5,000 years, then 5 millennia. Though not everything you discover will be comprehensible to you. You actually need a minimum of 19,000 years. This attempt to dig into our country's historical past seemed to me utterly unfeasible. I was already prepared to go off to India or Tibet, where it is said one can learn more about our ancestors than here at home. But as it turned out, there was no need to go anywhere. Everything was available right here, and now I invite everyone reading these lines to cast this thought about our forebears more than 19,000 years back in time. The archaeological finds I'm about to describe were made by mere chance on the outskirts of the city of Vladimir, which according to official sources is approximately 1,015 years old. In 1955, while excavating a clay pit mine for the Vladimir Ceramics factory, Alexander F. I'm not even going to say it, discovered in one of the buckets the bones of some very large animals, which had been resting at the depth of 3 meters. Archaeologists were informed about the discovery. The first excavations thereafter simply astounded the scientists. Buried on the site were the remains of people. Jewelry, clothing, ornamentation, and everyday objects, all testifying to some kind of ancient culture. Further investigation confirms that our ancestors had arrived on the banks of the Klazama River as early as the Old Stone Age, approximately 25,000 years old. Now somebody could be wondering whether they might have run about on all fours, dressed in homemade skins and carrying clubs. Not at all. The scientists were amazed by another finding. On the skeletons themselves or close by were a whole lot of jewelry and ornaments, which aided in reconstructing the appearance of the clothing worn by these ancient people. Something similar to either overall or a perfectly civilized dress. The findings is such that if we were if we are not going to relegate these remains to the category of buried extraterrestrials, then we shall have to completely revise our whole historical outlook on the world. In one of its halls, the Vladimir State Museum of History and Ethnography mounted a special exhibition dedicated to these unique findings. It put out a booklet stating that the Sungir site is the most interesting archaeological monument in Russia and is known to archaeologists the world over. It has hosted a number of international scientific conferences. Sungir represented one of the northernmost settlements of ancient man in the Vladimir region of the Great Russian Plain, in terms of richness of both objects and state of preservation of such ancient remains. It has no compeer anywhere in the world. Thanks to the collaborative efforts of the archaeologists, geologists, paleontologists, and paleobotanists, we have a fairly clear picture of how people lived back then in this incredibly distant time period. Here on the edge of a glacier was where the tundra used to begin, dotted here and there with islands of fir pine, birch, and alder groves. The animal world was quite diversified. Blossom, stop it. According to the booklet, ancient Sungarians hunted the reindeer, wild horse, Arctic fox, wolverine, bison, brown bear, wolf, Arctic hare. They also went after the black grouse, jungle fowl, and herring gull. And of course, they hunted the mammoth, a huge animal now extinct, almost 4 meters tall and weighing 6 tons. This represented for them a much sought-after trophy meat skin, indispensable in constructing dwellings, and tusks as solid and superb material for the preparation of both weapons and ornaments. The inventory of objects made from bone and horn is most interesting: shaft, adjusters, hose, spearheads, arrowheads, and beads from mammoth tusks, jewelry made from the fangs of the Arctic fox. A small silhouetted figure of a large-headed horse came to be recognized as a rare example of primitive art. This famous Sungir horse was decorated with tiny dotted ornaments and red ochre. Though a number of dots on the figure, a multiple of 5 testifies to the use of quaternary counting systems among inhabitants of the site. A 7-base system points to the knowledge possessed by people living 25,000 years ago, but it is the unique burial sites of these ancient people that have brought global fame to Sungir. In 1964, in a heavy layer of ochre-colored rock was found the skull of a woman. Lower still were the remains of an elderly man. On his chest was a pendant made from a pebble, while on his arms were 25 plate bracelets made from mammoth tusks. In addition, on the skull, all along the arms, legs, and torso, almost 3,500 beads were arranged in a row. The pattern of their arrangement on the skeleton allowed scientists to reconstruct the embroidered costume of this ancient Sungarian. It was reminiscent of the fur clothing worn by Arctic people today. At the bottom of the shallow grave, they discovered a knife and some kind of scraper made of flint. Just as much a treasure was the next burial site unearthed some 5 years later. This grave contained the remains of an adult body, but without a skull. Beside it lay a necklace of mammoth tusk beads, a ring, and a pair of reindeer antlers. But further back, at 65 centimeters below the upper grave, were found 2 skeletons of children. A boy of 12 or 13 and a girl between 7 and 9 had been placed in the grave in a stretched position, their heads pressed tightly against each other. Children on their way to the next world were accompanied by hunting weapons made from a mammoth tusks, 11 darts, 3 daggers, and 2 spears made out of split and straightened tusk, one 2.5 meters and the other 1.5 meters long. The grave also yielded mammoth tusks, rods, very expensive figurines of a horse and a mammoth carved discs, or an apparently ceremonial nature, and connected with the worship of the sun and the moon. The children's clothing, too, was embroidered with thousands of little beads and fastened across the chest with pins made of bones. The back of the costume had been outfitted with threads of beads in the shape of animal tails. This finding testifies to the complex rite of burial and the developed religious beliefs of the ancient people of the Stone Age. One may confidently assume that they believed in the afterlife. Multidisciplinary archaeological investigations have been going on with Sungir, with few interpretations, ever since 1956. For almost 20 years, the project was under the supervision of the famous archaeologist Dr. Otto Bader, anthropologist M. Gerasimov, along with his students G.V. Lebedinsky and T.S. Cernia, succeeded in reconstructing the external appearance of the ancient Sungarians. As is known, anthropologists are often able to reconstruct a person's face with sufficient accuracy on the basis of the skull. This offered a rare opportunity indeed to gaze upon the face of ancient people, an opportunity I decided to take advantage of. A wise, intelligent-looking face on the adult male, a slightly sad expression on the young girl's face, a thoughtful one on the boy's. And yet the presumptions about hunting, and especially the mammoth, I believe were not entirely accurate. I brought Anastasia's grandfather to this unique exhibition in the Vladimir Museum. The old fellow slowly made his way around the display without stopping at any of them. Then he stood in the middle of the hall and bowed 4 times, each time shifting his position by 90 degrees. When I told him about the scientist's conclusions, he began to refute a good deal of it, explaining, "These people, Vladimir, never hunted mammoths. Mammoths were their household animals and a very great help to families. Also a way of transporting heavy loads. They performed a greater variety of tasks than elephants do today, in India, which are controlled by mammoths or drivers. Standing on a mammoth, the Sungarians could gather fruit from very tall trees and store them in woven bags and baskets, and then carry them to wherever they liked. In the domain glades, the mammoths cleared out young underbrush from the forest, encroaching on the glades, or depending on the task assigned, would shake and then pull up trees so as to enlarge the glade. Whenever people had to move from one place to another, they would load their belongings, utensils, and food supplies onto the mammoth. This was a very kind of industrious household animal. Even a small child could put his fingers around the end of its trunk and lead it about at will. Indeed, the children often played with the mammoth, making it suck up water into its trunk and then give them a shower. The mammoth took great pleasure in watching how the youngsters jumped and squealed with joy. The mammoth was especially delighted too when his wool was combed out and removed by a special rake-like instrument. A man would wash the wool, dry it, and use it for his own purposes, for example, in making a bed. There was absolutely no need for these people to hunt the mammoth. This can be deducted just for the information available in the booklet, which contained quite a few contradictory statements. Why contradictory? Think about it. They list all sorts of wild game which could easily be caught in sufficient numbers with the aid of special traps. If a man killed a mammoth which weighs 6 tons, he could not possibly eat all its meat right off. But what if there were a whole lot of people? There couldn't have been that many. Back in those times, people didn't live packed tight together the way they do now in cities or towns. Each family tribe had its own lands. Each family had their own territory, their own home, on an area of 3 kilometers. 3 square kilometers might be living fewer than 100 people. Even collectively, they couldn't eat a 6-ton mammoth in just a few days, even if they didn't consume anything but meat during that time. The rotting meat would start to decompose and attract a huge number of insects. It could have started an epidemic. But maybe they invited people from other territories to some kind of a feast. What sense would there be in traveling several kilometers just to eat meat, which there was enough of at home? But if you say the mammoth's decomposing carcass could run the risk of provoking an epidemic, the very same threat could be posed by a household mammoth when it died. Vladimir, a mammoth would never die in a family surrounding. When it got old and felt death approaching, it would walk a little ways from the house and trumpet 3 times before heading off to a cemetery for mammoths, where it died. You should have known that yourself, as that is what wild elephants do in India today. Before they die, they trumpet and then leave the herd. So that means we have a very distorted understanding of how ancient peoples feed themselves. Yes, that's right. People, perhaps it is an attempt to justify your current barbarity in regard to the treatment of animals. The farther you go back into history, the fewer people you'll encounter eating meat. They had a sufficient supply of growing things to sustain themselves, and as for animals, they took from them only what the animals themselves gave to man. Milk and eggs, for example. Meat could have been harmful to the stomach of the first people. Another argument in favor of the premise that hunting was not a basic source of food for primitive people is its illogicality by comparison with other ways of obtaining food. What other ways? From tame domesticated animals? Picture to yourself a man whose household includes a female mammoth, a cow, a goat, all of which can be milked, yielded a daily supply of top-quality fresh produce. This man's household also includes domesticated fowl, a goose, a duck, a chicken, all of which provides eggs with little effort on its part. He has the opportunity of gathering honey and pollen from bees, and a great many root vegetables and edible herbs are also at hand. Then all of a sudden it appears as though the man is going out of his mind. He kills all his domestic animals, which, apart from everything else, have also been guarding him when he is asleep, eats them, and begins hunting for a wild game, thereby putting himself in danger without guaranteeing himself and his family a regular supply of fresh produce. In place of friendly surroundings and the love expressed by him by his household animals, he ends up with nothing but an aggressive environment in which it is virtually impossible, one might say, for this household to survive. But did the first people really begin right off to domesticate and train their animals? Maybe that came along at a later period. There would have been no later period for man if he had taken an aggressive stance from the start. You must be acquainted, after all, Vladimir, with situations where an infant alone in the forest may be fed, even by carnivorous wolves, the very same forest where a pack of wolves would tear an adult to pieces. What would account for the discrepancy in their attitude toward man? I really can't say, because in the first instance the infant man has no aggression, while in the second we have aggression and fear, which creates unease in the surrounding environment. The first people had no sense of fear or aggression. It was love that was dominant in them, along with a genuine interest in the world around them. Consequently, it was no effort to domesticate or train animals and birds. Their primary concern was to determine the purpose of every creature they encountered on the earth. This they did. As far as the animals go, you already know that they find their own highest benefit in man's feeling of love and care for them. Meat was first consumed by a less than complete man, one drained of the energy of love. It seemed that he either went out of his mind or was infected with the most terrible disease, a disease which has come down to the present day. But what connections can there be between love and man's first consumption of meat? There is a direct connection. A man living in love is incapable of killing. Possibly. But can you determine why these children died 25,000 years ago? Why were they buried in such an unusual manner, head to head like that? I could tell you, of course, but it would be a very long story. Besides, it is not important for you to know why they were overcome by death. But for what purpose? For what purpose? There you go again, Vladimir, constantly asking questions, too lazy to think for yourself. Only don't blame me for speaking like this, the way you did back in the taiga when you let resentment take over. Think instead of the whole point of me telling you things. What I say shall bring you more harm than good if you don't begin to think for yourself. I speak and you listen, and instead of working out your own conclusions in your thought, You are merely taking note of mine. You have set yourself up a goal of finding conditions in the past under which love could remain with people forever, and then reintroducing them in this present day. That's fine, the path is correct, and the goal is the most important of all. You are trying to determine how many ages ago love began to dwell with people. Look, here is a date right before your eyes. Think about it. Right in front of you lie two child skeletons. Their death at such a young age is meaningless unless people can realize what important information is concealed in their burial. Their death will acquire meaning if you retrieve this information right now. I didn't resent the old fellow for his remark on my laziness of mind. I had long realized that he was using some kind of method of his own, trying again and again to teach me how to control my thoughts by alternative means. But I, after all, did not go through the same school as they, training their thought from childhood. I went to an ordinary school which quite possibly served to do just the opposite, to switch thought off. So here I am, standing in front of these child skeletons, straining myself mentally, without being able to grasp how I can look on them and learn at least something about the love that existed 25,000 years ago, if it existed at all at that time. It did exist, the old fellow suddenly said. What made you decide that? There's not a word about love in the museum sign. Not a word, but so what? Look carefully, judging by the skeleton. These are children. The boy is 12 and a half, and the girl, she's 8. On their skeletons are hundreds of bone beads. On the basis of their arrangement, your scientists have determined what kind of clothing the children were wearing. But is that all the bone beads can tell us? What else can they tell us? That their parents, Vladimir, loved these children very much. They loved their children and they loved each other. Only loving parents could get involved in such time-consuming ornamentation of their children's clothing. We can also tell that they had more than enough free time for artistic pursuits and for designing and then making fine clothing. Note that the objects found in the grave include absolutely no weapons capable of killing. What about the darts? Aren't those weapons? Of course not. And they're not even harpoons or for catching fish. Since there are no barbs on the end of the objects they've called a dart is not even sharp. A thin, lightweight dart like that could hardly kill or even wound any creature. Then what was the object used for? For training and controlling animals. See how it resembles a stick animal trainers use today? Elephant drivers, for example, use sticks like that to control their charges. But why did they need to make them out of bone? They could have also taken a real stick and not wasted time straightening out the bone and putting ornaments on it. A wooden stick couldn't last very long. Animals, on the other hand, get accustomed to a single object, its shape and even the smell it acquires from contact with the master's hand. Right, then, everything you say sounds rather convincing, but there are other objects which resemble arrowheads, and arrows were meant for killing. In the case of these specific people, who are not of the very earliest period of human life on Earth, arrows were intended for scaring away carnivorous beasts when they attacked. There are also some objects that look like holes. These, indeed, were instruments for planting seeds and digging up roots. But the jewelry, look, this necklace is made from the fangs of an Arctic fox, and scientists assumed that the clothing was made from leather, so they killed animals after all. Your scientists are right about their clothing being made of leather, but there was absolutely no need to kill any animals for this purpose. There were reptiles that shed their old skin on a regular basis. Reptiles might die for some reason, and then ants would eat out their insides, leaving the skin untouched, which turned out to be very useful for making clothing. Given such circumstances, it would be silly to waste time on killing an animal, cutting up the carcass, processing and drying the skin, or softening it. What for? Since it was possible to acquire a ready-made skin in an ideal condition. In the divine nature, all man needs have been provided for in advance. As for the necklace from a fox's fang, It was a lot simpler to take them from the skeletons already worked over and dried by nature. At this point, I'm going to interrupt for a moment. Anastasia's grandfather's account about the archaeologist's unique findings in the booklet put out by the Vladimir State Museum. There are drawings showing two exhibit halls, the Sungir Architectural Park and the Sungir Museum Complex. It mentions that international conferences have been organized around these unique findings. However, I would not advise any great haste to visit the excavation site of the ancient civilization. There are no actual pavilions on this site, only the remains of unfinished construction, and the archaeological work is not proceeding at any intensive pace. The state has no funds for such important projects. They are going ahead, one might say, thanks to the level of enthusiasm both of the scientists involved and the local authorities. I arrived at this unique place on the weekend. In one of the pits I saw two men taking soil samples from the side of the pit and carefully placing them into plastic bags. They turned out to be workers from the State of Archaeological Institute. They confirmed that Sungir is considered the richest archaeological site for the study of ancient man anywhere in the world. The Vladimir Museum exhibition is the only one of its kind in Russia. They said that tourists sometimes visited the Sungir excavation site, but mainly tourists from Japan, since there is an even fuller exhibition in Sungir at the Tokyo National Archaeological Museum. It seemed pretty strange that the people in the land of rising sun show more respect to our ancient forebears living on our country's territory than we do ourselves. Thank you, Japanese friends, for protecting the culture of our joint forebears. We talk about Russia's lofty mission about spirituality and the need to support the national image. But what support can we talk about if foreign tourists see our relationships to history through their own eyes? Well, the only thing we can do is hope that possibly our more civilized descendants will learn what secrets still remain to be discovered in Sungir. I managed to find out that 25,000 years ago, our forebears were civilized people who knew how to love passionately and preserve love forever. A family-centered society. To all appearances, in order to bring back lost effective traditions and rites capable of preserving love in families, it would seem necessary to obtain full information about the life of our forebears. To this end, we must delve even deeper into our historical past, right down to the family community-centered society. When a husband and wife who love each other created a friendly family community together with their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, in today's world, a husband and wife simply cannot hold on to even their closest relatives, their children. No sooner do their offspring approach adulthood than they try to get out from under their parents' wings. They go off to live in a university residence or rent an apartment, often at considerably expensive, but they will still go. And we're not just talking about children. Many couples separate even before children come along, or shortly after their appearance. The family community-centered society existed many millennia in Rus before the princes came along. It was characterized by an absence of divorce and stronger family units. In comparison with subsequent social structures in our history, only genuine love is capable of starting a family line. In the past, it was much easier for grown children to leave the family than today. I am talking about the early period in Rus, before the arrival of the princes. Okay, sorry guys, I gotta take a little break. If two young people who loved each other weren't happy with their relationship with their parents, they could leave home and set up their own dwelling on whatever territory they took a fancy to. They could start by nourishing themselves on what they found in the forest, then they would till the ground and establish a household. But they didn't go away. That means the founders of the family line treated them with understanding and love. We need to study this period and from it draw out into our modern way of life grains of logic capable of helping build strong families today. But how, by what means can we assess information about this era in people's lives when Russian history describes only the Christian period? Another factor necessitating an investigation into our people's historical past is the importance of determining whether the ancient rites and culture disappeared all by themselves, having outlined their usefulness, or outlived their usefulness, or whether the traditions of many millennia were deliberately destroyed. If they disappeared all on their own, then there is no point in digging into the historical past, since the people themselves rejected their ancient culture, not seeing it as useful, which means it would not be accepted today either. If, on the other hand, the ancient traditions were deliberately destroyed, then we must look into the question of by whom and for what purpose. We must seek them out, find them, and present them to society for evaluation. It is possible the ancient rites and traditional conceals within themselves such important secrets of human existence that without uncovering them we shall continue to move forward toward an abyss, die out, and torment ourselves with family strife. We often talk about large-scale wars, family conflict. However, is often more painful for each of its participants than news about war in Iraq or events in Israel. Recalling everything I know about ancient Russian history, I decided that, strange as it might seem at first glance, the only thread leading through the vast labyrinth of historical falsehoods was a conqueror of Genghis Khan. In other words, the 300-year period of the so-called Tatar-Mongol yoke in Rus. Why? Because this period began shortly after the Christianization of Rus, when the traditions of our ancestors had not yet been completely annihilated. Not only that, but Genghis Khan was just about the brightest, most interesting, and enlightened personality of his time. It is not only that he and his descendants conquered half the world, but it is fascinating to see how they did it. I can tell you right off that their army played only a secondary role in this process. We know from various historical sources that Genghis Khan sent expeditions to many lands as far away as China and India, which supplied him with wise men. He spent a great deal of time conversing with men of wisdom. He was attempting to determine the purpose of human existence on the earth and to find immortality. In other words, he was gathering the wisdom of various peoples and could well have possessed information about the social structures of ancient Rus. And it turned out, in fact, that he did, and I'm convinced that it was thanks to this information that his family, his sons, and great-grandchildren were able to hold the so-called elite of the many countries in subjection over the centuries. And I mean exactly that. It wasn't countries or their people that he held in subjection, but their elites that were usurping the people of these countries. Interesting, because we're taught that Genghis Khan is a bad guy. Somebody might wonder what on earth the knowledge of ancient family traditions and love-preserving rites has to do with the successful subjection of states. You shouldn't be surprised. There is simply direct relationships, and such knowledge is more powerful than millions of soldiers, swords, or even the most state-of-the-art weaponry. I shall not bother describing the whole 300-year period of the Tataro-Mongolian hold on Rus. I shall cite just one episode, albeit a very typical and interesting episode, the subjugation of the Vladimir Suzdal Principality, on which I have collected information from various sources. Let's try to arrive at some conclusions together. A mysterious maneuver. Chronicles, modern historical sources, and church literature all talk about a mysterious and even secretive maneuver on the part of Batu Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan, on the outskirts of the city of Vladimir in 1238. What is the mystery here? This is how the chronicles tell it. Having taken Ryazan in 1237, in the spring of 1238, Batu Khan and his cavalry pushed their way into the city of Suzdal. As subsequently reported in a multitude of ecclesiastical sources, he burnt Suzdal, exterminated part of the population, and took the remaining part captive. A lot is said in these sources about the atrocities committed against the people. Secular historians, on the other hand, describe the situation more accurately and impartially. Thus, for example, in the materials available in the Vladimir Suzdal State Museum, the event is described as follows. The Tartars set up their camps at the city of Vladimir, while they themselves went and took Suzdal and plundered the Holy Mother of God Cathedral, and burnt the prince's court, and burnt the monastery of St. Dimitri, and plundered others. And the old monks and nuns, and the priests, and the blind, and the lame, and the deaf, and the labor-weary, and all other people were slaughtered, while the young monks and priests, and their wives, and the deacons, and their wives, and their daughters, and their sons, all these were led away to the Tartars' camps, and they themselves went to Vladimir. As we can see, Batu Khan did not take anywhere near the whole population captive, and he killed off the old high-ranking monks and took the young ones captive. He didn't burn and plunder the whole city, but only the prince's residence, along with Suzdal churches and monasteries. And now, let us try to solve this super-historical mystery. Why, as the document says, did the Tartars set up their camps at the city of Vladimir, while they themselves went and took Suzdal? And military historian, as indeed any modern army commander, will tell you that this maneuver completely goes against the standard military tactics. To establish a camp under the walls of a major fortified city, and then leave it and move one's troops to a smaller target, that is tantamount to suicide. The distance between the cities of Vladimir and Suzdal at the time was equivalent to 35 kilometers, with the roads rendered impassable by the spring rains. It was a good day's journey on horseback. The taking of the Suzdal required minimum of several more days, and then a day's journey back. It wouldn't have taken any more than a day for the soldiers defending Vladimir to go out of their fortified city on a foray and rout the defenseless enemy camp. All they had to do was seize the spare horses and spare quivers of arrows and the supplies, and wall storming ladders and stone throwing devices, and they would have shown the enemy not only of the possibilities of launching an attack on them, but for their battle readiness in general. But they never went out. Why not? Perhaps they didn't know that Batu Khan's troops had left the camps. But they knew. They could have easily seen that from their battlements. Besides, their scouts would have reported it. Possibly Batu Khan's forces were in such great numbers that more than enough guards had been left behind to repel an attack on the camps. This is the way historians initially explained it. They said the Golden Horde troops numbered almost 1 million. Then they changed their minds and reduced their estimates to 130,000, some even to as few as 30,000. Naturally, it is tempting to explain one's defeat by citing the enemy's significantly superior numbers. More objective scholars have begun to say that moving a 1 million-strong army at that time was an absolute impossibility. 1 million swordsmen together with equipment would mean 3 million horses. If a herd like that were kept in one place, even in the summertime, they would die of hunger, since the grass all around would be trampled down, and in the wintertime no amount of feed supplies would be enough. So the figure was reduced to either 130,000 or 30,000. A humiliating figure indeed. With a scant 130,000 men, Batu Khan quietly went about, conquering Russian principalities and whole countries too. But even this figure is inflated to subjugate the Russian princes at that time, using the knowledge left by Genghis Khan to his descendants. There was simply no need for even a 50,000 strong army. All that was required was knowledge of the way of life of the Russian people, Russian families, and the property and proper strategy based on such knowledge. After setting up camp at the city of Vladimir, Batu Khan did not go with a whole army to Suzdal, but sent a small detachment to take it. This is why the people of Vladimir did not leave their fortified cities to rout the camp and destroy the enemy's military facilities. Do you know how many days and nights it took for Batu Khan's small detachment to conquer one of Rust's spiritual capitals of the time, surrounded as it was by more than half a dozen monastery fortresses? This legendary city of Suzdal? No time at all. He simply arrived, entered the city, and burnt the prince's residence. The prince, meanwhile, had fled together with his armed garrison. It was no effort to cut down every last one of the high-ranked clergy and take the young monks captive. And the Mongols later caught up with the prince and his garrison at the Sit River and destroyed them too. How could that be? Someone may wonder. Where were the brave Russian people, their indomitable and freedom-loving spirit? I can tell you right off that there was nothing wrong with the Russian people and their spirit. Logic suggests that the people applauded Batu Khan's small detachment on its return journey from Suzdal. They served kvass and braga to the warriors along the whole route back to their camp at Vladimir. The reason is that the people of that time did not look upon Suzdal as their city. Rather, they viewed its royal inhabitants as traitors and its clergy as foreign aggressors and enslavers. This led to the flare-up of a number of rebellions on the part of the people against unbearable oppression. Documents at the Vladimir Suzdal State Museum put it this way. By the end of the 13th century, Suzdal had 8 monasteries founded by the princes and the representatives of the Christian religion. They played a major role in assimilating new territories and served as fortresses in the event of enemy aggression. In the late 15th and early 16th centuries, the church owned a third of the best lands in the country and was endeavoring to subjugate the power of the Grand Princes to itself. From the end of the 15th century on, the state made repeated attempts to limit the landholdings of monasteries and churches, along with attempts at secularization, in other words, complete eradication. The question of land provoked 2 ideological tendencies within the church, Josephine and the non-possessors movement. The first defended the monastery's property interest, while the second emphasized the idea of inner self-perfection and condemned the monastery's acquisitive pursuits. The ideological leaders of the Josephites was Father Joseph Abbot, the Volokomalsky monastery, while the non-possessors movement was championed by a monk of the Kiralo-Belozersky monastery. Nil Sureski, the monasteries and clergy of Suzdal, as major landlords, came down solidly on the side of the Josephites. However, in the 16th century, the authority of the Grand Princes did not manage to carry out its intended secularization of the church's wealthy landholdings, which continued to increase, even though on unlimited scale. Quite a trick. A third of the Russian lands ended up in the hands of the Constantinople-derived clergy and its puppets. Monasteries were transformed into large-scale slave owners. And it wasn't the monks who tilled the ground and raised cattle, but the peasant serfs. The princes were already trying to reclaim part of the country they had lost, but that was by no means easy. And just how was this enriching the souls of the peasants, whose primordial family lands had now become monasterial property at one fell swoop? What was offered to people in exchange for their country's old traditions and rites, which were now labeled barbarian? The same archival documents show what happened here. Fees and penalties imposed on the peasant serfs of the Pokrovsky nunnery in 1653. From each household 2 altlins, a chicken and a lamb wool from the first shearing. On the purchase of a horse, 2 dengas cow, 1 denga. On the sale of grain, horses, cow, hay, I altin for each ruble received. Maybe that's 1. Log houses, 1 danga per internal corner. For settling disputes regarding field lands, 2 altins, 2 dangas. Regarding household lands, 4 altins, 2 dangas. Court fees. For travel to the site of a dispute, 1 danga per verst. For travel in cases of acquittal, 2 dangas per verst. From the guilty party, 1 altin from each rubled assessed. From the vindicated party, 7 altins, 2 dangas. For taking an oath, 4 altins, 2 dangas. Wedding fees, from the groom, 3 altins, 3 dangas. From the bride, for a table, 2 altins, 2 dangas. From a groom from outside the district, 2 grivens. From holiday beer making, for wedding or funerals, 1 bucket of beer. Penalties. For alcohol distillation, for oneself without a permit or for sale, 5 rubles, a beating with a cane, and arrest. For consumption of wine, except on holidays, 8 altins, 2 dangas, and a beating with a cane. And here is the description of the property of the highest-ranking church official. List of people and property belonging to metropolitan Ilaran. 16 elders, 6 overseers in charge of properties, 66 personal bodyguards, 23 servants, 25 singers, 2 sextons, 13 bell ringers, 59 craftsmen and laborers, in total 180 persons. Weaponry numbering 93 pieces, silver dishes weighing 1 pood, 20-pound pewter dishes weighing more than 16 poods, 112 horses belonging to the Metropolitan Horses Farm, 5 carriages, 8 sleighs, and chariots, 147 books. From the Inventory of the Metropolitan Household, 1701, a most extraordinary document. It is free of any kind of historical inaccuracies. It simply provides an impartial inventory of the Metropolitan household property. However, it also begs a great many questions. What kind of properties did the Metropolitan have that required the service of 6 overseers? Why a whole 23 servants for 1 man? And were the 93 pieces of weaponry also intended for the conducting of church rites? Note that none of this was the monastery's property. It was just the Metropolitan's personal effects. The monastery had its own. Just who was such a large contingent of guards supposed to protect the Metropolitan from? He had more bodyguards than the first American president. The large contingent of guards, like the high monastery walls, were designed to protect the Metropolitan from the Russian people, of course. The walls of the Suzdal monasteries had no strategic significance in terms of military policy. But why then do almost all historical sources describe the high monastery walls with their embassures as fortresses designed to protect the people from the enemy? Why were not those so-called fortresses capable of holding out for at least a month? Because they weren't at all designed for defense against any external aggressor, let alone a smart one. For the soldiers under Genghis Khan's grandson, in any case, such fortifications were no more than a distraction. If the possessors of these monk fortresses had not acceded to the enemy demands for immediate surrender, the Mongols would have thrown up an embankment a little higher than the walls and dragged their stone-throwing devices up into it. There are many possible scenarios here. One of them involved putting a bag into the stone launcher attached to a long rope and launching the bag over the monastery wall. Before it hit the ground, the bag would become undone, showering the people hiding behind the wall with infected meat. After that, all they had to do was shoot the people as they attempted to escape through the main entrance gates. Hang on a second, I want to process that again. The only thing that the high monastery walls served as a protection against was their own people, the peasant serfs, or rather the monastery's slaves, who from time to time rebelled. It was none other than the Constantinople clergy who applied their lofty spirituality to the inculcation of the serf law in Rus. One document from Suzdal Museum archives attests to the following. Church holdings prevailed in Suzdale in the 17th century as they had before. Monasteries and metropolitan residents were major feudal landlords with enormous financial resources at their command, not to mention the free labor of many thousands of peasants. Thus, the Spaso-Yevamine monastery placed fifth amongst all Russian churches based feudal landlords. Its prosperity depended wholly upon land grants and contributions. In the second half of the 17th century, the earlier established fiefdoms did not increase in size as the inordinate expansion of monastery lands was held in check by the state. The peasants were subject to a double exploitation, first by the landowners, the corvée and tribute system, and secondly by the state taxes payable in both money and kind. Or take this quote from a similar document on the history of Svato-Pokrovsky's nunnery. The full and free life enjoyed by the nuns was made possible by the labors of peasant serfs and the enormous staff of servants. The land holdings of Pokrovsky's nunnery grew thanks to rich donations, grants on the part of the Russian most elite families, including princes and tsars. So, there we have it, more lands, more serfs, and more wealth. But let us return to the 13th century. What then actually happened with the arrival of Batu Khan's detachment at Suzdal, and where do traditions and love enter the picture? The population of Suzdal at that time was fewer than 4,000 inhabitants. It consists mainly of the prince's armed garrison and servants, craftsmen, and clergy, with their hosts of unpaid servants hiding from the people behind the monastery walls. All around Suzdal and Vladimir lived tens of thousands of peasant families who were the only ones capable of worthily resisting an aggressor. But they didn't do this. They didn't rise up in arms. They didn't go to the monastery walls to protest the clergy. To put it simply, they hatched the clergy. They hated the clergy. Note that they didn't hate God, only their oppressors. The people loved and revered God. It was for this reason that the people didn't rise to the defense of the city of Vladimir. Batu Khan waited 6 days before storming Vladimir. He waited until the news spread that it wasn't the people he was taking captive, but their enslavers. He waited and took the well-fortified city in a single day. It was to this and that he made the foray against Suzdal. The foray was of no military importance, but it served to deprive the authorities of support from the populace at large. And then, what did the Mongols do? Realizing that they could find no better overseas and tax collectors than the prince in collaboration with the clergy, they began to issue the prince's license to govern the right to collect taxes from the Russian people, a portion of which was to be handed over to the horde. Many monasteries were exempted from the taxation. All of this is confirmed by specific documents, just so people don't go pointing fingers at me or the scientists or secular historians. Let us turn directly to literature from the church itself. There is fairly decent historical books published by the Svato-Pokrovsky nunnery with the blessings of Evlogy, Archbishop of Vladimir and Suzdal, which states, Saint Fyodor, the first bishop of Suzdal, was from Greek family. He arrived in Rus in 987 in the entourage accompanying Saint Michael from Constantinople. Saint Michael baptized Grand Prince Vladimir at Korsun and subsequently became the first metropolitan of Kiev. After the baptism of the Kievians in 988, the prince, who had been accorded apostolic status, traveled around the Russian cities together with his sons and Saint Michael on the zealous proselytizing campaign. Bishoprics were established the Chernigov, Belgorod, Pereslav, Novgorod, and Vladimir Volinsk. As can be seen from these reports, as well as from other sources, foreign ideologists were descending upon Rus en masse, complete with hire bodyguards and the prince's own contingent. They began to travel around Russia's cities, breaking down foundations that had been in place for millennia, planting an ideology profitable to the church and government of the day, and establishing foreigners in charge of cities. Many historical documents testify to how the people resisted, though it appeared they were poorly organized and they did not expect treason on the part of their own prince. It was this treason that was largely responsible for the massive foreign invasion that befell Rus. The saddest part was that it was done in the name of God. What an incredible sacrilege. What if Prince Vladimir and the bishop from Constantinople actually believed sincerely in Christ's commandments? But subsequent events show that their real monsters were the exact opposite of God. They were the servants of this opposite, with the advanced ability to manipulate the people to subjugate to themselves their spirit and their will. They suggested to man, "You are God's slave," actually meaning, "You are my slave." And man began to forget that God was not and cannot have slaves. Man is the son of God, his beloved son. All the quotations reproduced in this book were taken from historical documents. I gained access to them not by going to some super secret archives, but simply by paying 15 rubles to get into the State Museum and 30 rubles for the right to take pictures. I photographed and the displays set up for general viewing. One of them was entitled "Monasteries as Ecclesiastical Feudal Landlords." And that is by no means the only official state source. There are many of them. One that experts are immeasurably greater influence, for example, especially on the young, is a grade 10 high school textbook published by Provinci in 2003 and recommended by the Ministry of Education of the Russian Federation. This is a high-quality publication under the editorship of A.N. Sakharonov and V.I. Boganov. On page 63 it says, "Along with this church persecuted the old folk pagan culture and came out against the Roman model of Christianity, calling it Latinism and apostasy. This damaged Rus' relations with countries confessing the Catholic faith and contributing to the Rus' isolation from Western European culture. Church faculties began to introduce slave labor. Some clerics and monasteries engaged in usury and victimized people. There were cases where predominant politicians active in the church took part in political machinations. Thus, there frequently arose a discrepancy between the words of the church and its deeds, and it provoked a feeling of discontent among the people. The textbook also mentioned that Prince Vladimir, who baptized Rus in 987, was the son of Svatoslav by a slave of his mother's name, Malusha. Consequently, he was accorded a secondary ranking among the prince's sons. It further states, Vladimir spent more than 2 years in foreign parts, and when he was approaching Novgorod, he had with him a strong Varganin contingent. He quickly took control of Novgorod and began preparing for his trek south. Along the way, Vladimir conquered Polotsk, where he killed the reigning Varnagin prince Ravogold and his sons, raping Rogovold's daughters Rangoneda and forcibly taking her to wife. The textbook goes on to describe how the Kievan prince Yaropolk, Vladimir's brother, came to negotiate with him. No sooner had he entered the hall than Vladimir's bodyguards ran their swords through him. We also read an account of the baptism and the imposition of the sacramental obligation to pay the church 10% of the tribute collected from the people. It should be remembered that at that time the church was in subjugation to the Patriarch of Constantinople. Russia still did not have its own patriarch, which means that 10% of the tribute money collected from the Russian people was at the disposal of Constantinople. Might it not be in historical facts like these that we uncover an answer to the question as to why the people didn't rise to the church's defense when Peter the Great closed a third of all Russian monasteries and melted down church bells to produce cannons, or when Catherine the Great went about secularizing, i.e. confiscating monastery land holdings, which meant that formerly wealthy monks were obliged to beg for food and live at the mercy of the Tsar. Or, when the Bolsheviks started killing clerics and blowing up churches, why some of the people themselves participated in the plundering of church property. My remarks on the subject of the church are based on these historical facts and documents. I have resolved to call upon sensible-minded members of the church hierarchy and its wise elders, who I am sure are out there to transform the modern church into a highly spiritual institution, one capable of helping society escape from its economic spiritual crisis. Love and the state of military preparedness. But what link can there possibly be, readers might wonder, between the conquest of Russia and love? The connection is quite direct. After seizing Russian lands, enslaving the Russian peasants, prohibiting rites capable of leading to love, the Constantinople assault force thereby began to hinder the formation of strong, loving families, and especially family domains. This meant, in effect, the immediate imposition of serf law. Love among slaves, as a rule, is a most unhappy love. In order for the feeling of love ignited in young people to be preserved, one's own space is required. If it is not there, love as a rule vanishes. And what space could be possessed by slaves? None at all. Let's think, why over the many millennia before the princes came to us was our territory never conquered? There was the Egyptian army after all, the Roman legions, but all these hosts, with all their well-trained and well-equipped soldiers, did not succeed in conquering our lands. To answer this question, let us suppose that Genghis Khan's troops had launched an invasion of pre-Christian Rus. At that time, the territory of our present-day country was inhabited almost exclusively by people living in family communities. At the approach of any army, no matter what its size, the member of the community would hide part of their food supplies, take the remainder with them, along with their household livestock, and head off into the forest. Their horses and cows were loaded up with family belongings. An invading army could come into territory only so far as the provisions they carried with them allowed, but this was already an army on its last legs. The return journey would be impossible. They couldn't go hunting in the forest, as that had to be done in small groups. Any large groupings would scare away the game. But once they penetrated the forest, small groups would quickly fall into traps and perish. They ate for the most part the meat of their own emancipated horses, whose numbers kept rapidly decreasing, so that any kind of movement became exceedingly difficult. Our ancestors would set up a whole bunch of clever traps all along the routes of the foe's retreat, both in the forest and on the rivers. For example, they would sink a huge tree with prickly branches and stretch a cable tied to the tree across the water and fasten its other end on the shore. Whenever a boat approached the spot, the tree would float to the surface and catch the side of the boat in its branches, and then sink again, overturning the boat in the process. In the meantime, the retreating soldiers would be met with a hail of arrows and harpoons launched from the shore. But when the retreating soldiers stepped out on the banks after gathering together the rest of the troops that had been spread out along the flotilla, there was nobody to be seen. The people annihilated any enemy that invaded their motherland. After all, they had something worth protecting. This was no abstract motherland defined only by a beautiful word, with not even a clump of native soil to back it up. They had their own family land, the same land that their ancestors had called home, and now it was where they lived along with their families, children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. And there was love in their families, and they protected their dear mothers, fathers, and children. They protected their love, and that was why they could not be conquered. Whew, I did it! Chapter 7. Stop. Chapter 7. Russia Erased. Anastasia's grandfather and I rode along in silence. As we approached Suzdal and could see its buildings in the distance, I said to him, "Look, There's Suzdale. It's a city around 1,000 years old, part of the Vladimir Suzdale Principality. In fact, it was one of the religious capitals of that period. And why are you going on there, Vladimir? I want to pay another visit to the museum and take a look at the ancient sites so I can get a picture of how people lived over the past millennium. Try to get a picture before going into the city. Everything that lies around it is worth immeasurably greater attention than the city itself. All around are just fields, I protested, with the occasional dilapidated village here and there. No information to help with the picture. Vladimir, stop the car. We shouldn't be talking while driving. Don't be afraid. I'm a good driver. I'm not afraid. I know, and so I better be quiet. I pulled over to the side of the road and stopped the car. After a few moments, I realized that I couldn't really drive and have this conversation at the same time. The difficulty was that, just like Anastasia, her grandfather sometimes spoke with certain special intonations, so powerful that the listener could perceive visible images, almost like holograms in space. This kind of speech allowed the possibility of showing scenes of the past or future, or even on another planet, as Anastasia once did. It's hard to tell just what is behind this phenomenon. Possibly hypnosis, possibly some kind of mysterious abilities enjoyed by people of the priestly class. Or maybe it was something possessed by everybody living on the earth back in ancient times. A talented actor on stage can also create all sorts of pictures and images for an audience with the help of intonations and his own emotions. Albeit not as vivid and detailed as those of Anastasia's, still it is actors above all others who confirm through their mastery the existence of such possibilities in man. It turns out that people of long ago didn't need television with a huge network of personal and technology, including satellites even. It turns out that in losing his natural, God-given abilities, man replaced them with awkward artificial substitutes, which are far less perfect. And he even boasts about it, calling his inventions a significant achievement. The saddest part is that mankind today is losing its capacity for logical thinking. This is more than just a sad state of affairs. It is a most frightful epidemic, capable of transforming modern humanity into a bunch of mad rodents, devouring one another and destroying their own living environment. Suicide rodents. What Anastasia's grandfather was to tell me in the field needs to be understood. It gives rise to the following conclusion. In losing the ability to think logically, the people of Earth no longer are able to see and understand the inevitable situation they are being pushed into. Judge for yourselves. I had stopped the jeep at the side of the road. The gray-haired oldster got out and headed into a field. I followed along behind. Before long, he stopped and bowed low to the ground, saying, "Health to your thoughts and aspirations, dear people." He uttered this greeting most sincerely and with such a tone that it seemed as though there really were people standing there in front of him. Then something happened that I can't put a name to, at least not for now. At first there was some sort of stirring in the air, and a barely noticeable mist rose from the earth. It seemed to be congealing, and soon afterward I could clearly see the outline of some kind of human figure becoming increasingly distinct. And finally there, standing before us, was an elderly man with a powerful physique. A headband encircled his light brown hair. He had a calm expression on his face, with just a trace of despondency. Behind him, in the distance, I could see gardens, copses, and beautiful wooden mansions. It looked as though the barren field of a moment ago were now populated with a whole lot of families. The man standing before us was speaking in inaudible tones to the Siberian elder. The vision lasted for several minutes, then it slowly began to dissipate, as though being erased by an invisible hand. What was being erased was a genuine Russ, not a Russ someone had simply thought up. The vision disappeared altogether when Anastasia's grandfather turned in the direction of Suzdale. He stood there silently staring toward the city, then turned to me and asked, What do you think, Vladimir? Was the original purpose of the city we see in the distance? What's thinking got to do with it? Everybody knows this from our history. Suzdale was where the clergy was cloistered. The first Christian bishop lived there. The monasteries and the Kremlin where the elite lived are still preserved today. That's a historical fact. Yeah, you're right. Historical, but all Russia's ancient cities have two histories. The original history is more significant. I guess we'll never be able to rediscover the original history. We shall know, Vladimir. You will figure it out through your own logic, and you will be able to see it. But start by determining the reason these cities sprang up, along with their original purpose. I would say their purpose lies in the fact that they made it easier to live together and defend themselves against enemy invasion. For example, apart from the clergy and the elite, Suzdale was home to many craftsmen. They produced equestrian harnesses, carts, sleighs, earthenware, pots, plows, and harrows. They would sell these items and live off the proceeds. What did they sell them to? Who did they sell them to? To the peasants, of course, I responded. That's it, the old fellow confirmed. They sold or bartered their handicrafts for produce. And the produce came into the city from all the many outlying domains. Yeah, of course. But which do you think came first? Which was primary in this place? The domains or the city? The domains, I would say. The builders and the craftsmen would want to eat every day. If they started to build things in the open fields, there would have been nowhere to get their food from. Correct. So we've come to the conclusion that a little more than 1,000 years ago, the fields around the city were the site of marvelous rich domains, and the place where the city of Suzdale sits now was the site of their Kapashi. What is Kapashi? It's a place where people gather together from all around for fairs to exchange goods and procure household effects. They shared experiences with each other. They put on massive celebrations with singing and dancing, and some of which were designed to help people find their soulmates. This was also the place the elders of the families gathered for a vish and adopted unwritten rules for living. They could censure a wrongdoer for his crime, although such instances were rare. Their censure was even a more fearful sentence than physical punishment. And who was in charge of this whole land? A hired hand. I really can't think of an alternative term. A hired hand was the administrator of Kapash, but he wasn't really in charge. Rather, he carried out the decisions taken by the elders. For example, when they desired to put in a new tethering post or a new road or build a big barn, it transpired that people from such domains, each domains would be assigned to carry out that decision. Sometimes a hired hand would be required to find other hired workers like himself. It was also his job to keep the whole Kapash clean and neat. Let's say they had a fair, and after it was over, people dispersed to their homes. Then the tethering posts might have had to be fixed, and the horse droppings cleaned up all over the place. This task would be carried out by the hired hand and his assistants. If he performed his work carelessly, the elders would sack him from his job, and then either the hired hand would go and look for work at another Kapash, or he would stay where he was, but be demoted to a hired hand's assistant. It was difficult for the elders to maintain hired help, as just about everyone wanted to live in their own domains. Thus, it might happen that hired hands for Kapashis could be acquired from foreign lands. The Vedras social order of Rus, before the princes rose to power, lasted for many thousands of years. It was superior to all the state social orders we know today, and it extended to all the continents of the earth. When the earth was overcome by corruption, Egypt and Rome fell into slavery, but the Vedras social order in Rus still lasted 5,500 years. But why did the Vedras social order give way to corruption, too? Which are the most interested in? Which are you the most interested in? Rome, ancient Egypt, or Russ? Pretty much the same thing happened in all three. If they're pretty much the same, then let's go for Russ. I already know that it was subject to external invaders, resulting in the destruction of the tradition and culture of the great Vedras civilization. There were invasions, but there's much more to it than that. The Vedra social order underwent its first change in other lands, back when there was no foe to invade. There were no armies, there were no wars or military campaigns, because there was nothing that could lead to them. The whole earth at the time was made up of marvelous domains. Peoples, culture, and concepts were truly outstanding. Everybody knew that to take vegetable or fruit out of someone else's orchard by force or stealth was not only improper, it was useless and dangerous to oneself. Only through produce that was given freely and with desire could benefit be acquired. Neither was it considered proper to take household animals from someone else's domain, by deceit or by force. A cow would not have let strangers come close, and somebody else's dog might have shown itself to be not a friend but a foe, and a horse might have taken the occasion to throw a rider if it were not its own. With concepts like these, who would dare invade? Such concepts made invasions absurd. Corruption in the main came from ignorance, or rather from treason or betrayal, even in little things, of the culture of one's forebears, their way of life. The family chain leads us to God. To betray one's forebears' meaning of life is tantamount to killing God within one's self. Yes, in Russ, of course, the people were deceived through the priests' well-honed manipulative techniques which are still active in our own time. Back then, the elders overlooked this subtle play, and their mistakes is still being paid for by subsequent generations even today. Chapter 8. The Elder's Mistake. From a hired hand to a prince. At the beginning of the present era, many countries were already ruled by the emperors, pharaohs, or czars. The former of government under which a large state is controlled by one man is unnatural. It has never brought and will never bring a good, happy life to a single nation on the face of the earth. This form of government benefits the priests, who manipulate countries through their rulers. It is difficult, after all, to negotiate with all the people at once, a lot easier to deal with just a single individual. Only in Russ they did not succeed in setting up a single ruler. Everyone there was guided by the tribal elder council. This council were not something that could be corrupted by or forced under threat into a decision that would lead to the oppression of the people. Who would make such an obscene decision for one's children? Several times through various subterfuges in different places, the priest's assistants attempted to set up a princely authority, a single ruler over the people. In this particular area, for example, events unfolded as follows. One day, a stranger from afar arrived at the Vedras Kapashi, situated where Suzdale is now. Like the wise men, itinerant minstrels, and craftsmen who was offering food and lodging. The stranger stayed 2 weeks, but did not engage in any useful activity. The hired hand in charge questioned him. "What useful contribution, stranger, can you make to our Kapashish?" And the stranger replied, "None at all, but to you personally I can render an invaluable service. I have heard rumors that the elders are not happy with you. In a year, maybe even half a year, you will be let go. If you take my advice, on the other hand, the elders will be crawling on their knees before you. You can have your pick of girls from any domain to wife, whereas right now there's not a single one that would live with you. I can make it so that it will be your decision and not those of the tribal elders that will be carried out." The hired hand in charge of the Kapashish. I don't want to say capiche because that's an Italian word to understand. let's say Kapshish. And part-time janitor agreed. He listened to the stranger, an agent of the priest, and the stranger proposed. When people gather for a fair at the Kapshish from all around and stay until the following morning, during the night you will cut your face with a knife and leave the Kapashi alone with your trustworthy assistants, so that you can return in the evening with broken-winded horses. During the night, I and my assistants, they are already here in the guise of artists and craftsmen, will take the horse away from their tethering posts, and you will bring them back in the evening, saying you recaptured them from the miscreants. In your wounded state, you will ask the elders for an armed garrison for their own protection. They will agree. You will take my companions into your garrison. They will all meekly obey your commands. The hired hand agreed to the criminal act. He did everything according to the stranger's proposals. When the wounded men returned home toward evening with the herd of stolen horses, he learned that not only had the stranger's henchmen stole the horses, they had also killed 3 people and burnt the smithy and a barn. The wounded hired hand appeared before the elders. He told how he and his assistants had given chase to the miscreants, but they were outnumbered and his assistants were beaten back. And then he began asking the elders for the resources to maintain a strong armed garrison. He asked them to grant him the authority to take the decisions on his own in the interest of general security. The elders were taken aback at the hideous crime and agreed to maintain the garrison. Only they were unwilling to pull their own sons away from the domains. So it was decided to bring in a stranger in form of garrison, and allot them a tribute from each domain. Other Kapshish followed their lead, and also began to create their own armed garrisons. Indeed, since they now had power, the hired hands began transforming themselves into princes. They started waging wars against each other, justifying this to the elders as a necessary preventative first strike. Sounds familiar. The princes supposed they had achieved considerable authority. In fact, for centuries now they have been strictly following the priest's advice, often without realizing it. Such a system of authority came together all by itself. The hired hand remained a hired hand. He merely exchanged masters. The new masters was exceptionally cruel to his hired hands. For thousands of years the priest's hired hands kept killing each other, conspiring and hatching their schemes, aspiring more and more lustily for power. You surely know yourself from history how many deaths the path in princely power is strewn with. They even restored to slaving their fathers and brethren. Pretty much the same thing came about in various countries, and little has changed even today. Thus the time of the princes had its start in Russia too, just as it had in other lands long ago. You know the rest of the story, I dare say, and the armed garrisons are still around today, still serving somebody else's interests. The armaments and weaponry may have changed, but the essence is still the same, and the crimes have not abated. They keep multiplying. They keep getting more and more sophisticated. The elders made a mistake. It is a mistake which, if you form your own political party, you will not want to make again. A mistake not to be repeated. What precisely was the elders' mistake, I asked. Was it in forming the garrisons with foreign mercenaries? But the way things have turned out now, a state can no longer survive without a militia or an army. The garrisons here, Vladimir, are not the underlying cause. It goes a lot deeper into the psychological. I don't know how to put it more clearly. It has to do with forgetting the precepts of our ancestors. Precepts. God's precepts. Think about it. God gave each and every one equal authority. Consequently, the only social structure that can claim perfection is one where which is no centralized authority, where every individual is endowed with equal power. When you give somebody your vote, you are not bestowing authority on anyone. By voting for someone, you are simply placing them in subjugation to the existing system and voluntarily relinquishing the authority God has given you. And over the centuries, most people's minds have been perverted in this job of the ruler and the government to deal with all important questions for us. They think these people's thoughts don't even touch the questions of the order of life. So that means that there's no longer any point in voting at all. We'll never establish a party that way. By laws we have to vote. Well, if you have it too, then vote. Make sure no one individual is able to control people's lives. If you're talking about the Vish gatherings they had in Vedras, I said, that's totally impossible today. People can't keep constantly coming together from different parts of the country. Besides, there's no way a party like that can ever get registered. Why do you need to come together? Just turn all the modern inventions at your disposal to a good purpose. Use any kind of communication links, the computer for example. As for a registration, isn't that a bit ridiculous for a party of the majority of the people? You ought to be registrars yourselves. Anyway, securing some kind of registration isn't the main point at issue. The main thing is not to allow the setting up of any centralized authority. Anybody working in the central apparatus, if it is absolutely necessary according to your law, should be strictly hired staff, with no access to financial control. Besides, money should never be concentrated in one place. But the law requires all parties to elect a central committee, I observed. So elect all party members to it, or at least every 10th person in the party. There's something else to think about here. I got really angry at first when you said the party's main goal was the restoration of love to families. I thought you were making fun of me, that you were trying to make me into a laughingstock. I remember. But now I've given quite a bit of thought to this question and have come to the conclusion that it really is not just one of the main goals, but the main goal, and that the question of finding one's soulmate requires specific conditions to be set up, special events to be organized. The rites of ancient Rush should be made public, and we need to get not only science but also culture and ideological propaganda involved in working out these questions. They need to be resolved on the state level. The decree of civilization of any given state needs to be judged on the basis of the number of happy, loving families living therein. Congratulations. On what? On understanding that. Congratulations are in perimeter. I can't for the life of me think of a way to formulate this goal without people laughing at his constitution, or at me, or at our future party. So let them laugh. What do you mean, let them laugh? If people start laughing, then I'll be the only member of the party with constitution like that. I will end up being an unregistered party with a laughable constitution, supported by a single individual, and an ordinary member of the party at that. Why just a single individual? There'll be at least two. I shall be supporting it as well. And the two of us will raise some money and hire ourselves an executive secretary. You serious? What? You're going to join the party too? No, I shan't be joining it. Anyway, as you point out, I can't be registered under your law, but I'll be supporting the Motherland Party with my whole heart from right there in the taiga. And if you're concerned about there just being the two of us, remember that all the great causes have always begun not with a mass of people, but with just a single individual. Years down the road, humanity will indeed laugh, but not at you. You'll be laughing at themselves. They'll be laughing at themselves, and they'll be happy. Okay, I'll try. I'll give some thought to drafting the Constitution, and I'll ask my readers to think about it too. If I were you, Vladimir, I'd ask Anastasia to tell more about the wedding rite. In the Vedras culture, after all, it began right at birth. How on earth could a wedding rite begin at man's birth? Vedras people consider the primary birth to be not the appearance of the body, but the illumination of love. Nobody in today's world can illustrate this the way Anastasia can. Ask her to recreate a picture of life in the Vedras family. I'm trying to make a voice for the grandfather because I want you to know the difference of who's talking as best I can. I shan't say where or how this meeting with Anastasia took place. I'll start right away to set forth her description to one of Vedras' family attitudes toward love. Whoever manages to make sense of it and feel the significance contained in the culture of their love may also be able, perhaps, to figure out the great wisdom and cosmic dimension of the Vedras rites. Chapter 9. The Creator's Greatest Gift. Childhood love. It was with childlike joy and inspiration that Anastasia began telling me about the Vedras rite associated with the energy of love. The activities of the Vedras people amounted to a continuous learning cycle. It was a great and joyous school of conscious beings. All Vedras celebrations could be described as tests of mind and skill. They all involved, one might say, reminders to the adults, as well as wise lessons to the young. But even during the days of inverse harvest gathering, the Vedras people, working with joyous heart, their work was imbued with meaning that went beyond material creations. Look, Vladimir, see, it's hay cutting time. A magnificent clear day. The whole settlement, from the littlest ones to the greatest, is heading out to the meadows with the first rays of the sun. See, there go 2 drays, carrying a whole family. Only the elder family members have stayed behind to keep the household animals company. But the guys, the young lads, are riding horseback, with only collar bands on the steeds, and long length of rope in their hands. On these horses, they will use these long ropes to cope with the task of dragging the stook of hay over to the main stacks. The stately mushrik in the carts hold their scythes poised, blades up, while their wives and older children sit beside them with their rakes, ready to start raking up the hay the men will be cutting. Also riding in the drays are some very small children. What for? Just for the fun of it, out of curiosity to mingle, frolic, and play, and to observe the grown-ups on this day. The people are by no means dressed in rags. See their clean white shirts, and the women wearing flowers entwined in their braids, and embroidered dresses. Why are they dressed in their best, as if going to a celebration? The answer, Vladimir, is that they are under no constraint to actually cut hay. They will have their own piles of hay backed in their respective domains, though naturally it does not hurt to have some community stacks in reserve. The main thing, however, the tactic proposed behind all the general activity, is to show themselves to work in their neighbors' eyes, to steal furtive glances at each other, and give a chance to the young guys and girls to get to know each other in common activity. That is why the young people, even from outlying communities, are so happy to turn out for the haymaking. Now it has begun. Look! The skidmen are moving towards steadily, all in a row. Not one of them must fall behind. Their wives are raking up yesterday's cuttings to be dried, singing as they work. The young people gather the dried hay into stooks. Those slightly older will build the haystack. See those 2 guys standing on top of the haystack? One of them is 18, the other 20. They are piling the hay on the stack which those 6 smiling girls are handing up to them. The guys have taken off their shirts. Perspiration is streaming down their tan skin, but they are trying to keep up with the merry girls below. There are 2 guys on top, and there ought to be 4 girls throwing up the hay from below, but it turns out there are 6 of them down there, laughing and joking, trying to drown the lads in hay. The guy further comes over to the haystack to get a drink of water. He has quickly sized up the whole situation. His 2 sons are trying to keep up with the 6 girls. They simply cannot afford to get done in. Besides, in the group of amiable laughing girls below there may be 2 brides for his sons. After taking a drink, the father calls up to his boys. Hey there, boys. I don't feel like cutting any more for now. How about I climb up there and help you? Seeing as how there are six down below instead of 4. Why, father, answered the elder son, not slacking off at a moment. There are 2 of us up here stacking hay. My brother and I haven't even got warmed up yet. It's as though I'm still asleep, added the younger, as he somehow inconspicuously wiped the perspiration from his brow. Down below, the light-headed girls took notice of his movements. One of them called out over the general laughter, "Watch out! Don't let the sleepy head get wet!" The father broke into a smile of contentment before rejoining the row of skidmen. The train of 4 steeds, which the young men were leading by the bridle, was on its way to the haystack from the farthest meadow. The last horse led by the youngest, whose name was Radomir. He had turned 8 just before the start of the summer, and was now into his 9th year. But the boy Radomir was very well developed for his age. But it was not only his physical height that elevated him above his peers. He had a quicker grasp of knowledge than did the others, and he excelled in festive games. And here at the haymakers he swelled with pride at having been given work usually assigned to kids just a bit older. He was in no way going to lag behind his elders. He himself was trying to bind up the stoop as quickly as possible, and the horse obeyed him. Even though he brought up the end of the train, he was still not lagging behind. Just a little distance away, a chorus of young children could be heard in play, over by the edge of the forest. As soon as they took notice of the trains of horses dragging the stooks, they rushed over to catch a ride on them. The kids rushed headlong to their goal. Only one little girl, barely 4 years old, lagged behind. The others had already reached the stooks when she took a mind to try a shortcut and anxiously started running across a swampy stretch of ground. This small swamp had almost dried up, but one could still find patches of elevated ground dotting around. The dear girl jumped from a hillock to hillock, very close to the horses dragging the stooks. All at once, however, trying to jump to the next patch of ground, the girl slipped and took a while to fall, scratching her knee badly on a stick and getting her dress and her face all muddied in the process. She picked herself up, but fell back at once and started screaming at the top of her lungs, smarting with annoyance at her plight just as the last of the stooks came by and began to recede into the distance. The stately youth Radomir heard the little girl's cries. He brought his steed to a halt and followed the sound of her cries to the swampy ground. Here he found a dear little girl with clothes and hands all muddied, sitting in the midst of a puddle, using her tiny fist to wipe away the tears and bawling with all her might. Radomir took hold of her under her arms, picked her up out of the puddle, set her down on a dry patch of ground, safe from harm, and asked, "What are you bawling for, little one? Is it that bad?" Still crying, she tried to explain through her tears. "I was running and see, I was jumping from patch to patch, trying to catch up, only I took a bad fall. All the stooks had gone, and I was lagging behind. Now all the other kids are having fun riding on the stooks, and I ended up in this puddle." They haven't all gone," Radomir responded. "Look, I'm still here, and there's my stook. If you can stop your bawling, I'll give you a ride on it. Only you seem to have got so dirty all over. Now stop that screaming once and for all," he demanded. "It's making me deaf." Radomir took hold of the hem of the little girl's dress. Finding a clean patch of dress, he put it up to her nose and commanded, "Come on, now blow your nose." Completely taken aback by this move, the little girl let out a loud and covered the front of her exposed lower torso with her hands. Now she bled her nose hard. 1, 2, and stopped crying, and Radomir let down the hem of her dress and stared with a critical eye at the filthy and disheveled little girl standing before him. "You'd better take your dress off altogether," he said. "Shan't?" she declared firmly. "Take it off." "I shan't." I'll rinse out your dirty dress in the lake. You can sit here in the tall grass while you wait. Here, you'd best take my shirt. It will go right down to your ankles. It'll be longer than your dress." Radomir rinsed the little girl's dirty dress in the lake while she wrapped herself in his shirt and peeked at him through the tall grass. As she sat there in the grass, the girl was struck by a piercing, frightening thought. She remembered once overhearing her grandfather telling her grandmother a terrible scandalous act took place in the next settlement. Some good-for-nothing lifted up the hem of a maiden's dress before marriage. If he lifted up her hem, it means he's crushed the poor dear's life. Her grandmother had sighed. The little girl decided that something must be crushed in her too. Now that a strange lad had lifted up the hem of her dress, she examined her little arms and legs, and even though they seemed to be in working order, nothing crushed her fear did not dissipate. If grandfather and grandmother believed that lifting up a dress hem would crush something, then something of hers must be crushed too. The girl jumped up from the grass and called out to Radomir, who had been rinsing out her dress in the lake. You're a dirty good-for-nothing." Radomir straightened up, turned toward the girl standing in the grass wearing his shirt, and asked, "What are you carrying on about this time? I don't know what you want. I'm telling you, you're dirty good-for-nothing. You dared to lift up the hem of a maiden's dress before marriage. You've crushed everything of hers." Radomir looked at the girl's mud-covered face for some time, then burst out laughing. After getting a hold of himself, he said, "Well, you've heard the song, but got it wrong. Sure, lifting up the hem of a maiden's skirt before marriage is a bad thing, but in my case, I didn't lift up the hem of the maiden's skirt." You did, I remember. You lifted up the hem of my dress." "Your dress, sure," Radomir agreed. "But then, you're not a maiden, are you?" "How come I'm not a maiden?" the girl asked in surprise. "'Cause all maidens have protruding breasts, but you don't. Instead of breasts, all you have are 2 little spots, which are hardly noticeable. That means you're not a maiden." "Then who am I?" the little girl asked distractedly. "You're still a little one. Now, you just sit there in the grass and don't say a word. I haven't the time to talk with you." Once again he stepped into the water, finished rinsing out the dress, then wrung the water out of it and laid it out neatly on the grass to dry. Then he called out to the girl, "Come down to the water, little one. You need to get your face washed." She came to him obediently and stood quietly while he washed her face. "Now, let's look at the stook, and I'll give you a ride." "Let me have my dress back first," the girl asked, almost in a whisper. "It's still too wet. You can stay in my shirt for the time being. I'll bring your dress along with me. It will have dried out by the time we get to the haystack, and you can change there." "No, give me my dress," the girl insisted. "Maybe it's wet, but I'm going to put it on anyway. It can dry on me." "Have it your way. Spruce yourself up," said Radomir as he handed her the wet dress and headed over to his horse. The little girl quickly put on her dress. She rushed to catch up with Radomir at the stook. "Here I am," she said, panting away, "and here's your shirt back. Okay. You're my bad luck charm. All the other lads are heading back already, and here I am stuck with you. Climb aboard." He helped the girl climb onto the stook. He took hold of the bridle, and they started off in the direction of the haystack. The little girl sat on the stook in her wet dress, jubilant as it whisked smoothly over the ground. She was riding the stook all alone, not in 2s or 3s like the other kids. She sat there still all by herself. Her face was beaming with joy, as though she had suddenly been turned into a goddess. If only her girlfriends could see her now, not as part of a train, but all alone. He was carrying her all by herself. She noticed the way Radomir led the horse by the bridle and couldn't take her eyes off his back. Her little heart began to beat faster. She felt a sensation of warmth permeate her whole body. Naturally, she was still too young to realize what was going on. She was in love. Oh, for the love of children! It was the ultimate purity, the precious gift of God. Only why does it sometimes make an early start and perturb a little one's heart? Why? What does it mean when it comes early like that? It turns out that there is truly great meaning in early love, something the Vedras people well knew. Upon arriving at the haystack, Radomir came back to the stook. "Climb down, little one. Don't be afraid. I'll catch you." Catching the little girl in his arms, he set her down on the ground and asked, "Whose kid are you?" "I'm from the next settlement. My name is Lyubomilla." "My sister and I are visiting, helping our brothers," she replied. "Go on, then. Go to your sister," Radomir admonished, walking away. He did not turn back even once to look at the little girl. She stood there, watching everything, how he untied the rope from the stook, climbed up into a barrel from where he could leap into his steed. Then he took off to a gallop to fetch a new hay stook. Love is a fully fledged member of the family. Little Lyubomilla returned home to her sisters. Oh, it's Lyubomilka. There's a K. I missed that all that time. Wow. It was already the family supper time, but Lyubomilka didn't want to sit down to the table. Climbing on her grandmother's skirt, she begged, "Can we go for a walk already together in the garden? Grammikins, I want to tell you about a miracle. Just you alone." Upon overhearing this request, the father protested. "It's not proper, daughter dear, to go off with the family about to sit down to the table, let alone take your grandmother with you." But then the father looked into his daughter's face. He broke into a smile. The Vedras people knew the grace of childhood love. They knew how to treat love kindly, to embrace it as a heavenly gift to the family, to refrain from making fun of it, and to respect its every trace. They valued the grace of its great energy, and so the diverse energies of love could come to them with great joy. "You and your grandmother go for a walk in the garden and eat some berries," said the father, feigning in the air of nonchalance. Little Lyubomilka sat her grandmother down in a far corner of the garden and right off began excitedly telling her story. "Grammikins, I was playing with my friends there at the haymaker, and they ran off to have a ride on the stooks. I didn't feel like joining them. I was minding my own business. All of a sudden, this most kind and handsome young lad stops his horse and comes up to me. Yes, indeed, Grammikins, he comes just as close to you and I are right now, and he was so handsome and kind. Here he stands in front of me and says, 'Little girl, I invite you.' No, he didn't say that. He put in another way. He said, 'Little girl, not only do I invite you, I beg you to take a little ride on my stook.' And I had a ride there. You see, Grammikins, has something happened with him?" "Something's happened with you, granddaughter dear. And what might this name be?" "His name be? I don't know. He didn't say. First of all, my little Lyubomilka, my Lyubomilka, tell me the whole story and try to remember the way it really happened." The way it really, Lyubomilka hung her head. "The way it really happened? I took a fall into a puddle. He came along and washed out my dress, and he gave me a ride in his stook. But I guess he never told me his name. He called me Little One, and when he left he never once looked in my direction." Lyubomilka finished her story and began crying. She continued through her tears. "I stayed standing there and watched him go away, only he never looked at me even once. And what was his name? Well, he didn't say. The grandmother gave her granddaughter a big hug, stroking her dark blonde hair as though stroking the energy of love within her, and she whispered as though saying a prayer, "O great energy of love, O great energy from God, turn and help my granddaughter with her grace, and with your grace. Do not burn her still immature heart. Give her inspiration to take part in co-creation." Aloud she said to Lyubomilla, "Granddaughter dear, would you like this very good lad to always have eyes for you alone?" "Yes, I would, Grammikins, I would." "Then you should not let him come to see you for 3 years." "But why?" "When he spied you, you were all dirtied up by the mud. He saw you as a crying, helpless little child. That's the impression he still has of you. In 3 years' time, if you yourself make the effort, you will be older, smarter, and more beautiful." I shall try the very best I can. Only tell me, Grammikins, how should I try? What plan should I follow?" "I shall share my secrets with you, granddaughter dear. If you earnestly try to follow them, you will be more beautiful than all the flowers on the earth, and people will rejoice at your presence. You will not need to wait to be chosen. You yourself will have your choice of lovers." "Tell me, Grammikins, and I shall do everything you say. Only tell me faster." Little Lyubomilla was trying to hurry her grandmother up, tugging impatiently at the hem of her dress, and slowly and solemnly uttered the words. The grandmother told Lyubomilla, "You need to get up early in the morning. You spend your mornings just lazing around. You should get out of bed, run to the stream and wash yourself with pure spring water. When you get home, have a little porridge to eat, but you will always demand sweet berries instead." "But Grammikins, why should I try doing all this at home if he's not there to see me?" Lyubomilla asked in surprise. "He won't see how I bathe in the stream and eat my porridge each morning." "That, of course, is something he won't see, but your efforts will be reflected in your outward beauty, and the energy will be made apparent within." Lyubomilla tried to follow her grandmother's advice. She did not always succeed, especially that first year, but on those mornings her grandmother would come to her, sit down on her bed, and say, "If you don't rise with the sun and run down to the stream, you will not become more beautiful this day." And Lyubomilla began rising early. By the 2nd year, she had become accustomed to the new regime, and easily went through the routine of washing in the morning and cheerfully eating her porridge at breakfast. Now the 3-year waiting period recommended by her grandmother was almost at an end. Only 1 month remained. People were gathering at the Kapashi from all around for this season's fair. Lyubomilla and her elder sister Yekaterina watched as carriages regularly passed by their domains on the way to the fair, and all at once they noticed one carriage pull off the road and approach their gate, where the sisters were standing, and lo and behold, there in the carriage, Lyubomilla recognized him right off. There, sitting with the other passengers and holding the reins, was none other than her beloved Radomir, looking just a little older. The little girl's heart began trembling when the carriage came up with their gate and stopped. An older gentleman among the passengers, probably the father, said, "Cordial greetings, my maidens. Please convey my respects to your father and mother and all your elders. We would like to drink of your kvass. We forgot to bring our own along the journey." Lyubomilla rushed into the house, calling out, "They send all of you greetings. Where is the pitcher? Our pitcher is with the kvass. Where is it? Oh yes, it's at the pantry keeping cool." And off to the pantry she dashed, overturning a pail of water standing by the door in the process. Turning around, she rattled off to her grandfather and grandmother. Not to worry, I'll mop it up when I come back. Grabbing hold of the pitcher, she ran out to the gate, where she stopped to catch her breath. Restraining her excitement, she opened the gate, walked out with stately stride, and handed the pitcher of kvass to the gentleman. While the father of the family was drinking the kvass, Lyubomilla kept her eyes fixed on Radomir, but he had eyes for Yekaterina. When his turn came to be handed the pitcher, he drank up the remaining kvass, then jumped down from the carriage and held out a pitcher to Yekaterina, saying, "Thank you. This kvass is prepared by kind hands." Lyubomilla watched as the carriage drove off, then running to the deep far corner of the garden, collapsed on the bench and began weeping bitterly. "Why so sad, Lyubomilla?" Grandmother had come over and sat down beside her. Through her tears, the girl told her grandmother what had happened. "They came to us and asked for kvass, and the boy was there who gave me a ride on the stook 3 years ago. He's even more handsome now. I ran and brought the kvass in a pitcher. They all took a drink and said how good it was. He took a drink too, and then gave the pitcher to Yekaterina. Not to me, Grammykins, but to her, my rival, Yekaterina. And it was her he thanked, not me. She's a real dingbat, that sister of mine. She must have been chatting him up all while I was getting the kvass." He looked back at her and even smiled. "My own sister, a rival, a real dingbat." "Why are you blaming your sister? She's not at fault. You are." "Why am I to blame, Grammykins? What have I done wrong?" "Listen carefully. Your sister made a colorful embroidery pattern which she neatly applied to the sleeves of her dress. You wanted to do everything yourself too, but on your dress the sewing didn't come out straight. Besides, your sister can speak in verse. She's better than anyone at singing colloquy, and you're unwilling to talk with any wise man who can teach you to recite and compose verse. The boy you've chosen, no doubt he's a pretty smart lad. He has an appreciation for beauty and intellect." "Does that mean I have to study another 3 years, Grammykins?" "3 perhaps, but it could be 5. True love will most certainly be reciprocated." 10 years went by. One day Radomir was walking through one of the regular holiday fairs with his best friend, who had the unusual name of Arga. Arga had a flair for creating marvelous pictures and doing fantastic wood carvings. He could fashion statues of clay that looked as though they were alive. This was the talent he had inherited from his grandfather. From his father was derived his blacksmith art. The two friends took little interest in the long rows of carts from their vast array of savory offerings, nor was the young men's attention attracted by the rows of assorted dishes and household utensils. In fact, people did not come to the fair for any material acquisitions at all. The main attraction was talking with others, getting to know them, sharing their experiences with them. The lads decided to head over to the place where they were getting ready for a colorful show by visiting performing artists. And suddenly they heard themselves hailed. "Radomir! Arga! Have you seen it?" Radomir and Arga turned around to see who was calling to them. 3 young men from among their community friends were standing a little distance away, engaging in animated conversation, and beckoning Radomir and Arga to join them. "Seen what?" asked Radomir as he approached. "That extraordinary shirt," answered one of the 3, "is made from smooth fabric and embroidered with very unusual ornaments. There's probably some secret meaning in them," the second lad corrected him. "The shirt's really good, but the girl selling it is much prettier. I've never seen a maiden like that at any fair anywhere." "So where do you find this marvel?" asked Arga. The 5 boys headed over to the carts displaying jewelry and ornaments, marvelous handicrafts, and fine clothes. One cart in particular had drawn a bigger crowd than usual. Everybody was admiring an exceptionally beautiful shirt hanging on a wooden hanger. The fabric was rippling lightly in the breeze, and people could see how different it was from the usual shirts made of coarse clothing, exuding, as it did, a feeling of lightness and tenderness. The patterns embroidered on the collar and the sleeves were extraordinarily delicate and fanciful. "The pattern like that is the mark of an accomplished craftsman," Arga said aloud in excitement. "Never find the pattern. Squeezes your way through the crowd and see who's sitting beside it," said the neighbor from their settlement. After making their way around to the other edge of the small crowd, the friends managed to approach the cart and catch a glimpse of the maiden. Her eyes were blue as the sky. Her dark blonde hair in a tight braid was tied. Her eyebrows were like 2 brown arches. Her lips betrayed just the faintest hint of a smile. Her movements were gracious, but seemed to be entwined with some kind of energy. It was some time before the lads could take their eyes off the maiden. "She's clever with her tongue, too," the tallest of them quietly observed. "She can speak in verse and comes up with witty sayings," another added. "She's kind of tender, but as aloof and inaccessible as high cliff. Try talking with her." "I can't," answered Radomir. "She's taken my breath away." Argus spoke to her first. "Tell me, fair maiden, are you the one who crafted this magnificent shirt?" "I am," the maiden replied without raising her eyes. "I wove this shirt to while away the boredom, to make the winter nights shorter. Sometimes I do some embroideries at dawn." "And what kind of price are you asking for your handiwork?" Arga inquired, so that he could keep hearing the maiden's tuneful voice a little longer. The maiden raised her eyes to look at the young lads, and it seemed as though her gaze was carrying them away into a heavenly heights. She set her gaze rest just for a moment on Radomir, thereby dissolving him, as it were, into the blue. From that point on he felt as though he were in some sort of unusual, unreal dream. "What price again?" "Let me explain," the beautiful girl sitting on the cart went on. "I can give this piece without payment, only to a kind and courageous young man. I shall ask only something trifle for myself as a souvenir. A colt, for example." What a beauty she is! And such a worthy reply. She's a true master." Loud exclamations could be heard from the crowd. "A colt, she says. Just a trifle. Yes, a real beauty, all right. No doubt about it." The exclamations went on, but the crowd did not move along. Then suddenly the whole throng divided into 2 halves. There was Arga leading a dun-colored stallion by a haltered rope. The steed was unbroken and hot-tempered and kept bucking and prancing on the spot. Whispers spread through the crowd. "Now that's quite a horse. Such a marvelous steed. Could the fine young man have decided indeed to give it away?" Arga approached the cart and said, "My father gave me this steed. I offered it to you, my beauty, in exchange for the shirt." "Thank you," the maiden calmly replied. "But I did say, and people heard me say, that the shirt is not for sale. I can only give it away to you, or perhaps to some other young man, fine and true." "Ah, the beautiful maiden is frightened." Mocking voices rose from the crowd. "Of course the steed is hot-tempered and too flared up to handle for many a young man. A while ago she was expecting a tame and gentle mare, and now she's got cold feet. She's just given up the game. So anyone should be careful. It's a downright shame when a steed is unbroken and hot-tempered." The maiden looked out at the crowd with an artful smile, and jumped down from the cart with an amazingly Latham style. At this point all the exclamations from the crowd ceased at once. The girl's torso was absolutely stunning, as though refined to perfection by a master artist. She stood before everybody, standing around in all her beauty, smiling at the steed She took 3 steps in Arga's direction, seemingly floating towards him, barely touching the ground. Completely taken aback, Arga suddenly let go of the halter rope. The hot-tempered stallion reared on its hind legs, but the maiden managed to catch hold of the rope with her hands, and then, to everyone's amazement, her left hand deftly squeezed the stallion's nostrils. Letting go of the rope, she began caressing the steed's muzzle with her right hand, and the hot-tempered stallion all of a sudden calmed down. She inclined his head towards the ground. At first he put up some resistance, but eventually began bowing to the ground. Lower and still lower, and then the steed suddenly fell to its knees before the maiden. The gray-haired oldster stepped forth from the crowd and said, "Only the old wise men know how to tame a beast like that, and not even all of them. But you are still a young maiden. What is your name? And whose girl are you?" "I am Lyubomilla, from the next settlement. And whose am I? Nobody. I am simply the daughter of my father, and here he comes, that strict father of mine." "If only I had been strict," said the father, who had just come back to the family cart. "What have you been up to this time, my little girl?" "Nothing much. I was just playing a bit with this little colt." "A bit? I see. Let the steed go. It's time to go on the road home." Love, too, was teaching in the Vedras school. What had happened to Lyubomilla during these years? Where had she learned such wisdom and agility all of a sudden? In the Vedras school? People studied them their whole life in this school, from their early childhood to their most advanced age. Every year they sat for exams. The school program had appeared right in the beginning of creation in all its many details, and then became further enriched over the centuries. The wisdom was imparted unobtrusively. The lessons were not at all like those in your contemporary schools. You once told me, Vladimir, about a certain expression used in your society. When it turned out that a child's mischievous and rude and bad behavior shows up in him, people would say that he was brought up by the street, that he's been granted too much freedom. The Vedras people had no fear about granting freedom to their children. It was common knowledge that the system of festivals and rites was so intricately and skillfully thought through that all children were absorbed in preparation for them. Even though it seemed as though they were playing, they were actually teaching themselves various disciplines, often without the help of adults. Examinations in the Vedras school were like one festival of celebration after another. With their help, the students taught the children, and they themselves learned from the children. Take the festival of Koloki, for example. During the festival days, children walk about and sing Koloki to all their neighbors. The verses and melodies, along with the accompanying dance moves, were all composed by the children themselves. Children started preparing for their performances long before the start of the festivals, eager to learn from the adults, their families, their peers, and the wise men as the best way of mastering verse composition, along with singing and dancing movements. Not all children had the same abilities, of course. Those that were not as quick to learn as others would ask their parents to tutor them. And sometimes parents found they could use their children's thirst for knowledge to draw them into helping around the house and grounds. A little boy might badger his mother, for example. "Grammikins, dear, read some verse to me. Please do read. I beg you. I don't want to fall behind and be worse than the rest. My friends might not take me with them to sing Koloki next time." And the grandmother would answer, I've quite a bit to do. Perhaps you could help me, and then I would be able to read you some verses this evening." The child would be eager to help all day long, and afterward would listen intently to his grandmother, and try to memorize all her verses or songs, and implore her to teach him the appropriate dance moves. Then he might implore his grandfather, and perhaps his mother and father too, to tutor him just a little bit, and he would be grateful to his parents when they offered him a lesson. Compare this approach, Vladimir, with the lessons children get in schools today. In literature, let us say. You are right, there is absolutely no comparison. The Vedras children aspired to become poets themselves, right from a very young age. The parade of merry festivals in the Vedras period was a system that helped people learn about the order of the universe, and in turn, teach their children the simple wisdom of life. The wise men were itinerant teachers and sources of information in regards to what was going on in the world. The Banes and bards, too, not only reminded people of events of the past, but gave portents of the future, commanding the world of marvelous feelings of reprehending unworthy ones. Such lessons were constantly taking place in every settlement, but nobody could ever compel their children to attend. It was felt that each teacher himself should attract children's attention to the stories of science he was planning to tell. Over the centuries, people such as these helped perfect the abilities of the wise men teachers. You asked, Vladimir, whether any wise men teachers, in an effort to attract children's attention, simply play some sort of game with them instead of actually giving them a lesson in science or the arts. Indeed, if such a thing were to occur, the wise man would be relieved of his wise man's status. In talking with their children at home, parents would perceive right off that the children had not been properly taught. News of this dishonorable conduct would be made known in their settlements, and no matter what community he thought to visit, he would probably be asked to leave. Before the appearance of love within herself, the little girl Lyubomilla made no attempt to attend the wise men's lessons or listen to the songs of the bards and banes. The parents would not have forced their children to attend, but might drop a superstitious hint or at an appropriate occasion. It was love that enfolded little Lyubomilla in its energy in Vedras families. The appearance of love was greeted as a new member of the family sent by God to help them. And they knew how they could, in harmony with love, make the little girl's life marvelous. This is why the grandmother advised Lyubomilla to go and study with the wise man, not just to study for the sake of studying, but with a specific purpose, to become the very best she could be for the one she loved. Lyubomilla consented, and decided that the next time a wise man presented himself who could teach people to sing songs with a beautiful voice, she would indeed go to see him along with her friends. But the wise man they needed never came. Lyubomilla decided she would simply go listen to the next wise man that showed up. She did, and began to listen to his lecture. This wise man began talking about the specific functions of various plants, the fragrance these gave off, and about how plants could be used to treat man's diseases. What do I need for this? Lyubomilla thought to herself. Indeed, this is neither here nor there. Everyone knows how to treat. Mama, grandmother, sister, they all know, and even if I should learn more than anyone else about the various herbs, how will that be noticed by my intended? He'll never notice it. So Lyubomilla listened to the wise men without paying too much attention. She sat there in the log simply for her girlfriend's company, and sometimes she would get up, walk out and wander about the little glade. She was glad when the wise man ended his lecture and everyone made ready to go home. Then all of a sudden the elderly wise man turned to Lyubomilla. Tell me, little girl, you did not find my presentation interesting? It's just that it's really of no use to me. It does not fit in with my secret aspiration, little Lyubomilla informed the wise man almost in a whisper. The wise man teacher broke into a faint smile. The precarious old fellow knew all about little girl's secret aspirations and remarked, You know, little girl, you may be right. I can allow that this knowledge has nothing to do with you right now. After all, you are still pretty young. But for older girls, I explain how they can become beautiful and create a space of love for the one they love. When he sees this space of love, he will definitely want to know who was able to co-create such beauty, and he will be so excited to meet whoever steps forward as its creator. I shall also reveal to the maidens the secret of how to weave a garland, how to prepare the tea of herbs of their beloved, and what to use in washing in the morning to make their bodies smell flower sweet. I shall further be explaining. Little Lyubomilla listened to the elderly fellow and began to regret more and more that she had not gone to his classes. He stayed in the settlement for more than a week. He revealed to the maidens important secrets which she knew nothing about. And Lyubomilla asked the wise man, "Are you going to be staying much longer in our little settlement?" "I shall be on my way in a couple of days," he responded. In a couple of days the little girl could not hide her disappointment. In 2 days. Then I would kindly beg of you to spend your last 2 days with us." "I have already accepted the invitation to other homes," responded the wise man. "But if it means so much to you, yes, I very much need to learn from you about the different herbs." Each evening the old wise man spent his whole time talking with the love-smitten Lyubomilla, who knew that the inspiration of love would help this little girl grasp the essence of the subject in a day or so, while even a year might not be enough for some others. When it was time for him to leave, Lyubomilla escorted the wise man to the outskirts of the settlement, and he told her, "After me, another wise man will be coming here. He will be talking about the stars and the moon in the sky, about the sun, and about worlds invisible to our eyes. Whoever succeeds in understanding him will be able to light a guided star in the skies of her beloved, and that star will shine for them both forever." Then all come a wise man who knows how to tame wild beasts, indeed, how to render even the most headstrong steed obedient to your beloved and faithful friend to him. A bard too should be coming to you. He knows how to write verses and come out with such songs that many people will fall in love first with the voice, then after that everything expressed in the song. And he can also teach dance. "Tell me, please, which wise man should I not bother going to hear?" Lyubomilla suddenly said to the old fellow. "After all, I can't spend all my time listening to wise men." Once more the old fellow cleverly concealed a smile and answered the girl in all seriousness. "Yes, you're right. If you go hear all of them day after day, then there simply will not be time enough to play. You do not need to go and hear every single one. Why, for example, would you want to learn how to draw or embroider clothes with ornaments and imbue them with meanings that only your heart knows? Why would you need this kind of teaching if you have a sister, and she, I believe, will turn out to be an unsurpassed master thereof? And why would you, for example, go and learn how to instill feelings of kindness in a shirt you sew, a shirt that will protect its wearer from many ills? Or learn how to make fresh porridge with love for your dear ones, which will satisfy not only their flesh, but their souls as well? The taste of that porridge will be unsurpassed, but that is something that can be done to perfection by your sister's friend who lives next door. And when you want to obtain a beautiful dress or a shirt to present to someone as a special gift, a gift that will arouse everyone's elation, you can always ask your sister, and she will come up with a marvelous creation. And if in the end you want to treat someone to an extraordinary dish of porridge or kvass, you can always ask your sister's friend." "I shan't ask anybody," Lyubomilla suddenly blurted out, even stamping her foot, quite forgetting herself. "Those are my rivals." "Rivals? In what way?" the old fellow asked in all seriousness. And Lyubomilla did not blush but respond. "There's this boy. He's the best of the bunch, only he doesn't pay any attention to me. 'Cause these dingbats managed to grow up ahead of me. They kept smiling at him all the time. I saw it when they danced at the Kavod, at the Kapashi, and I'm supposed to present him with a shirt my sister made, and kvass prepared by Her girlfriend? No way, never. But why should it not be that way? You say it's the best of all the lads. He's the best of all the lads. He's the best, that I know for sure. Then answer me, why should not the best lad receive the very best shirt as a gift, and the best porridge, and the kvass besides? The old wise man then paused, and very quietly, almost to himself, he said, I think it's only just for him to have the best bride of all. Bride? Lyubomilka's cheeks flushed. Yes, bride, replied the wise man. Indeed, should you not wish him only good, let him have the best bride of all. Lyubomilla looked at the wise man, not able to utter a word. She was filled with feelings which set her on fire, and suddenly she began running off. But after a short distance she stopped, turned around, and cried out to the wise man, I agree, he does deserve to have the best bride of all, and that bride will be me. Lyubomilla eagerly paid a visit to every wise man that came to the settlement thereafter. She was always the first to arrive and the last to leave, and the wise men could hardly believe the surprising questions she asked. She memorized in her head everything the men of the wise men said. In learning situations, this is possible only when a child not only simply attends the classes, but actually comprehends where he will apply the knowledge received. When instructions proves too grueling for the pupil, it can be counterproductive. When a man has a specific goal that can be mastered through the study of various disciplines, learning for him become an exhilaration, and the assimilation of knowledge proceeds 100 times faster. And when love enters into the equation, the resulting of effects is unsurpassed. Love is capable of scanning the thought of any wise man. Just a few words spoken by the teacher can be sufficient not only to explain the whole subject to the pupil in the blink of an eye, but even beyond that, to further engage his thinking. Love, a great energy, the gift of God, was paramount in Lyubomilka's instruction. Back at home, the little girl followed her mamma and grandmother's dinner preparation with great eagerness. She had them explain all their actions in full detail, and tried her own hand at creating various dishes, and the little one came up with some rather unusual creations. Once in Monasteries, a group of relatives had come to join in meal. 2 stacks of pancakes stood on the table, one of them cooked by the girl's mother and grandmother, the other by little Lyubomilla herself. The guests found her pancakes much tastier than the others, and this now not so little girl watched from the corner of the room as her stack of pancakes began disappearing faster than the other. When the whole family sat down to the table on the weekday, grandfather would be the first to taste the cabbage soup from a wooden spoon, and he would say, I know for certain who made this soup. It has a pleasant and tender taste that no one else can match. Hear, hear, the girl's father added. Not only does it contain flowers from unusual herbs, but there's a feeling in it. Little Lyubomilla found learning the disciplines no chore at all. In her life she became a craftsman without peer. She herself blossomed into an extraordinary beautiful woman. For the first wise man she had learnt without realizing it the truth of great love. If you wish to be close to God, become a goddess yourself. Chapter 10. Pre-wedding festivities. The children grew up. The time came to search for soulmates. Festivities were a great help to young people in these important undertakings. Young Vedras people would gather in the evening at a designated place, usually just outside the settlement. They would light a bonfire, chat among themselves, or sing songs, and once a week there would be a common festivity involving 3 or 4 settlements, all told at one of their favorite spots, where they would similarly light a bonfire, sing songs, and chat among themselves. But there were some festivities which were especially useful in helping young people find their soulmates. While such festivities were outwardly quite simple, their simplicity harbored a great inner significance. Rashuka. There was a game called Rashuka. For example, young people lined up in pairs, one couple after the other, took each other's hands and raised them high, forming an arch overhead. To start with, boys were paired with girls. Boys were paired with boys and girls were paired with girls. The first pair, or anyone left without a partner, would go to the end of the stream, and bending over pass under the arch of raised arms to the head of the line. Those passing through the stream were not supposed to look up. They were to slap somebody's arm at random, thereby selecting him or her as a temporary partner. Whoever was selected followed suit, and the two of them then stood at the end of the line of couples. Those left without a partner went to the end of the line and chose a new partner in a similar fashion. The game was simple, but think about it, Vladimir. Upon clasping hands for the first time, the young people could convey a great many feelings for each other without words: recognition, gratitude, and love, or on the other hand, revulsion. As the game went on, the couples switched, and it was easy to compare which pair of hands held the most pleasant feelings for you. Chastushka, Gavorshka. This ancient wedding game was the most complex of its kind. Modern chastushki, which people still sing today, are derived from it. The game known as chastushka Govarushka can be described as follows. 2 rows of people stood facing each other. One row was made up of a young man, the other of young maidens. The last girl in the row dedicated a 4-line chastuka to the last chap in the men's row standing opposite her. Her singing would be accompanied by dance movements. Directly she finished, the rest of the girls quickly stamped their feet twice and clapped their hands 3 times. And if the lad standing opposite her did not succeed in composing or recalling from memory a worthy response, the girl started singing a new chastuka to the next young man in line. If the lad managed to come up with a worthy answer in the time allotted, the conversation would continue between them with the use of poetic witticism. But that did not happen very often. In spite of the fact that young Vedras people knew a great many verses, still not everyone was able to think up a worthy reply in the brief time available, especially since their rivals were trying their hardest to distract them from the sidelines by all stamping and clapping. At one of these get-togethers of young people from different settlements, Lyubomilla was present. Radimir's 5 friends, who had caught a glimpse of this extraordinary girl at the fair, kept stealing glances at her. His closest friend, Arga, could not take his eyes off her at all. When the Rashukko game began, the usually bold and decisive Radimir walked under the couple's raised arms with the full intention of taking Lyubomilla's hand and making her his partner. But all of a sudden he got cold feet. He could feel her as he passed by between the 2 others. He would have felt her even if his eyes had been closed, but as he approached the spot in the stream where she was standing opposite her girlfriend, he slowed down ever so little and found himself moving as in a dream. He ended up choosing a lad from a neighboring settlement. His friend Arga, however, turned out to have more self-confidence when it came to his turn to pass through the stream. Arga picked Lyubomilla right away, grabbing her hand, and took up a position with her at the head of the line of couples, much to the envy of all the other young men. Afterward, they questioned him. What was it like when she held her hand? Did she squeeze it tight or not? I don't know, Arga replied. I cannot remember aught. It just seemed as though my hand caught on fire. Touch and see for yourself. It feels still hot. What a gal, the fine young lads exclaimed in amazement on the spot. She's so hot with passion. It's as though she's burning with a flame from some mysterious fire. Radimir in turn had heard all of this without saying a word. His own internal yearnings had been burning for some time. Ever since that day he first discerned this wondrous girl at the fair, he had been thinking about her day after day. First thing upon waking in the morning, she even appeared to him in his dreams, but even there it seemed he could not bring himself to touch her. Always successful in any undertaking, Radomir had a reputation as a poet, but now all of a sudden even the simplest of words to describe her utterly failed him. When the Chashtuka Gavrushka game got going, he stood in the middle of the row of young men next to his friend Arga. Lyubomilla was almost at the end of the maidens' row. When it came her turn to sing and dance the Chastuki, she began her song with ease. At once it was clear to all that here was an extraordinary maiden indeed, impossible to beat. She switched themes in a flash. She sang couplets no one had ever heard before. One after the other she won over all the young men, even though she herself was the youngest of all. When it came Arga's turn, he was still able to give a response to the crafty maiden, not without a bit of a glitch. He replied to Lyubomilla with a quatrain, but she, without even waiting for the stamping and clapping, suddenly changed topic and offered up such a smooth new witticism in verse that Arga was completely thrown off the track, and it didn't even attempt to counter with one of his own. Next it was Radomir's turn. Lyubomilla began singing to him, jauntily, dancing to the rhythm of her verse. Bold and eloquent you are, much you know, ah yes. Do you recall how in the lake you once washed my dress? Some listeners laughed, thinking Lyubomilla was making a joke with her couplet. Some, including Radomir himself, could not figure out what it was all about, and not being able to figure it out, he found it impossible to offer any kind of answer. So Radomir could give no response to Lyubomilla. When the stamping and clapping came to an end, signifying the deadline for reply was up, he realized that it was time, that his time had irretrievably gone. This was something he could not allow. As though completely forgetting himself, he now began moving toward Lyubomilla. First one step, then a second, then a third. By this time he had come right up close beside her. Everybody fell silent, wondering why the rules of the game had been defied. Radomir stood silently before Lyubomilla, and all at once, against his background of silence, everyone standing in the rows heard Radomir's utter, with audible aspiration, the Vedras declaration of love. With you, my marvelous goddess, I could co-create a space of love to last forever. Everybody waited with bated breath to hear what response this fiery-tongued maiden would come up with. But all of a sudden she became very meek. At first she deferentially lowered the gaze of her fiery eyes, but then raised them again. Tears began rolling down her cheek, and she whispered, I am ready to help you in your grand co-creation. Finally Radomir recognized in the maiden standing before him the same little girl whose dress he had washed in the lake so many years ago. He recognized her and took her by the hand as they walked along side by side. They no longer had eyes for anyone else. The two rows of young people stood facing each other in silence as they watched the couple's love head into eternity. Chapter 11. The Wedding Rite. The Vedras wedding rite, Vladimir, is something you already know about. You wrote about it in the Book of Kin. Let me remind you of the essence of these great acts. It was the lovers' task to jointly choose a place for their future domain. They would simply go about beyond the perimeter of the settlement where he lived with his parents, and then inspect the area around the settlement where she lived. And there was no need for the lovers to let their parents know of their intentions, as everyone in the settlements had an awareness and comprehension of the deed that this was leading to. On their chosen plot of land, measuring the hectare of more than lovers drew up plans for their real life together. Their task was to mentally envision a house and arrange a whole lot of plants so that every part worked together with each other in harmonious precision. Lyubomilla and Radomir quickly found a spot for their future domain. As though by mutual agreement they had each gone outside the boundaries of the settlement to a spot where there was a small grove of trees and a stream, flowered by almost unnoticed from the small spring. Radomir had been here before. He had sat here alone, dreamt about the future, about his future life together with his beloved. Lyubomilla had twice come by on her faithful fast-running horse without Radomir. She herself, without knowing why, had once halted her horse by the stream, walked over to the grove, let down her hair, put on a headband, and stood for a long time by a goodly young birch tree. Now the lovers stood on the spot together. "I was really pleased when I came here on my own," said Radomir. "I would very much like to continue our family line here." "And I like this place too," Lyubomilla whispered. Earlier the next morning, as soon as the dawn broke, Radomir brought to the place they had selected more than a dozen rods in a cart and long willow shoots, along with some small posts with scythe. No sooner had he begun to cut the grass than he saw Lyubomilla approaching on her steed at a gallop. Radomir was absolutely delighted at the sight, and his heart started trembling. The beautiful girl leapt down from her horse before it had come to a full stop, 3 meters short of the as yet unmarked boundary line of their plot, and dashed over to Radomir. "I greet you with the dawning day, Creator," she said, to Radomir, smiling. "The day has turned out to be a fine one, and I decided to bring along some colored ribbons to mark out the place for our future plantings." "Thank you for brightening the day," replied Radomir. The lovers did not kiss nor even embrace. According to Vedras custom, anything like that was not seemingly to do before the wedding, and there was a considerable significance to be perceived in this. They did not make a daily routine out of kissing and embracing before their children were conceived, and therefore, when the moment of conception arrived, their energies were at their peak potential, and they never set up dates for themselves. Each one would visit the selected spot on their own whenever they wished. Radomir was always the first to arrive with each day's dawn. Lyubomilla would follow suit on her steed. Within a week, Radomir had constructed a shelter resembling a magical little house. It was 2.5 meters wide and 3 meters deep. He dug the rods into the ground, made the walls out of the interwoven branches, and covered it with a combination of rods and branches. The lovers covered the whole thing with dried grass, and Lyubomilla spread a fabric cloth over the interior walls and ceiling, and she made 2 beds with straw on the bottom, hay on top, each bed covered with a cloth. When the magical little house was ready, the lovers would often rest and spend the night there, but they did not enter into any intimate relations. Such intimacy before the wedding, before creating the nest, was considered an affront to their future children. Besides, young people had a lot to keep them busy. Radomir brought a large board on which he carved the plan for their plot, indicating all the points of the compass, including the rising and setting of the sun and the risings of the moon. Wind, speed, and direction for both daytime and nighttime were also recorded. Lyubomilla would often go to the perimeter of the plot, where she would stand for a long time, picturing in her mind their future plantings. She would also check with Radomir's plans to make sure they would not have any harm from the wind or shade. When winter came, Lyubomilla made less frequent visits to their love domain. She would spend her days weaving fabrics in their parents' homes and embroidering shirts of Radomir with love. But Radomir came again and again to their future domains. He continued to obtain the note down information on wind movement and memorized how the snow lay in the plain. This is how the Vedras people over the years made a weathered calendar. Every Vedras family had boards inscribed with such plans and were able to accurately describe the weather to come from a year in advance, 2 and 3 years ahead even. It seemed as though it would have been easier to copy a calendar like that from one their parents had made, but it would not have been entirely accurate. The landscape would be just a little bit different, and a copse or a hillock might be able to protect a plant from the wind. The wintertime snowdrifts, too, could be different. By the time spring arrived, the design was already complete in Radomir and Lyubomilla's thought, and in early spring they began once more to live in their little house. The task now before them was to mark out all the planting areas with posts, ribbons, and branches, and harmonize their ideas with each other. Radomir also had to dig a well and a fence off the water spring. There were only 2 weeks left until they could put the seedlings into the ground, and the lovers began preparing for the wedding. First they went to the settlements where the groom lived, and then to the bride's. They would pay a visit to every house, inviting its residents to their wedding. In every house their arrival was eagerly anticipated. Everyone wanted to see their love and decide on a gift for their future living home. When the young couple visited a garden, a house, or a household courtyard, they would speak briefly to the residents, just a sentence to each one, something like, "Oh, what a splendid apple tree you have. Your cat has a knowing look." Or, "Your bear is a real worker. Very considerate." To any resident hearing the lovers' praise, a tree growing in the garden or the household cat, this was a sign of appreciation of the resident's worthy life. It also indicated that the young couple, too, would like to have a plant or an animal like that. The couple was not invited into the house, nor given anything to eat. This was not just a random practice on the part of the Vedras people. It would not have been deemed considerate for the young lovers to refuse an invitation for a visit and a meal. But if they had started making extended visits, they would not have had enough time to go around to all the families before the wedding. Arga, who had known Radomir from childhood, broke the rule slightly. When the lovers paid a visit to his house and began talking with his father, Arga suddenly ran off and fetched a marvelous colt from the stable, the one that had earlier caught the fancy of the whole settlement. He started talking excitedly. "Please accept this steed as a present from me, just as before. He has not let anyone near him since Lyubomilla made him submit that day at the fair." The father gave his son a sly smile and said, "Perhaps, Arga, you are not letting any horse breakers near your steed. For some reason you don't seem to want to break him in yourself." Arga replied, slightly embarrassed, "I haven't been breaking him in. I decided to leave this stallion forever free, but now I've changed my mind. Take this steed as a present from me," and he handed the reins to Lyubomilla. "Thank you," replied Lyubomilla, "but I cannot accept this steed, seeing as he is already accustomed to another. But if he has a colt, we shall gratefully accept it, indeed." When the young couple had completed the rounds of the domains, the wedding day that had been announced to all finally arrived. Young and old began hastening at daybreak to the designated spot. People lined up along the perimeter of the plot of land, which the young couple had staked out with dry branches. Right in the center, next to the shelter, a little mound rose out of the ground, decorated with flowers. Radomir mounted the hillock and excitedly outlined the plan for the future domain before the gathering. And each time the young man pointed to a spot where some sort of plant was to grow, someone would step forth from the circle of listening and go over to the place Radomir was indicating, and this man held in his hands a seedling of the plant Radomir had named. And each contributor which stepped forth was accorded a bow from the people in turn. A bow! I can't read. After all, each contributor had earned the young couple's praise during the visit of the domain for having been able to grow a marvelous plant. This meant he was worthy of the praise of the Creator, the Father of all, and all-loving God. After announcing their design, Radomir came down from the mound and went over to the spot where Lyubomilla was following the the whole procedure with excitement and trembling. He took her hand and led her solemnly to this little mound where the lovers now stood together before the whole gathering. Then Radomir once again addressed the crowd. I was not alone in creating this space of love. Here beside me, and standing before you, people, is my marvelous inspiration. The girl, or more appropriately a maiden, initially lowered her gaze before the gathering. Every woman has her own beauty, but there can be moments in every woman's life when she shines above the rest. Such moments are absent in our modern culture. But back then, now Lyubomilla raised her eyes to focus her gaze on the assembly. The excitement of the whole throng before her merged into a single exultation. The girl's face shone with a radiant smile, not of impudence, but of courage. She was filled to overflowing with the energy of love. Her cheeks were aflush with a brighter than usual glow. The people in the whole space around them were captured by the warmth radiating from her luxuriantly healthy body and her sparkling eyes. For a moment everybody froze in rapture. The young goddess stood before the people, shining in all her beauty. The people in turn could only admire the most delightful vision. This was why the maiden's parents waited before beginning their solemn procession, accompanied by the elderly and the young members of the whole family to the mound where the loving couple was standing. Stopping at the mound, the family first bowed to the young couple, and now the mother asked the maiden, her daughter, all the wisdom of the family lies in you, your daughter. In you, my daughter. Tell me, do you see the future of the land you have chosen? Yes, mamma, I see it, replied Lyubomilla. Tell me, daughter dear, the mother continued, do you like everything about the future you have shown? You have been shown. I really do like the design, but still I should like to add this just a little something. Quickly jumping down from the mound, Lyubomilla all at once ran through the crowd to the edge of her future garden, where she stopped and said, Here is where an evergreen should grow with a birch beside it. When a breeze blows from that direction, it will first meet the branches of the pine, then the birch, and after that the breeze will ask the trees of the garden to sing a tune. It will not be repeated exactly the same way each time, but it will always be a delight to the soul. And here the maiden added, running off a little to one side, here flowers are to grow. First there will be a blush of red, then over there, a little later, violets will spring up, and burgundy over there. Lyubomilla, all aglow like a fairy, started dancing around her future garden, and once more the people remained in the circle, set themselves in motion, hurrying about to carry the seeds in their hands to the spot on the ground the high-spirited girl had pointed out. Upon finishing her dance, she once more ran up to the mound. Here, standing next to her chosen one, she said, Now, the space here will be splendid in its sheen. The earth will produce a most marvelous scene. Tell me, daughter, for all to hear, her mother once more addressed her, who will be crowned to reign over all this marvelous space around? Of all the people living on the earth, upon whom could you bestow the crown? Turning to her fiancé, the bride responded, He is worthy to wear the crown whose thought is able to create a future that will be splendid all around. With these words, the girl touched the shoulder of the young man standing beside her. He got down on one knee before her, and the girl solemnly placed on his head the most beautiful crown, a garland woven from nice, sweet-smelling grasses, by the maiden's own hand. Then running her fingers thrice through her fiancé's hair with her right hand, she took hold of his head with her left and drew it a little closer to herself. Then Radomir, now crowned, stood up, while Lyubomilla ran down from the mound and bowed her head, ever so slightly, before him in a sign of meekness. Now, as was the custom, the young man's father, accompanied by his whole family, made his way over to the mound. As they approached, they stopped in respect, and the father asked his son, who was standing over the whole assembly, Who are you? Whose thought is capable of creating a space of love?" And Radomir replied, "I am your son. I am the son of the Creator. A crown has been placed upon your head, a sign of great mission to come. You are wearing the crown. What will you do as you reign over your domain?" "I shall create a future that will around most splendid will remain." And the father asked again, "Where will you gain the strength and inspiration, my son, and crowned son of the Creator?" "In love." Another question? The energy of love is capable of wandering through the whole universe. How will you manage to see the reflection of the universe love on the earth? "There is one girl, father, and from me she is the reflection of universal love on the earth." With these words the young man came down to where Lyubomilla was standing, took her by the hand and led her back to the mound, whereupon the two families merged into a single group, sharing hugs and jokes and laughter. Then the young man thanked everyone, and they all began to plant their living gifts in the spot Radomir had indicated earlier. Those not assigned to a specific spot set about to walk around the perimeter of the plot, which had already been marked out, and to the sound of Gravard threw the seeds they had brought with them into the ground. Within the space of a few minutes a marvelous garden had been planted. Once again the young man wearing the crown held up his hand, and then, when all was quiet, said, "Let all the creatures given to man by the Creator living together with us in friendship, and those who had brought animals as gifts approach the shelter carrying a kitten or a puppy, or a wee calf on a lid, or even a bear cub." Arga, Radomir's friend, gave them the colt he had promised. Then people quickly fashioned tree branches into wicker fence to attach animal pens to the shelter, and soon the dwelling, which just a short time ago had been used by people as sleeping quarters, was now filled with animals who were similarly young, and there was tremendous significance in this, for in mixing with each other this way, these animals would forever live together in friendship, caring for and helping each other. That's what I did, raise my puppy and kitties together at the same time. After accepting the gifts, the young couple once again thanked everybody, and then a joyful celebration with songs and gravats began. The young people, however, withdrew with their families, each to their own houses. They would not see each other again until after 2 nights and 1 full day had passed. During this time, the best craftsmen of both settlements carried the pre-built framework of the log house to the new domain, put a roof on top, laid down the floor, and filled all the seams with moss and grass, and the women placed their best fruits of their harvest in the new home. The 2 mothers covered the bed with linen counterpane, and by the 2nd night, every last one of the visitors were gone from the domain. The energy of love lingered over it in anticipation of the young lovers' coming. "Look what happens, Vladimir," said Anastasia. After finishing her account, the Vedras family, in this case little Lyubomilla's family, accepted the appearance of the feeling of love in the little girl as a gift of God, and they treated the appearance of this feeling as that of a new member of their family, sent by God, as a helper in raising of their little girl, perhaps as a primary helper. As the result, the girl's grandmother helped her understand that the great energy of love wanted of her, pointing to concentrate actions in a simple language comprehensible to a child. The little girl was inspired to start learning various disciplines, the pristine wisdom of being, and worked to perfect her own spirit and body. Who was primarily responsible, Vladimir, for Lyubomilla's success? Her grandmother, the wise men teachers, the girl herself, or the great inexhaustible energy of love? I would say that if you took away the energy of love, when all the participants in the girl's upbringing would hardly be capable of bringing even half of that down. But without them, the energy of love would have a hard time setting the girl on the right path all by itself. So then, what happened was a joint co-creation, and joy was shared by all from its contemplation. Well, that is precisely what God wants of man. I agree, the wedding rite itself is a festive masterpiece altogether unsurpassed in beauty, significance, and rationality. If you compare it to modern wedding rites, it looks as though we've all transformed ourselves into a bunch of occult idiots. What are you young people left with today after a modern wedding? Memories of gadding around in a car for some reason to the eternal flame, a drunken spree in a cafe or restaurant, cries of gork, gorkle, 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 and public kisses wasting energy that should be saved for the conception of child. Whereas after the Vedras wedding rites, the couple is left with just memories, but with an actual house built with joy. Is left not with just memories, but with an actual house built with joy by the finest craftsmen, a garden with multitude of growing things, planted by the hands of relatives as well as friends and neighbors who contributed to the young lover's design. In reality, Vladimir, they are left with actual space of love, a sacred living, truly divine nest where the conception of child may subsequently be expressed. The witnesses at a Vedras wedding rite comprise not just two friends as happens today, but all the relatives from the whole area, and they create designs not on pieces of paper, but in living creation on the earth. The young people in turn sit an examination together, describing their design for their future domain in front of the whole community. I would say their presentation is on an incomparable higher level than today's doctoral dissertations. Of course, the materialization of living space, the house, the homestead, the beauty of the actions used to create these all play an undoubtedly important part. But there is one incredible aspect that is just as important. See who actually marries the young couple? Not the parents. Not some random official in the civil registration office or a priest whom they often see for the first and last time. Lyubomilla herself places the crown on Radimir's head in front of the whole gathering. This is an act that God's children are indeed entitled to fulfill. It is a psychological factor that is not as simple as may seem at first glance. A man who lets his love be registered by some random person is already relieving himself on a subconscious level of the responsibility for the subsequent fate of his family. Lyubomilla, by contrast, takes this responsibility upon herself. There are many formalities placed between modern couples registering their marriage and God. These include the blessings by the parents, the registration at the civil office, and a priest in the church. By contrast, nobody stands between the Vedras couple and God. Consequently, their marriage can be blessed only by God himself, and even before the crowning, he really makes this into an actual manifestation. He sends them mutual love. The Vedras people knew how to accept it and make it eternal. And what happened, one might ask, before conception in the Vedras period? Okay, stop there. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Conception. And it's freezing. Okay, there we go. The wedding rite had now taken place, but the young people did not simply hop into bed to engage in the wedding night activities we know about today. Following the drunken spree, their relatives did not make them lie in bed and then display the bloody sheet to the wedding guest in the next morning, as has been done in many wedding rites, especially in Kashkas. The young lovers went off each to their respective parents' homes. They slept and then made their ablutions. And in the execution of this whole custom, there is a great significance. The excitement associated with the approval of domain designs quickly passed. The excitement associated with the wedding itself, where their attention was totally occupied with each other in a climax, may have had a pleasurable dimension, but it was still accompanied by a degree of nervous tension. At their parents' homes, they rested and slept off the excitement, while of course still thinking about each other. 2 days later, they experienced their first encounter as husband and wife, and by this time, everything was ready for the conception of their child. It was not just a question of material benefits, the house, the warm enclosure for their animals, the vegetable garden, and the orchard were all very important, of course, but equally important was the mental and physical state of a young couple. Radomir awoke before dawn, and without a word to anyone, he put on his garland and picked up his shirt that had been hand embroidered by his mother. Then he headed off to the spring-fed stream. The moon illuminated his path through the pre-dawn darkness, while garlands of stars twinkled in the heavens. After washing in the stream, he put on his shirt and quickly made his way to his sacred creation. The heavens began to brighten, and there he stood alone on the spot where the two villages recently celebrated their joy, the place he created through his dream. The power of the feelings and sensations within a man at such a moment can scarcely be comprehended by anyone who has not experienced them at least once for himself. It can be said that these sensations and feelings are divine in nature, and they have increased in quivering anticipation of the first ray of dawn in which, there she is, his most marvelous Lyubomilla, illumined in the dawn's ray. She ran to greet him and their co-creation. The vision incarnate ran to meet Radomir, while perfection, of course, knows no real limit. It seemed as though time had suddenly stopped for the two of them. Enveloped in the mist of their feelings, they entered their new home. The table was spread with delicates and tempting fragrances of dried flowers wafting from the embroidered counterpane on the bed. "What are you thinking about right now?" she asked him, in a heated whisper. "About him, our future child," said Radomir, as he gave a quiver as he looked at Lyubomilla. "My, how beautiful you are!" No longer able to contain himself, he very tenderly touched her shoulder and cheek. It was not just that Lyubomilla and Radomir felt a joy in their hearts. They kept looking at each other in silent delight. "My husband," Lyubomilla whispered to herself, without making a sound. "My husband, I thank heaven and the whole universe. O righteous God, what happiness you give to people, the happiness of living a life in love." "My wife," Radomir thought as he looked at Lyubomilla. He closed his eyes and opened them again, as to see her all of a sudden afresh, as though she were the best vision in the world, as though the most important goddess in the world had appeared before him. But it was not just as though he saw the goddess Lyubomilla before him. Radomir saw a goddess in real life. The warm breath of love enveloped the twosome and carried them away to heights unknown. Nobody in a million years would ever be able to describe in detail what occurs between him and her. When people merge together into one for those purposes of co-creation and bring forth the image of themselves and of God in a mutual impulse of love. But the god people of Vedras culture knew for certain that when two people are joined together by an unexplainable miracle, each of them subsequently maintains his or her individuality. At the same time, the universe shudders at thought unexplainable moment upon seeing the vision of the infant soul tripping barefoot through the stars, making its way to the earth, thereby embodying in itself the twain, pulse, a third, in one. The dawn progressed into a happy day, and the sun was rising over the earth. It shone more brighter with its delicate ray on the spot where the gods stood on the earth, and the energy of love, God's gift to the earthly gods, illuminated them with a light greater than the sun, invisible radiating blessings, and the energy of love celebrated in joy. Is this energy intelligent? It is. Like all feelings, particles of mind, it was considered by God to be the most important of all. When the grand creation of the earth was given birth by God, he told love, "Hasten, my love, hasten, do not stop for rational contemplation. Hasten with your last spark, envelop them with your great energy of grace." all my future sons and daughters in your embrace. And now, when Lyubomilla and Radomir's conception took place in love, love called out to God. You are invisible, great Creator, but your children are invisible. I too was invisible. Now my reflections on the face of your children I see. They are yours, and, in a way, mine to be. I want to nurse their children and understand how you, great Creator, were able to foresee when you gave to them, as a gift from you, the whole of me. How you could likewise foresee earthly grace. Show yourself in all your beauty and grandeur, for all your children to see. God responded to love in a whisper of a barely noticeable breeze. I myself would not presume to distract my children from their grand and inspiration co-creation, and I beg you, my love, do not burn these young hearts in an impulse of your own delight. I remember how with the grace of your energy you once set me alight. I feel you are also burning our children with your delight. My God, I do not burn, I only warm them. When you said our children, I gave just a little shudder, and for a moment my energy in turn increased in me. But I restrained them. I declined to burn them. You distinctly said our children, which means they must also be at least a little bit mine. Those who are born in love will understand who their mother and fathers are. It might not be easy, Vladimir, to understand, but you must try. The intimate relations involved were by no means the lead factor of the Vedras' conception of children. What people do in bed today, calling it love-making, is merely mockery of love and a debasement of God. The satisfaction of fleshy needs lasts but for a moment, and I would venture to say that it cannot compare with even 100th part of what was been determined in God's plan for man. The Vedras people did not see each other as an object of fleshy desire. They saw something quite different altogether. When the desire came to Lyubomilla and Radomir to create a child, they did not see him as being separate from themselves. The culture of feelings was quite different in those times. The husband and wife in their love saw in each other their own child, and consequently their caresses were quite different from today. People were not drawn to each other by the passion of copulation, but by the grand aspiration to co-creation. And Radomir embraced Lyubomilla almost as his own child. He tenderly stroked her hair with his hand, touched her supple breasts, gently caressed her shoulders, and kissed the palms of her hands. Her hands touched his face and his shoulders. She tenderly clasped him by the neck and drew him to her breast, as though comforting a child. There are many treatises in the world which try to teach the subject of intimate copulation, but there never has been and never will be a treatise capable of outlining the Vedras' approach to conception. The lovers' bodies were not the focus of attention. The body simply carried out people's wills and desires. People at that moment found themselves living in a different dimension. When the great and worthy act was accomplished, they returned to the earth. The satisfaction they derived was no fleeting fancy. It remained with them eternally, as though lifting man one step higher in the direction of divine perfection. At the actual moment of conception, Radomir seemed to be in a state of oblivion, as though he had not yet returned from a dimension he had yet never known before. He kissed Lyubomilla as though she were his own child, and fell asleep in a blissful dream. Men cannot help but fall asleep, perhaps because of an intimate desire to return there once again. But Lyubomilla did not sleep. She felt within herself, or so it seemed, an extraordinary particle of being. She rose from the bed and went over to the window where the sun was streaming through, dividing the windowsill into bright and shadowy sections. Shady sections. Lyubomilla ran over to the line with her finger where the light and dark met. She took off the flaxen ribbon encircling her wrist and put it on the same line. The Vedras people always marked the day and moment of conception. Then, on the spot where the wedding took place, they planted a tree. whose trunk would be sure to grow straight. A second tree was planted at the moment when the border between light and dark coincided with the flaxen ribbon marking on the windowsill. The second tree was planted in the shadow of the first. This act allowed them to forever remember the moment at which they conceived a child. A horoscope calculated from this point will always be more accurate. The Vedras people knew about the positions of the planets and their influence on the flesh. Nevertheless, in spite of the planets, they were able to accomplish successful deeds, since it was a great energy that they possessed. Subsequently, they poured the birthing water there and buried the placenta there on the earth. And when he got older, a man would go to sleep in the same spot on the anniversary of his conception. The position of the plants slightly varied from year to year, and a man could feel all the information coming from the cosmos on the night of such a sleep, not with his mind, but rather with his feelings, in his subconsciousness, right up to God's creation of everything earthly. And if there were any sorrows or disease, the dream could eliminate it all on the spot with ease. But only very rarely could any disease of the flesh affect the Vedras people. The place of the conception served them as a place to sleep and to become consciously aware of the whole order of the universe. Chapter 13. Telogamy can be overcome. Anastasia, I heard that the wise men knew how to overcome the phenomenon of telogamy, i.e. the consequences of previous relationships. If a woman has had a prior relationship with the first man, as is now known, will undoubtedly exert an influence on the appearance and character of a child fathered by another man, the woman's husband, for example. If they go through the wedding rite you spoke of, does that mean that the consequences of the woman's previous relationship will be eliminated once and for all? Vladimir, the child does not always have to resemble the previous partner. When the new events in the woman's life and the sensations of her feelings are sufficiently bright, the information about prior unsuccessful relations will be erased. Still, the Vedras people had a right which could help erase old unwanted information. It purifies both the man and the woman, and the three thoughts must participate. Whose thoughts those are, try to guess on your own. It would be better for you to tell me yourself, Anastasia. My brain is overtaxed, as it is from too much information. Fine, I shall tell you, but it is very important that people learn to draw the conclusions they need for themselves. At some point they will learn, but for right now you had better explain it, seeing as how the question is so important. Then give me a full formulation of a question as to what interests you. What do you mean, a full formulation? Vladimir, you are aware, are you not, that this phenomenon touches not only women, but in equal measure men? A man's previous relationship can also exert an influence on his future children, and the most upright and chaste girl can bear a child which is not her own, if the man is not a virgin. You know about that, Vladimir? Yes, Anastasia, unfortunately I do. I read how one soldier, on his way home from an army service, had too much to drink at the railway terminal, and slept with an Asian prostitute. He came back to his village and married a girl who had been waiting for him. They produced a child who had swarthy skin and slanted eyes. Everybody started blaming the girl, but there wasn't a single Asian anywhere in the vicinity. I thought, though, that it wasn't really that necessary to bring up the subject of men. It is vitally necessary to talk about men, too. They are, too, play the principal role in the rite. The rite consists in this: the man must set up their bed in the open air under the stars on the spot where the couple lived in natural surroundings. He should prepare the bed for himself and the woman, They should fast for 3 days and sleep 3 nights under the stars. And before they go to sleep, each time the man should wash the woman and himself with spring water. The man should rub the woman down with flaxen fabric, but not rub himself down, just get the water drops off himself with his hands. The man should be still wet when he lies down in the bed with the woman. During those 3 days, they should not let themselves indulge in intimate relations. While they are falling asleep under the stars on the first night, they should forgive each other for all past transgressions, and right away, right from that very first night, visualize their future child. The man should think about how their child should be like the woman, and the woman about how the child should resemble the man. After these 3 days have gone by, they are free to engage in fleshy intimacy, while the planets will erase all the information they might be harboring about the past, about children that have never been conceived. Just a sec, I want to read that again. Okay. But before entering into intimate relations, the man has an obligation to place a garland upon the woman's head. In the normal Vedras wedding rite, this is done by the girl. She places a crown on the head of her chosen one, but in this variant, it is the man who is to crown the woman. This rite does not necessarily pertain to couples who have jointly sought out and found their own domain and have started to live in it. Why not? The search itself and the first 3 days of preparing the site will purify them if they spend 3 days thinking of their future child without actually conceiving it. Anastasia, what about the third thought? You did say 3 thoughts had to take part at the same time. Yes, I said that, and in the case we are looking at, there are 3 thoughts. But the third night, while the man and the woman are sleeping under the stars, they were already receiving help from the thought of their future child. And where might he have been? Where all children await earthly embodiment before conception. So here, Vladimir, is a whole rite which a great wise man came up with and freely offered to people. He himself rejoiced at how effective the rite proved to be, and there was a subsequent increase in the number of happy families. Do you understand everything, Vladimir? And can you now try your hand at telling people about this rite? Of course I understand, and I shall tell it all in time. And you will not add anything to this account of mine? No, I shan't. Then I can say that the rite will not be effective. In what way? Why not? There is no participation on the part of our ancestors' thought. Yes, I remember your grandfather saying that we need to apologize to them. I shall remind my readers of this, although it's still not entirely clear to me why it is up to our generations in particular to apologize. After all, we were not the ones responsible for hiding their culture from people's eyes, or for its demise. Of course, one could think that we are not to blame, but it would be better if a different thought came to mind. A different thought? What kind? Upon our generation has fallen the great honor and grace of restoring the culture of our forebears, to bind up the torn threads that have remained linking us with them. Only then will great discoveries begin to take place among mankind. Only then will their thoughts be able to help ours. For now, their thoughts, in view of our lack of understanding, feel constrained to withstand this. Feel constrained to withstand us. Chapter 15. The Psychology of Man's Genesis and Appearance in the World. In regard to this question, I have to say right off that according to Anastasia's information, the process of conception and carrying a child, as well as its appearance in the world as a man, is not primarily a physiological, but a psychological one. It is the highest form of joint creation between a man and a woman. It is the apex of achievement of their thoughts, feeling, and intellect. Initially, such an affirmation met with some skepticism on my part, as indeed I think on the part of many of my readers, so I shall reproduce here my more detailed dialogue with her on this topic. Anastasia, how can you say that it is mainly psychological? After all, it is a real material fetus that developed in the mother's womb. The woman experiences actual physiological sensations, sometimes even painful ones. There have been lots of popular scientific books written on the subject of carrying a child and its appearance in the world, and these often go into great detail about what a pregnant woman should do, how she should act on a psychological level. When you come right down to it, physiology is primarily, after all. Yes, sadly, such an opinion has indeed been thoroughly rooted in human society. It means that the principal component of the human self has been either relegated to the background or eliminated completely. The result is that people have come into the world who are, in essence, quite the opposite of God's likeness. Think about it, Vladimir. The fetus in the mother's womb lives and develops not because someone has written a bunch of treatises on the subject, but because this was the original thought of the Creator, indeed of nature. To interfere with this eminently perfect process is tantamount to replacing what is natural and perfect by something that is artificial and less perfect. The physiology involved in the information of human flesh was pre-programmed by the Creator and is quite capable of developing all by itself, without bothering the mother or father with the need to control this process. On the other hand, the psychology and philosophy of birth, a process on an immeasurable higher level, is wholly dependent on the mother and father. It is a joint creation by man and God. The appearance of pain at that moment of birth is a sign of erroneous psychological approach to the birth process on the part of the parents. Many animals give birth to their offspring in natural surroundings, and none of them perish or experience suffering. Nor did the Creator come up with any thought of pain for his most beloved creation, man, just as loving parents would never conjure up the thought of pain for their children. As she fulfills her highest purpose, that of co-creating God's man, the woman who has carried the divine child within herself receives a reward ordained by the Creator. This reward is a feeling of bliss and the chain of joyful ecstasies during labor, but certainly not pain. Quite the contrary, the process of giving birth to a man should be a joyful and pleasant one. It is man himself, deceived by the occult scientists and suggestions from the dark side, who by his own instructions has made childbirth painful for the mother and a fatal shock for the baby. What's this about a shock, Anastasia? A shock fatal for the baby at that. The baby just gets born. Yes, it gets born, but it does not understand why it is being so rudely torn out of its pleasant and perfect space, and why its mother suffers and experiences pain. The mother's pain occasions to untold mourning on the part of the child. What is it possible for a mother to give birth without any pain at all? Not only is it possible without pain, but with a supreme and most pleasing joy and delight. This reminds me when I was in Australia, and I was at the Nexus conference, and there was Leonard Sharskin, who is the editor for these books for Canada, and there was also this woman there that I met that was in charge of orgasmic childbirth. It's a thing. You, Anastasia, our modern medicine is equipped to do just that. Anastasia, our modern medicine is equipped to do just that. It can guarantee an almost painless childbirth with the help of anesthetics. Anesthetics can lessen the mother's physical pain, Vladimir, but they increase the mental pain for the infant. Since anesthetics cut him off from contact with his mother, such a state instills in him fear, and a lack of self-confidence which continues even into adulthood, even into his most advanced years. They prevent him from being born again. But why does something like that happen? When a man is living in his mother's womb, he feels a coziness there. He feels comforted, cared for and peaceful. On the physical plane, his needs are completely met. He is free of the problems plaguing man in everyday life. He is allowed to experience the whole order of the universe. Over the 9 months, all the information about the marvelous order of the universe, about man's purpose right from the beginning of creation, is imparted to him. The world he knows inside his mother's womb is vast and marvelous. And then all of a sudden, something rudely tries to thrust him out of the world of supreme grace. Every woman knows this means the labor has begun, an inevitability, or so it seems, and hence people do not think about the effect it might have on the infant. Few women in today's world realize that they do not have to frighten their baby. On the contrary, they can caress their child during labor, talk with it, express their thoughts to it, invite it to be born into the world, and this needs not be accompanied by any sensation of stress or pain. After hearing the call of his mother and father, the child will perceive the labor contractions as a caress, an invitation to make his appearance of his own free will, to explore a world that is brand new to him. To be born of his own free will, that is an indication of great and extraordinary significance. All the information imparted by God during a child's birth, this will be preserved in him. When the woman experiences fear over her labor, this fear is felt by the child in the womb. When the woman experiences pain from her labor troubles and has thoughts only for herself, the child in the womb experiences double the amount of pain. He feels abandoned and, above all, helpless and defenseless. Such feelings are harmful, and they are lasting. They wipe out the information the child has earlier received about the grand creation, since they are in contradiction to it. In this kind of birth, the child feels for the first time in his life that he is not the master of the universe, but worthless, nonentity, subject to some kind of external forces. His body is born, but the spirit of mastery and of a kind creator is not born in him. Such a man will not become the likeness of the divine. A mere slave of some other entity he will remain, and he will try his whole lifetime to free himself from slavery, but in vain. Earthly czars, presidents, along with their bodyguards and service staff, are likewise the slaves of circumstances. They think they are deciding something of importance, and try to make their life a happy one, but life for them only becomes more and more unhappy and hopeless, like the ever deeper blackening of both the air and the water. This thought of hopelessness suggests that the birth by pain interferes with human society's ability to make the right decisions. Yes, Anastasia, a birth like that presents a very scary picture. Maybe that's why some women today opt for cesarean section. That would prevent something like that from happening, eh? Nope. It still happens. One could hardly explain such a procedure as the birth of a man. It is more like a routine operation, who is thereby causing the man to emerge into the world. The mother who has not given birth to the child, or the surgeon who has torn the fetus out of the mother's body. The infant who has not yet appeared in the world suddenly loses contact with his mother, and consequently with the whole order of the grand creation. Then he is forcibly torn from the womb. For what? Where to? And why so rudely? And why is he not in charge of anything himself? The whole world crashes before him. People believe a child is born into the world while he, at the moment of birth, feels himself forlorn, and while it seems as though this infant man has thrived, what has remained alive, in fact, is only his flesh. He will try to use what paltry remains he can reclaim of his spiritual substance to search for his divine self throughout his life. And for this, only his father and mother are to blame. Anastasia, as I understand it, it is on the woman and on the way they carry the birth, their children, that the whole future of our offspring, do not mention the future of human, not to mention the future of human civilization, depends. Is that true? It is true, Vladimir. But no less, in fact, in equal measure, does human birth depend on the men, on the fathers. When a man brings a child into the world. Hold on there, Anastasia. Explain what you mean when you say a man brings a child into the world. After all, men cannot actually give birth. They are physically incapable of giving birth. There is a trap hidden in there, you see, Vladimir. In accepting the suggestion that birth is mainly a physiological procedure, the majority of people have thereby excluded the Great Spirit, the Father, Creator, from the birth process. More specifically, they have excluded God, the Father, from the birthing mother's labor. It was God's absence that first God reflected in the woman, in the form of labor pains, and subsequently of general human suffering. Can you explain in more detail the man's role in labor, and why is excluding man tantamount to excluding God? Should the father or the man attend to his wife's labor? Is it quite unnecessary for the man to attend to the labor? It is sufficient for him... It is quite unnecessary for the man to attend to the labor. It is sufficient for him to be by her side, but that is not the father's main purpose. But what then is his main purpose? To comprehend that, you must realize that the mother's womb nourishes the flesh of the fetus conceived in her from her beloved male partner. It feeds the flesh, and that is important indeed, but it is not the most important factor. The fetus reacts to the conditions and feelings not only of the mother, but in equal measure to those of the father. When the husband talks with his pregnant wife, the fetus conceived does not understand the parent's words. It does not really comprehend the meaning of the words uttered to their full extent, but acutely perceives the feeling of the parents. Sometimes a man is led by an impulse of tender feeling to caress his pregnant wife's tummy, or to put his ear to it and hear the baby's movements. Caresses like that are pleasing to the woman, but the fetus inside her, it would seem, does not perceive them physically, but it feels them on an immeasurably greater level. The feeling of the baby's mother and father come to him in a flood. He receives them with great joy, with supreme bliss. On the level of feelings, the fetus takes account of thoughts as well. When parents wait for their child in love and harmony and keep thinking about him, then from the very moment of conception, he constantly dwells in the father's and mother's energy field, and this is pleasing to him. It is through the mother and father's feeling that the child feels the surrounding world outside his mother's womb. If a father at his pregnant wife's side hears and exalts in the song of a nightingale, the fetus in the mother's womb will feel both the song and the father's joy. After he is born and grows up, he will continue to delight in a nightingale's song, just as he did in the womb. If the father or mother suddenly takes fright upon beholding a serpent, the child once born will be frightened at the same sight too. In the womb, of course, he could not actually see the serpent, but through what his parents see, the information about it will be stored in his subconscious throughout his life. When a father, Vladimir, skillfully sings songs to his pregnant wife, their infant will sing no worse than his father as he grows up. If a father starts contemplating the stars in his mind, their offspring after birth will show an interest in the stars. I have also heard, Anastasia, of how a certain composer played a piano for his pregnant wife, repeating over and over again a tune he had composed which had caught his wife's fancy, but later the composer divorced his wife before the birth of their son. When the child had grown a bit, his mother put him in a music school, and one day she heard him performing his father's tune. The amazed mother decided that her son had somewhere discovered an old musical score, since this tune had never been performed by any concert, and the score had never been published. But upon entering the piano room, she saw that he was playing without any score at all. She asked her son, "Who taught you to play this piece, son?" "Nobody," the boy replied. "I just heard it somewhere, but I can't remember where. I like it. What about you, Mama?" "I like it too, very much," replied the woman, and asked her son how he could have memorized it, since in school he had never started playing new works right off, even from a score. "No, never right away, but this one took hardly any time at all to learn by heart. For some reason, it just seemed to be inside me. I want to continue it and add to it at the same key." The boy continued to develop his father's melody, which he had heard in his mother's womb. Like his father, he too eventually became a composer. Wow. That is a good example you cited, Vladimir. It is by no means the only one. Many examples point to the fact that child raising effectively begins right from the mother's womb, and even a little bit earlier, before the conception even takes place. What do you mean earlier? Prior to conception, after all, there isn't anybody there yet. Remember you were telling me about teleology, Vladimir, about how a child born to a woman may resemble the first man in her life, rather than the father with whom the material conception took place? This very phenomenon attests to the fact that someone who is not yet conceived, but just waiting his turn in the conception queue, can read information about the father. Is there really such a thing as a conception queue? Oh yes, there is, Vladimir. There is. Just as soon as intimacy occurs between a man and a woman, a spirit is born in space, ready for a material embodiment. What, even if they are just having sex for fun, without any thought of childbearing? The spirit appears whenever the man experiences satisfaction. You mean orgasm? I do not like that word, Vladimir. It implies information which gives false information of the essence of the act. Okay, let's just call it satisfaction. But is there any way you can prove the existence of the spirit? You yourself can find the proof, Vladimir, if you wish. After all, one person may grasp the essence of this phenomenon from just a few words spoken, while another may require years even after being presented with a multitude of examples, and even then may still be reluctant to understand. Well, can modern science offer at least indirect proofs of what they are saying? Of course. What kind of science? Biology? Genetics? To tell the truth, I need to know so that I can more easily search for proofs. You will easily be able to find them in physics, Vladimir. In physics? What physics got to do with it? You were talking about spiritual. Maybe I could try esoterics. But physics? In physics, there is a law of conservation of energy, and what's that law got to do with it? During intimacy with a woman, an unusual, powerful energy builds up inside the man, and the moment comes when he releases it. According to the laws of conservation of energy, it cannot simply disappear without a trace, but it is capable of mutating from one state into another. In the situation we are talking about, it is precisely the man's colossal energy and the lightning speed at which it is released that forms the spirit. Yes, I can agree with that, but at the same time it's sad. How many spirits have men formed that haven't ever obtained a material embodiment? They probably number many times more than the population of the earth. Yes, many times more. Do they suffer, or do they just stay as senseless energy? They have feelings. Their suffering is monumental. But what about the spirits they are conceived? Do they begin right off to feel their parents? Yes, right away they feel their father and mother in equal measure. Over the 9 months in the mother's womb, the parents can teach the living child a great deal. Such lessons need no repetition. The child will instantly memorize with lifelong retention any information imparted by his parents. A father whose who possesses a thorough knowledge can carry or shape, as it were, his child's spiritual and intellectual self. It is the father in particular who is responsible for higher level components of man, and in this his role is indeed godlike in nature. It is the father who gives birth to the man's spiritual component. The father should spend the whole gestation period compiling the program which shapes the spirit, character, and intellect of the future man. You are talking, Anastasia, in terms of a program of a father who has a thorough knowledge of a procedure of raising a child still in the mother's womb. I'm not talking about the father raising his child, but about giving birth. The father does not do any real raising per se, but simply gives birth to the second, non-material self of his future son or daughter. I would say that we don't have any concept of that at all in our society. Our loss, no doubt. It is considered that the principal role of the father in a child's birth is finished after conception. Therefore, in the best case scenario, the father helps his pregnant wife with household tasks, makes sure all her needs are met. Unfortunately, that is still all too often true. But Anastasia, who then forms the man's main spiritual component if the father doesn't understand his role in this? Either circumstances or someone who knows about it and uses it to forward his own agenda. So it turns out that men who are ignorant of the possibility of full participation in the information of their future child right from conception are not raising their children in the fullest sense of the word. Unfortunately, Vladimir, that indeed happens all too often. It seems I have only just begun to understand the significance of what Anastasia has said, which in turn has showed me the whole absurdity of our way of life. It may be that all our social upheavals are the result of the fact that the overwhelming majority of us, even when we are together with our children, have little in the way of relationship to them in practice. We abandon them to the whim of fate, hand them over to somebody else. But at the moment I was having my conversation with Anastasia on this subject, it was not societal but rather personal circumstances that were calling forth sad feelings in me. Hopelessly sad, perhaps, feelings that will remain with me my whole life. I didn't even feel like continuing the conversation. You have gone pale, Vladimir, Anastasia observed, noticing my condition. Your eyes have dimmed. Why? I have no strength left to talk about it, Anastasia. I have a good idea of what has happened to you, but you will feel better if you can describe the cause of your unhappiness on your own. What is there to describe is perfectly obvious. When I realized the importance of the information you gave about childbirth, it made me realize, too, that I had not participated sufficiently in the birth of my own daughter, Paulina. But back then, neither my wife nor I had any idea of how we should relate to the question of childbirth. But you, Anastasia, had no knowledge of this information. You bore a son and a daughter, and I, it turns out, am once more on the sidelines. You knew this, and still you didn't tell me in time what a father's supposed to do. Not only that, but I remember you telling me that I shouldn't see my son at all for some time, even after his appearance in the world. What did you do that for? Yes, I did say that to you, Vladimir, but think about it yourself. What would you have begun to teach your son if you had stayed the 9 months with me in the taiga? Do you want me to give you a hint as to the answer? Go ahead. You remember you asked me at that time to leave my family glade in the taiga, my space of love, which my parents had formed for me. You wanted me to give birth in the city, in a hospital. Then you said we had to send our son to kindergarten and the best schools, that you would make him into a businessman and that he would carry on your business. Yes, I did say that, but there was a lot I didn't know back then. Afterward, I finally accepted that you would never be able to or never want to live in the city, but still, you did not invite me to stay with you in the taiga. If I had suggested it, would you have stayed? I don't know. but quite possibly I would have. And what would you have done? Like anyone else, I would have found some man's work to do around the home. But you know now, Vladimir, that I do not need any physical assistance. Everything here is already for willing service, the air, the water, the beasts, and the grass. I asked about your activities in the hopes of finding out the most important thing, namely, where would your thoughts have been while waiting the arrival of our son? So you have nothing to say after all. Your thoughts were just like your words back then, and you might have regretted that you did not succeed in persuading me to live in the city. You even had a plan in mind by taking me by force to give birth in a hospital. Yes, admit it. Well, yes, I did, but it didn't last very long. Now tell me, Vladimir, just how was our son supposed to react to such thoughts coming from his father? Such aggressive thoughts besides. Yes, I see now. It wouldn't have been very good for him. And still, I'm sad that now in any case, it turns out that I'm not fully fledged father, and that means that you bore a son and a daughter too, and who are not completely man. Trust me, Vladimir, and don't be upset and don't be sad. You are a fully fledged father to our children, and our children have received everything in full measure. It turns out that our son is even a little overloaded with information and sensitivity. At one point, my great-grandfather Moisey was not able to restrain himself and told him more than he should have. But how so? I wasn't with you during your pregnancy. I didn't compile any programs. I wasn't present at the birth. I did not invite my children to be born. Yet still, you still say that I've come out of a fully fledged father. A moment ago, you were arguing quite the opposite. Chapter 15. A Rite for a Woman Giving Birth Without a Husband. The Vedras civilization, Vladimir, had a great many rites. The word rite is not entirely appropriate for such acts, but I simply cannot think of an alternative. Let us use it for the sake of brevity. Only you must understand that in today's language the Vedras rite could easily be termed a scientific and rational act in the part of man, one grounded in the knowledge of all the diverse energies of the universe and their interrelationship with man's soul. These rites, as you know, were thought out by generations of wise men and enlightened thinkers who also connected them with the stars. Subsequent generations checked their effectiveness in practice and perfected them as the years went by. One of these rites was for women who were carrying and giving birth to child far from their husbands. Such situations did exist in the Vedras civilization, albeit rarely. It might happen that a woman's husband was obliged to go on a long trek somewhere. His pregnant wife, left at home, carried out an outwardly simple rite, but one which lasted a long time, and was very complex in terms of the mind and will. If the woman's love for the child's father was strong, she achieved her goal in her own and bore a fully fledged child. She was assisted in this by the great energy of love. What actions did this rite involve specifically? In our modern-day society, there are also women who are obliged to carry a child and then give birth without their husbands around. Maybe the rite you speak of would apply to them. Over the 9 months period, a pregnant woman whose husband is absent should spend at least 3 hours a day communicating with her child in the father's name. Sometimes also conversing mentally with the father about the future child. They might argue, but under no circumstances should they allow any suggestions of aggression to enter in even during an argument. The parents' dialogue should always proceed in a spirit of good will, both toward each other and toward the child. The dialogue should preferably take place in the same time each day. The woman's communication with the child in the father's name may be divided into 2 segments. Evening and morning, approximately 15 to 19 minutes before engaging in this kind of mental dialogue, the woman should definitely take a small amount of easily digestible food or drink, which will be healthful both for her and to her child. The drink taken in preparation for mental dialogue should not vary over the course of 9 months, and should not be used in any other circumstances or for any other purpose. I, for example, prepared a drink consisting of about 100 grams of cedar milk, 3 drops of cedar oil, and a pinch of pollen. I also took a little honey on a twig, mixed everything together in a wooden bowl, and drank it in tiny swallows. The drink could almost be made from the other substances, only they must definitely be natural, ecologically clean, and easily digestible by the mother's body, as well as healthful and pleasing to the child in the womb. This is very important. If the mother drinks it not healthful or pleasing to the child, he will associate the dialogue with his father with an unpleasant phenomenon, and afterward reject his father and resist communication with him. I have to read that again. The mother's drink is not healthful. Wow. Pleasing to the child will be associated with the father. Resentment towards the father. After the birth of the child, the woman should take the same drink shortly before a feeding, at which she plans to communicate with her nursling in the father's name. If the father does not return by the time the child ceases to take his mother's milk, the father's drink should never be given to the child until the moment of his first contact with his father. The woman also needs to choose a star in the heaven through which to communicate with her beloved man, a star to think upon each time before initiating a mental dialogue with her child. In this mental communication, the woman should formulate as distinctly as possible a thought picture of the child's father, his character, intonations, and worldview, without falsifications or embellishing any ideas or any details. If she has a difference of opinion with him, she should try to explain her point of view, not aggressively but lovingly. Instead of blaming the man for the misunderstanding, she should point the finger to herself as incapable of setting forth thoughts understandably and convincingly. Or possibly she should think more carefully about what her husband has said. In addition, through her dialogue, the pregnant woman should stroke her tummy while cherishing an image of the father in her thought. And it is very important while conversing mentally with her husband to rule out all negative aspects that might have occurred earlier. It is vital to remember only the good while communicating with him. The woman should spend as much as possible of 9 months period in real solitude. Then the child will feel both her and his father. And if the husband and father is not physically present, the child will still find himself in his father's aura. If the woman carries out the aspect of this rite, the man will come back to her and to their child, even if earlier this love was weak or was not there at all. Love will flare up in him with unaccustomed strength and provoke him to good deeds. Many Vedras women knew the effectiveness and power of this rite. Later, the wise man tries to erase it from women's memories and turn it only when they were confident that the woman was not harboring any perverse feelings. What kind of perverse feelings, Anastasia? A woman in love could, through the help of this rite, seduce a man who was not in love with her, even if he were living with another wife, and even if they had not had intimate relationships. But how could it happen if they had not had intimacy? Without intimacy, a child could not have been conceived at all, and in that case, who could she talk to about a father? No matter what man she conceived with, she might try communicating with her child in the name of her most beloved, thereby drawing his name closer to her. Not only that, but the child will even outwardly bear a great resemblance to her most beloved, rather than the man who was actually with her. You should know that, Vladimir, from the phenomenon of telogamy. Yes, I know, Anastasia, but why are you giving out this information that the wise man surpassed? Now some women will start luring men with fancy away from their families with the help of this rite. It shouldn't be published. You needn't be concerned about publishing it, Vladimir. I purposely left one particular aspect out of my description. Now it will not destroy any happy families. But if you were able to leave out some aspects, why didn't the wise man do that? The wise man did not know what to put in its place. If the wise man didn't know, how could you possibly know? Besides, Anastasia, you said that the wise man always checked the effectiveness of their rites in practice, but you didn't have the opportunity to do that. I did. When? With whom? Oh God. I remember Anastasia's words from many years ago. I didn't pay much attention to them back then, but now she said, I shall restore to you the respect of your daughter and the love of your wife. It's incredible, but she did it. But why, then, is my wife not jealous of Anastasia, and why does my daughter have such respect for her? I went back to see my family this year. Anastasia was able to perform the incredible. I don't know how she did it, but she did it. All our earthly institutions taken together, institutions that pride themselves on their technological achievements, are incapable of solving the number one problem on the earth, how to restore love and respect to families. But she can. Oh Lord, what a colossal, truly divine knowledge mankind is losing. Why? Who can give an answer? My voice is cracking. And what strength of love Anastasia herself is worthy of. What she has accomplished will probably be appreciated more by our descendants than by people today. I felt like doing something very nice for her. I went over to Anastasia, got down on one knee and kissed her hand. She also got down on her knees and embraced my neck. I heard her heart beating and sensed the extraordinary aroma of her hair, her intoxicating breath and fragrance of mother's milk, as though it was coming from my own mother's breast, and I whispered, What can I do to be worthy of you, Anastasia? But she didn't answer, only pressed my head a little more strongly to her breast. My life was probably never been blessed with happier seconds, hours, or days than these. Chapter 16. Where should we have our babies? How hard is it to write in a dry style, and yet it is absolutely necessary to determine without agitation or emotion where the best and most comfortable place is for parents and infants to go through the birthing process. In a hospital operation room or a home setting. As far as I know, the first maternity homes appeared during the period of slavery in ancient Egypt and Rome, where they were organized for pregnant slaves. A birthing slave mother stayed from 5 to 9 days with her baby before returning to work. She was allowed access to her child for nursing and nighttime. This continued from 6 to 12 months. It was different in different places, depending on how the slave masters treated their slaves. After being weaned from its mother, the child was taken care of specifically trained slave nurses. Later, when the child had grown, he would go off to be raised by other slaves, depending on the function designated for him by the overlord. For example, boys might be handed over to specialists to be trained as warriors. After going through special physical training and psychological conditioning, these warriors who knew not their parents proved to be the most loyal to their slave masters. They were brainwashed from childhood to consider him as father and mother. In short, God, there was even a religion worked out especially for the purpose of this brainwashing. How close seems this situation from antiquity to our reality today? A maternity home, nursery, kindergarten, school, college, and presto, the slave is ready. But since the slave master is invisible, the slave thinks he is free and consequently will not rebel. The elite of ancient Rome and Egypt and even their middle class couldn't begin to imagine, even in their wildest nightmares, the birth of their own children outside the home. They would first call in midwives, later doctors and soothsayers. In Russia, the first huts for birthing mothers were designated for prostitutes. Sometimes this category of women went off to give birth in a gypsy camp where they would leave their unwanted children to be raised by the gypsies. The gypsies accepted them. A maternity home or a maternity ward in a hospital is utter nonsense. It is clear testimony to the loss of women's instinct to continue the family line, as well as a modern man's ignorance, not only of his pristine origins, but even the fundamental culture of feelings. His loss of feelings of true love for his wife and child has been a part of himself and his legacy. A child born in an institution cannot be exclusively yours. He belongs to someone else besides. The birthing process includes conception, carrying to term, and the appearance of the infant in the world, and the last stage is no less significant than the rest. If you hand him over to strangers who are completely indifferent to both you and your offspring, then you have less than a full relationship to the birth. Consequently, you will not have fatherly feelings for him in full measure, and he will feel this, and afterwards requite it with an absence of strong filial feelings towards you. More than that, the love will not be what it could. Such a child will not be able to love, not just his parents, but life at itself, since life is never right for the moment of his appearance in the world, presented to him as something attractive. Of course, this lacuna can be compensated by many means of certain behavior towards the newborn, but that is by no means easy. The birthing of children among different people of the world can be considered more and more perfect the farther we go back in history, and primitive in the absurd today. In our modern world, it has become tantamount to removing the appendix from the body of a sick person. And so I should now like to switch to a brighter note. In spite of everything, mankind is beginning to ponder the meaning of what has been happening. In Russia, America, and France, so-called schools of spiritual midwifery have sprung up. There is also an organization known as the Association of Parental Education, active in a number of countries. Courses on home births are being offered in Moscow and St. Petersburg. People are trying to bring back the knowledge and traditions they have lost, the love they have lost. Let us see how the birthing process took place in Vedras families. According to Anastasia's account, it went as follows. Chapter 17. The Vedras Birth. The birthing mother's mother and grandmother would tell her what symptoms to expect on the eve of her labor. Lyubomilla's grandmother, in this instance, told her in detail how she gave birth to her own children. Vedras women, as a rule, give birth in their own homes in the wooden tub. Something like our bathtub, only shorter in length and not as deep. It was a container designed especially for childbirth. Afterwards, it served as a cradle for the newborn. To start, it was filled with pure spring water, heated to body temperature. There were little ledges on the outside of the tub, which served as footrests. The edges of the tub were curved so that it was easy for the woman to support herself with her hands. The air temperature in the room was not measured with the thermometer, but back then, they said it should feel comfortable for a naked body in a state of repose, with no sensation of either heat or cold. The tub of birthing mothers was placed on the floor and oriented so that the woman sitting in it would be facing towards the rising sun. Another smaller container of water was placed beside it. On the bench next to the tub lay 4 plain, smooth textures, flaxen towels without embroidery or designs. During the Vedras birth, only the husband was to be present in the room with birthing mothers. Even the couple's parents and close relatives, as well as experienced midwives, were excluded. Just before labor began, the child's father would light a fire he had already prepared at the outer entrance to the domain, from which wafted sweet-smelling smoke. This was where the close relatives usually gathered, along with the midwife and often a wise man. The birthing mothers and her husband parents would bring in bundles and baskets of food and drink. They would sit down on benches under a tent roof which had been set up earlier next to the fire pit by the husband. Vedras traditions forbade them from crossing the line into the domain, nor was the birthing mother's husband permitted to go out to them or even to talk with them at a distance. Such rules were not the product of some kind of superstition, but the result of finely tuned psychological calculations. Nobody and nothing was supposed to distract the thought of the father, let alone the birthing mother, from the reception of their child. The presence of the parents and midwife at the entrance to the domain, however, had a calming effect on the young parents-to-be. In case any abnormalities cropped up, they could always come to help. But there was rarely a need for such assistance. During the contractions, the mother would consistently talk with her emerging child, giving him words of encouragement, helping him enter upon this new world without fear. The Vedras people well knew how important it was to communicate both mentally and audibly with the new man as he emerged into the world. As a result, all 3, mother, child, and father, were participants in the process. It was also very important that the mother's first look at her newborn be without any fright at his appearance. a temporarily snub nose, for example, or the birth color of his skin, that her gaze be tender and joyous. The father would pick up the baby out of the water he had been born in, use his own mouth right off to suck the mucus out of his little mouth and nose, and place him on his mother's tummy. The mother would then offer the baby her breast. This prompted the expulsion of the placenta, which the father placed in a specially prepared container before cutting the umbilical cord with the knife, which had been disinfected over a flame, and tying it. Then the father took the baby and placed him on a towel. After washing him, he wrapped him up in a second towel and placed him on the bed. Then he washed his wife's body using water from the other container next to the tub, dried her off with a clean towel, and led her over to the bed where the baby lay. Next, the father, using either his mouth or his hands, strained off a small quantity of milk from the mother's breast and sprayed it over a flaxen sheet, with which he covered the new mother and the infant laying on her tummy or breast. After that, the father sat down and gazed silently at his wife. If she desired, he would talk with her, but even if she were asleep, he would not leave the room. About 15 minutes later, he would light a wooden fire he had earlier prepared on the hearth. He would then pour out the birthing water, as well as the water the woman had used to wash herself between the two trees which had been planted soon after conception. Here, too, was where the placenta would be buried. The relatives that had gathered at the entrance to the domains would see the smoke from the chimney and understand this, along with the father's actions, to signal that the birth had taken place successfully. At this point, they began exchanging congratulations and partaking of the food and drink they had brought with them, after which they dispersed to their homes. The Vedras people understood that even in the womb, the child could sense relatives' thoughts and feelings, and after coming into the world, he would continue to find himself in his parents' aura. In some kind of outside, even a relative with good thoughts about the child happened to be in the birthing room, their feelings, even good ones, would be unfamiliar to the child and put him on the defensive. Besides, either deliberately or inadvertently, the relatives might distract the parent distract the parent's thought from the infant. It was in the parent's mental field, after all, that the baby would feel the most comfortable. A little experiment should help prove that what Anastasia has said here. Many women are aware that during breastfeeding they should not allow themselves to be distracted by random conversations and thoughts, especially on negative topics. They are concentrating their whole attention on their child, on his feeding, and mentally conversing with him. For evidence that the baby really does feel the mother's thought, try entering the room where a mother is nursing her baby and strike up a conversation with her. The baby will at once feel uneasy, and he may even stop his sucking and start to cry. He has become uncomfortable with his mama's thoughts about him have weakened or have wandered off somewhere. Wow. But perhaps the baby was simply disturbed by the stranger's voice or odor. I telephoned my daughter Paulina. She picked up the receiver and started talking with me. 30 seconds into the conversation, I heard the cry of my granddaughter Mashenka. "Why is she crying?" I asked my daughter. "I'm breastfeeding her, Papa," Paulina responded. "She doesn't like it when I'm distracted." I tried to end the conversation quickly. I did the same whenever I rang at an inappropriate moment. My granddaughter would always start to cry. Many nursing mothers who are familiar with the culture of breastfeeding will confirm this phenomenon. But it does not happen as a rule. The children of mothers who are unaware of the importance of mental contact with their nurslings, who chat away at feeding time with all and suddenly or spend the time thinking about their own problems. Why not? Because their child has no concept of mental contact with his mother. It is something he never had, and so has no point of comparison. There's an old saying, he took it in with his mother's milk. What are our babies today taking in with their mother's milk? Human society has learned to create all sorts of satellites and continental ballistic missiles. Yet at the same time, it has lost something more important, the culture of giving birth to and raising man. As a result, people end up aiming these missiles at each other. Now, what possible connection could there be between the culture of parental education and breastfeeding of children and wars? A most direct connection indeed. Many still remember the account of Rostov's serial killer Chikalitio. He performed sadistic acts on young women and then killed them. Such maniacs have appeared in many other cities, terrorizing the populace. Each time, hundreds of policemen are dispatched to hunt down and capture the killer. But an interesting pattern emerges from this. It has been established that in the case of 3 Rostov's maniacs, at least their mothers had all made unsuccessful attempts to abort their fetuses in the womb. As a result, when the fetus was born and grown into manhood, it then began taking revenge against women. Now tell me, which is more important for high school graduates, to get high marks in physics, chemistry, and a foreign language, or to acquire a high knowledge of culture of the conception, caring, and raising of a child? I would say the latter is by far more important, and yet the disciplines which present such knowledge are not even taught in the school curriculum. Hence, there are graduates of schools, colleges, and universities who give birth to children which they have conceived haphazardly. They often reflect on whether to give birth at all, or perhaps an abortion would be better. They may end up giving birth only with what kind of babies are they giving birth to, the kind that not only should not be exposed to the achievements of physics and chemists, but should even be kept as far away as possible from knives and sticks. The birth of advanced spiritual thinkers is especially important in this age of science and technological progress. It is a strange tragedy when a maniac like Chittikrilio kills and tortures women. It is a blessing that nobody like him is sitting at the controls of a nuclear missiles. Wrong, Vladimir. A blessing, okay, but the caveat must be added for now. The worst will happen if society does not change its attitude towards the culture of giving birth to man. They are sitting at the control of the missiles, but they can't activate them because a higher spirit will not allow it. Anastasia continued. With their knowledge of this culture, Radomir and Lyubomilla effected the transition of their firstborn son from his mother's womb to his new world quite smoothly and painlessly. Possibly even joyfully, both for themselves and for the infant. Lyubomilla had an easy and fear-free birth, and a cheerful one too. When the baby came, she let out not a cry of pain, but a cry of joy, of welcome. She herself drew him out of the water and embraced him. When Radomir washed Lyubomilla with pure water, then dried her off, he felt like kissing every corner of her body. He even wanted to get down on his knees before her, and he knelt beside the bed, as his smiling Lyubomilla lay under the sheet with her newborn son. As he stood there on his knees, he said softly and penetratingly, "Thank you, Lyubomilla. You have co-created a child. You are a goddess. You can make dreams come true." "We have co-created a child, Radomir," Lyubomilla responded with a smile. Just a little break. And I'm just thinking if I want to stop here or not. Yeah, I'll stop here. Oh no, I'll do one more. Okay. Chapter 18. Not Radomir's Last Battle. Many happy years went by. By now their children, grandchildren, and their great-grandchildren were living in domains of their own. But Radomir and Lyubomilla's love was as strong as ever, even though their hair had gone gray. They grew happier with each passing year. Radomir stood alone at the entrance at his domain. He looked at the road which led toward a little hillock and disappeared behind it. It was along that road that his sons and grandsons had headed off to battle 2 days ago. even his teenage grandsons had gone. The enemy that lay ahead of them was most unusual. A prince had brought some sort of people from foreign country who were all dressed in black, and for some reason called themselves monks. In each settlement they visited, they declared that the entire populace had not been living a proper way of life, that their ancient beliefs and rites need to be eradicated, and that they should bow down to a different god. The prince himself bowed down to it, as did his entourage and armed garrison. No sooner had the prince adopted a different faith than the men in black proclaimed his authority as coming from God. Along with the men in black came soldiers dressed like these in the prince's garrison. They attacked each settlement in turn, demanded that everybody think differently about what they called God. When they found people unwilling to bow down to the foreign god, they killed them with the sword and burnt their houses and orchards. The tribal elders held a council to decide what to do. They called the monks and the princes before the council, but these only spoke to them for the higher good their new god would bring, thereby misleading them with a doctrine nobody could make head nor tail of. The elders were encountering a phenomenon they had never seen before. Whenever an out enemy had attacked the settlement before, men from all the families quickly formed a militia and collaborated in driving the foe from the land. But here were the monks carried out about love and meekness, about blessings and the marvelous life in paradise awaiting anyone who submitted themselves to the new faith. What the soldiers did not at first understand was that hiding behind the shield of these beautiful words was an entity which had definitely not been sent to them by God. The god of the Vedras people used no swords. The monks, on the other hand, were backed up by aggressive armed garrisons. Residents in some of the communities headed off to the woods, while others joined battle. Some immersed themselves in deep contemplation. That day at dawn, Radomir witnessed the departure of his grandsons from his own domain and his sons from neighboring domains. They met at Radomir's domain early in the morning, as though they had planned it amongst themselves the night before. Of course they planned this, Radomir decided. After all, just the night before, his and Lyubomilla's eldest son had said, "Tomorrow we're heading out for some war games. We shall learn how to keep enemies from invading our lands." They departed, but still had not returned by the next day sunset, and old Radomir kept watching the road. Before long, a lone horseman emerged from behind the hillock, heading towards Radomir's domain at full gallop. On the spirited steed, another gray-haired oldster, not unlike Radomir himself, sat skillfully in the saddle. Squinting his eyes, Radomir recognized his old childhood friend Arga. The gray-haired horseman climbed down from his steed with a groan and quickly began questioning Radomir. "Who's left in your domain? Only talk fast. Lyubomilla's working on supper, and our youngest great-grandson is after her with questions." Radomir calmly replied, adding, "It's strange, Arga, but how you started asking me questions right off without even saying hello." "No time, I'm in a hurry. Get 2 horses right away. Bring along Lyubomilla and provisions for 3 days, and bring your great-grandson with you, and come with me immediately." "Where to?" "To the woods, to the Drevlins. There's one family there I know fairly well that will give us shelter. No foe will find us there in the dense forest. Perhaps the people will come to their senses as time goes by." "Save your great-grandson, Radomir, and you'll save your family line." "And here I thought you'd gallop over to help me, Arga. I see 2 Vedras swords tied to your saddle. What do you need them for, if you're planning to hide out from our enemies tonight in some place in the woods?" "The swords are just in case. I am not about to fight anyone. Besides, there's a whole horde of them. We'd be utterly routed. What's the point of dying thoughtlessly like that?" "Yes, I know, Arga. You never fought with anyone. You never even tried to join in any of the manly games of Anastasia time. That's besides the point. You and I both know, Radomir, that man's life may be eternal, that his soul may be reincarnated and turn in an earthly form. But for that to happen, man must not reflect on death as death approaches, but instead direct his thought towards a marvelous future. Where his thought has to be found, there will man be regenerated anew." I know all that, Arga, and you and I were both taught together by the wise men. Then you ought to recall, Radomir, that you can fall and be fatally wounded in battle and be deprived of opportunity to think about your reincarnation. I remember, but again, Arga, I cannot leave my family to domain. It is alive, and it won't understand if its friends and masters suddenly betray with disdain in the space which has given him his love and abandons it to be torn apart by an enemy. It is alive, and it won't understand. You've always been overly sentimental, Radomir, and you still are today. Well then, stay if you like. Go ahead and stay. Arga paced quickly back and forth, gave his horse's mane a bit of a tussle, and again came over to Radomir. The two gray-headed oldsters stood facing each other without a word. Nobody can ever say what made their hearts beat back then. Perhaps each was immersed in a whole range of thoughts of his own. Once more it was Arga who was the first to break the silence, as he began entreating with noticeability agitation. Stay if that's what you've decided, Radomir, but do give me Lyubomilla and your great-grandson and one of your steeds. At least let them depart and save themselves. Stay yourself if you like, if you are willing to part from your living space. Radomir gazed at his friend and replied, You can ask Lyubomilla about that yourself. I know you've loved her all your life. That was why you could never marry any other girl and set up your own family domain. Who, me? I loved her. That's utter nonsense, Arga exclaimed. All at once he started pacing again, as though trying to persuade himself of the truth of his claim. I'm an artist, and all my life my aim has always been to draw, design, and carve small statues. What would I need of a wife for? I'm your friend, and my intent was to help you save and extend your family line. As for Lyubomilla, I'd quite forgotten about her. You are an artist, Arga, and a great one, and an ace of a woodcarver, the best around. Your little statues grace many of the houses in these settlements, and doesn't everybody concur that all the women you draw from have a face resembling Lyubomilla's? Your carvings, too, look like her. Look like her? So what of it? It's just that I've tried to perfect a certain type of face in my pictures. You've taken pains to hide your love all your life, Arga, Radomir maintained, and now you're hiding it again. I was at the pine tree, which remains all by itself at the edge of the forest. I know you often like to sit beneath it and carve your little statues. I recently came upon your hiding place there, where you stowed away your latest unfinished works, and one that shows a beautiful maiden taming a hot-tempered steed. That is something only Lyubomilla could do, as you know, to both of us, me and you. As is known to both of us. I carved, I drew. That's beside the point. It's not what we're about now. Do try to understand. Then, after a brief pause, Arga exclaimed, almost shouting, Radomir, Radomir, all your sons have been slain in battle, and all your grandsons too. Radomir maintained his outward calm, looked at Arga, but refrained from speaking. Save yourself, Arga continued to exclaim. I saw them before the battle. I tried to dissuade them from joining such an uneven fray. Your eldest son, your firstborn, he's made just like you, an exact copy, in fact. Stop beating around the bush, Arga, Radomir entreated his childhood friend, though showing no outward signs of concern. Tell me, what did my eldest son say? He said, we'll join the fray. We'll manage to hold off those black monks at least for an hour or two. I asked your son, why should you die in strife? What good are those couple of hours to you? Our whole family decided this in council meeting, your eldest son replied. He said, may our parents Radomir and Lyubomilla enjoy at least 2 more hours of a happy life. Even though they were greatly outnumbered by the black monks and their soldiers, your sons, among with some children from the next settlement away, managed to stave them off for a whole day. Eventually the monks slayed the children, hacking them to pieces, then went back to their lair again. Tomorrow morning they'll start heading for your domain. Radomir listened to his friend but gave no response. Arga continued agitatedly. I galloped over here to help you save your family line. You and I both know that reincarnation on the earth is possible, but this way there will be a finer chance of being incarnated in a body of a family member. Only your great-grandson this time is capable of extending the family line. Let me have Lyubomilla and your great-grandson. I'll help. All of a sudden, Arga stumbled in his speech and paused. He began to peek past Radomir. Radomir turned and looked behind him. Resting against a tree stood Lyubomilla. Tears were rolling down her cheeks. A trembling hand was clasped at her breast. "Did you hear what Arga said?" Radomir asked Lyubomilla. "Yes, I heard," she replied with a trembling voice. "So why are you crying, Lyubomilla?" Radomir went over to her and began stroking her hair and kissing her hand. "Our children have surrendered their lives so that we can strive one more day here in gladness. It is not right for us to spend it in sadness." "No, it's not," smiled Lyubomilla through her tears. "You are bright, my dear wife. You have gained the wisdom of the wise men more mightily than anyone else. Think about how best the remainder of the day, the night, the morning should be spent." "I think so. It has to do right by the children. We should enter into our space of love. Our grandson is there in need. It is time to feed him." And taking each other's hand, they headed for the entrance to their family domain. Arga climbed into the saddle and cried out as they walked off. "You're both mindless, sentimental fools. You ought to save yourselves. You're not in a position to fight with anyone. If you're wounded, it's possible you might not succeed in sending a thought into space about your reincarnation. I'm getting out of here. I'm going to save myself. I recommend you do the same." At the entrance of the domain, Radomir turned around and responded to his friend. "Save yourself, Arga. Gallop off to your hiding place in the forest. We are tracing a different path to salvation." Arga spurred on his steed, which rose on his hind legs, and galloped off to the forest at full speed. Okay, that's the end of the chapter. Chapter 19. From the stars, they will return to the earth. As they were walking toward the house where their great-grandson Nicodem was waiting for them, Lyubomilla said, "I think, Radomir, that we should now begin a brand new game with our little great-grandson. The game of life." "What kind of game is that?" Radomir asked in surprise. "I've never heard of it." "I've never played it either, but I learned about it back in my childhood, when I happened to overhear two old wise men talking with each other. The gist of the game is this. One person plays out all the different stages of life with the child, while the other recalls in detail, as fast as he can, everything he has known in his lifetime, and imparts this knowledge mentally to the child. And if the thought of the narrator is clear, the child memorizes the story through his subconscious, and when he grows up, he finds all sorts of hints about life within himself." "Who do you think should lead the playing with our great-grandson, Lyubomilla?" "You do that, Radomir, while I tell him the story through my thought. But how will you be able to impart to him all the wisdom of life in just 1 hour? After all, it'll be time to put Nicodem to bed in an hour from now." "I shall manage. You just start the game and mark off the different stages of life with the clap of your hands." 4-year-old Nicodem ran to meet them, his arms open wide. Radomir caught him and gave him a toss in the air. Then he set him back down on the ground and began to say, "I recently heard tell of an interesting game. Would you like to play?" "I would," answered Nicodem. "But how is it played?" "I shall name something from life in words, and you tell us what it's about without words, using actions and gestures. And grandmother will watch you act it out." "Terrific!" exclaimed Nicodem, as he started jumping for joy on the spot. "Let's start playing it right away." "Okay, let's begin," said Radomir, clapping his hands, and he went on. "Once upon a time there was born into the world a little boy named Nicodem. He was just a wee little baby back then. The boy at once lay down on the ground, flung out his hands, and bent his little legs at the knees. Wah, wah, he bawled, imitating a baby. Radomir clapped his hands and continued. In time the baby began to get up on his little feet and walk. whereupon Nicodem at once got up on his feet and took a step as though it were his first, staggered a bit, and then dropped down onto all fours. He crawled along for a meter or so, then got up again, but this time he was already walking steadily. Another clap, and Radomir went on. The little one's interest connected with everything. He inspected the bugs and the grass and tried to detect how apples grew on trees. He reflected on why the sun came up and why he felt so warmly affected by everything both in summertime and when winter came. Little Nicodem bent over to inspect a bug creeping over the grass. He looked up at the sky and jumped for joy, then all at once ran over to his grandfather, put his arms around the old man's legs. Then he dashed over to his grandmother, who was sitting on the grass. Clasping her around the neck, he pressed his cheek against hers and gave her a kiss. Radomir again clapped his hands and said, "One day it happened that all the people left their domains. They did not travel along the roads. Where they were going was not heard. Perhaps they flew away like the birds on their way to the stars." Then into a domain where the little one had been left alone came a foe who burns houses and hacks down orchards with an axe. Like Nicodem listened to his great-grandfather's frightened tale. Little Nicodem. This time he stood motionless without attempting actions or gestures, and finally said, "I don't like this game. That should never happen in life." "Yes, in life it shouldn't, you are right," Radomir replied to his great-grandson. "But this is a game, after all." "Well, I shan't play it." The boy stamped his feet and cried out, "I shan't." "I'll take over," declared Lyubomilla, getting up from the ground. When the little one caught sight of the foe, he called over to the bear that he had played with when he was still a wee mite. He took hold of the nape of the bear's neck, just as he had always done. He grasped hold of the bear's fur with all his might, and the bear lumbered off with him into the woods. With these words, Lyubomilla called out in the direction of the little grove of trees where their household animals lived. "Hey there, brown bear, come over to me. Come on as quick as can be." Out from the grove emerged the bear and bounded over to Lyubomilla. When he came up beside her, she began stroking its muzzle. Then she whispered something in its ear. She tousled the fur on his shoulder, then grasped hold of it with her hands, sprang onto its back. "Hey, giddy up!" she called to the bear. The bear ran around in a wheel formation with all its might until halted by Lyubomilla. "But why would our great-grandson go off to the forest on the bear and not on a horse?" asked Radomir. And Lyubomilla replied, "Of course, a steed could go faster than a bear over the fields, but a horse would be helpless indeed in the woods, while the bear will find food and shelter for there. Besides, in the woods the bear will offer her the best protection. So there's your answer. Let's go on with the game." So the bear ran off into the forest and hid the child there from the foe. He took care of him until the boy grew up to be a man. When he had grown, one day the young lad caught sight of a girl in the forest who had come to pick berries in a glade. They liked each other right off and later got married. They found a spot on the ground which would be hidden from malevolent eyes. They built a domain and began to bear children, and all their relatives who had flown off to the stars long ago came back to the earth. As he drifted off to sleep, little Nicodem thought about the game, but he did not find it entertaining. During this time, Lyubomilla and Radomir walked about their domain and recalled the life they had lived there. It had been a thoroughly joyful experience. Lyubomilla laughed like a child when Radomir tried to portray her as a little girl, standing amidst the tall grass. "Do you recall? You remember how you called out back then that I was good for nothing 'cause I had raised the hem of your dress. I dried your tears with your dress, and you talked about being dishonored." "Yes, I remember it all," his wife responded laughingly. "But I thought of something just now. You could have dried my tears with the edge of your shirt." "I was a smart boy, I was. I decided my soil and mess my hair when I was going to have to wash. Why soil and mess my hair when I was going to have to wash out your dress in any case?" "Yes, you were a smart boy." But still you did lift up the hem of my dress, you good for nothing. Oh, look at your spot, the wedding. Oh, look at our spot, the wedding mound. New flowers have come up, and look how tall and majestic the cedars have grown. It was so small when we planted it in our wedding day. Lyubomilla pressed the palm of her hands to the trunk and rested her cheek against it. She stood there, hand to the trunk, and rested her cheek against it. She stood there without saying a word. Radomir, as love-struck as ever, put his arms around her shoulders as before and said, "Where shall we sleep tonight? Here or in the house? Wherever you say, my darling." The next morning a detachment of 50 soldiers entered the domain. With them were 2 monks dressed in black. The soldiers saw an old man standing by the cedar and an old woman beside him, her back pressed against his. Each of them held 2 swords in their hands. "You see," the elder monk called out to the soldiers. "You see the infidels standing there? These infidels have borne children. Don't use your arrows. Hack them to pieces with your swords." 2 warriors approached the elder couple from different sides, their swords raised. They tried to land a blow, but Radomir managed to turn back the foe and disarm one of the warriors with his sword, and Lyubomilla warded off the attack against her. Then the old people repelled a second attack, then a third. After that the soldiers began fighting with each of them by twos, but Radomir had 2 swords in his hand, which flashed like lightning. He warded off both attacks simultaneously, but did not shed the soldiers' blood. The gray-haired Lyubomilla laughed as she, too, repelled both attacks on her. "Everyone step back," shouted the elder monk. "They are being helped by an unclean force. Everyone step back. Everybody shoot at them with your arrows and bows." Those wielding the swords retreated. Others prepared their bows, but as soon as they had reached for their bow strings, the old couple threw down their swords, turned to each other, and embraced. Radomir whispered something to Lyubomilla, and she smiled in response. "What are you waiting for? Shoot!" shrieked the monk. "They're infidels! You have been sent by God. Shoot, or I'll curse you." 1 arrow went into Lyubomilla, and 2 into Radomir, but as though they did not feel any pain, the old couple still stood there, embracing as before. The arrows flew, the ground was covered in blood, and Lyubomilla and Radomir slowly sank down, or perhaps they flew off into the stars. As their bodies lay on the grounds, the elder monk, the priests, emissaries, looked into their faces and said to himself, they were not thinking about death as death approached. Their thoughts were of life. Their faces show no fear nor sorrow. What must be done to prevent them from being reincarnated again? He stood there in fear, feverishly trying to come up with a solution. All at once, behind his back rose a murmur of agitation. The monk turned around and saw 6 soldiers laying dead in the ground beneath the apple tree. Each of their hand was clutching an apple core. The monk knew right away what had happened. The high priest's emissary knew that the Vedras orchards produced marvelous fruit, but it could only be eaten when the garden's owner gave it of its own free will. The Vedras people treated their trees and flowers as living beings, which repaid them with their love. When the trees and flowers saw how strangers acted towards the people who had bestowed their love upon them, the apple tree called up other juices from the depth of its roots, and infested its fruits with an extremely strong poison. "Don't touch it! Don't eat anything here!" cried the monk. "I told you this is the devil's tribe, and the place here is unclean. I command you in the name of the Almighty, to cut down everything but everything here." "Look," he yelled one of the soldiers. "Look over there," waving his hand in the direction of the entrance to the domain. Everybody turned to see a bear heading out of the domain by leaps and bounds. On top of it, clinging on its fur, rode a little boy. The bear rushed out of the domain and made a headlong dash out for the woods. After them. "Go get them!" shrieked the monk. "Don't come back until you have hacked the little vermin to pieces." He knew that if even one of the Vedras people escaped, their whole line could be regenerated on the earth. But he did not tell this to the soldiers. To them he simply kept referring to the will of God. "Go get him! God commands you to rout out everything unclean on the earth. You see how unclean it is here? The detachment commander ordered a dozen soldiers to follow the bear, catch up to it, and kill the boy. The soldiers jumped on their steeds and headed out after the bear at a gallop. In the meantime, the bear was bounding quickly towards the forest, but it could not keep up such a feverish pace for long, and the pursuers galloped as they were at full speed, were gradually catching up. The distance between the bear and the horsemen slowly but surely narrowed. They were only about 100 meters from the forest when one of the pursuers caught up. Racing alongside, he raised his sword to kill the child, but the bear suddenly rose on its hind paws and took the blow on itself. The horse with the rider struck out to one side and reared. In the meantime, the wounded bear continued streaking towards the forest. Now it had a mere 50 meters to go, but by this time the detachment of horsemen had almost caught up, swords in their hands at the ready. But then all at once the soldiers noticed another horseman, this one all on his own, heading out from the woods directly towards them. An old man was sitting with ease in the saddle, his gray hair and beard waving in the breeze. Each of his hands brandished a sword while he controlled his steed with his legs alone. Giddy up, the old man called and spurred on his horse, which was already moving at an incredible gallop. He's ready to fight us. Make ready for battle with this crazy old man, the detachment commander shouted to the rest. But he's all alone, and there's 10 of us, a warrior protested. He's just an old man. What's there to be afraid of? We need to get on with the chase. Yes, he's alone, but he's a Vedras. Make ready for battle, whoever's not a timid goose. The elderly attacker on his steed galloped around the detachment of horsemen. With his sword he managed to disarm the 2 outer warriors and cut the saddle girth from 2 of the horses, at which point his own extraordinary steed was wounded by an arrow. But the old fellow did not direct his wounded steed towards the forest, but galloped along the edge of the woods, causing the whole detachment to pursue this course as well. When they got to the lone pine tree at the edge of the forest, his horse stumbled and the rider fell. The old man jumped up from the ground and started running towards the pine. He was looking for something in the grass. At the time, the detachment caught up with him. The pine tree took 7 arrows in its chest, but the 8th pierced Arga's breast. The thrown Vedras rider lay on the ground, but did not groan. A stream of blood flowed from his chest. The pine tree, being wooden, could not lament the wound, while Arga's thought rose to the heavens in a state of doom. I don't ask for myself any reincarnation, but I give them my thought for their future creation, to add to their joy and their great inspiration. Get together, reincarnate, and live without end. Radomir, Lyubomilla, I am no foe, but your friend. The Vedras lay there on the ground, but did not utter a sound. Even in his weakened state, he was still able to press the little statue of his beloved to his breast. Good shall prevail, he whispered to his beloved, almost in a wail, and the wooden pine tree wept. A rather strange-looking pitch began showing itself, flowing down its trunk. And all at once the Vedras opened his eyes, and his vision was clear, and barely able to enunciate the words, he blurted out. Don't be sad, little pine tree. It's all nonsense here. My thoughts will break through these bad times of barbarity. Once more there will flourish bright ages of clarity. To all earthly goddesses and morn will give hail, and my thought will imply to them, good shall prevail. The soldier on their steeds did not succeed in catching up with the boy on the bear. They tried to penetrate the forest, but the forest did not turn out to be a friendly place for them. Their steeds began snorting in fear, and no clear path under their feet remained. The soldiers returned and explained to the monk that the boy had been slain. A few months, sounds a bit like, A A few years went by, and people began to say that while they were mushroom picking in the woods, they caught sight of a boy about 10 or older. He would peer at them from the bushes, but seemed afraid to come near. And there was always an old lame bear with him. Some time later, two young boys got lost in the forest and became frightened. A youth came towards them and gestured them to follow him. He led them to the edge of the woods, right to the road which led to their settlement, while he himself retreated once more into his forest hiding place. After this incident, people stopped being afraid of the forest youth, and when a year later he headed out of the woods one day towards a group of young lasses gathering berries in the glade, the girls were not afraid of him and did not run away. The story sounds like Moses. The youth was blue-eyed and of slender build. He was dressed in clothing woven from grasses. He stood at the edge of the glade. One lass in particular caught his eye, whose name was Praskovia. In truth, he could not take his eyes off her, and everyone suddenly stopped picking berries and stared at the youth. Then, very slowly, so as not to frighten them, he took several steps towards the group of girls and stopped. Seeing that the maidens were not running away and were not afraid of him, he approached young Praskovia, stood facing her, smoothed out his hair, and blurted out, though not without some stumbling, "Together with you, my fair maiden, I could create a space of love to last forever." Praskovia had absolutely no idea as to what these words meant, but for some reason her cheeks flushed with a rosy glow, and she began to talk with the young lad. "Where do you live?" she asked. "Everybody says you live in the forest all on your own." "For the time being I live on the earth alone," he replied. "Alone? But where are your parents then?" "No one exists without some kind of family." "They are living. My father and mother and elder brothers and my sisters, and my grandfather Radomir and my grandmother Lyubomilla." "And where do they dwell? In the forest as well?" "They have flown away up high to the stars in the sky. They will come back down to the earth from afar when I have found my intended. I shall create the form of a space of love all around, and this is where our children will be born." "But how will you look for your intended in the forest?" "I shall not need to look. She has already been found." "And who is she?" "You, my maiden. You are the most splendid of all. I ask you now to come with me to my space, which I have already begun to create. I shall build a house, but there are just a few tools I need to get. Not having them yet, I have constructed a shelter in the meantime. I have been observing from afar how it is done." The maidens whispered amongst themselves and made fun of the youth. By this time they had become quite unafraid. Praskovia did not answer his proposal right away, but withdrew to her group of maidens. The young man stood a little apart, looked to the sky, and opened his arms wide as though apologizing to someone, then slowly turned and headed away from the glade. A hush fell over the maidens. Praskovia watched him depart, and then all at once called out loudly and confidently to the youth, "Wait for me here tomorrow. I'll steal the tools you need from my father as a dowry." The youth quickly turned around and ran over to Praskovia. The maiden saw him smile for the first time, and all their cheeks flushed with a rosy glow. The young man's smile was extraordinary, and his eyes were beaming all the while. "How handsome he is! Too bad he didn't pick me," whispered one of the girls. "I'm ready to go with him too," announced another. And all of a sudden, in the meantime, the young man said to Praskovia, not seeing anyone around, "You mustn't steal. That's not a kind deed." "I was only joking. My father will be glad to give me anything I need." From that point on, nobody ever again laid eyes on the pair. They saw neither the forest youth nor the maiden Praskovia, who had gone off with him to goodness knows where. Chapter 20. Even in chaos, there is a purpose. Life continued on the earth, Anastasia went on, but it was not the same life as before. The great Vedras civilization and traditions, rites, and cultures, which had existed for tens of thousands of years, were replaced by a chaotic, barbarian order of human society. In our state, the period of slavery began with the Kievan Rus and continues to the present day. But wasn't the Vedras civilization destroyed even earlier in other territories of the earth? I remembered you saying, Anastasia, that the Vedras way of life was prevalent among the inhabitants of what is now Germany, England, Poland, and the Baltic countries. Yes, I did say that. It was all one people, one language, one culture. If you look closely, Vladimir, you will see that they all resemble each other, even in outward appearances. That's definitely true for Polish people. I can always tell who they are by their face. This despite the fact that for more than 2 millennia, there was a good deal of blood mixing between them and Asian peoples. But why did things come about like that, Anastasia? You said it was a great civilization and a great culture, yet in the blink of an eye, this civilization was destroyed by the sword, fire, and arrows. Not destroyed, Vladimir. That word is not really appropriate, as long as there are at least 9 people on the planet who are striving for conscious awareness of the divine earthly being. The Vedras civilization is alive. But now, after all, there are not just 9 people, but hundreds of thousands who are discovering more and more the truth within themselves and are changing their way of life at the core. They will soon number in the millions, but for now, these hundreds of thousands should be seeking for the answers to the puzzles within themselves, for an understanding of how the disaster came about. But what if they don't understand? On our internet site, there's a whole lot of people who have been trying for several years now to determine what specific mistakes mankind permitted to slip through in the age of the image. There's a discussion forum there known as the mistake of the age of image, but so far nobody's managed to make out what that mistake might be. There's a lot of variance, but no overall answers here. It may not come for another 1,000 years. Maybe nobody will ever be able to determine the mistakes. Oh, they will. Perhaps in a day, or perhaps in 5 to 9 years. They will find the answer. How can you be so sure? Think about it, Vladimir. It was only a short time ago that people did not even talk about the subject at all, and there were not even any attempts to think along these lines. Now you tell me yourself that a whole lot of people are endeavoring to solve the mystery. Though it's twitched on just like a little shoot from a seed, it will find its way to the people. It will find it some day, perhaps. People today are mainly involved in the routine of their everyday life. Your grandfathers and you have had the opportunity to do a lot of reflecting. Besides, you have access to huge amounts of information about the past, and then, naturally, you have your own view of things. Why not share it? At least give people a hint. In other words, Vladimir, you are asking me to switch people's thinking off. Now, why would I be the one who wants to switch it off? Why would a simple hint have that kind of result? If everybody who is trying to work out the solution today in their thought takes the hint as gospel, truth, their thinking will immediately cease operations. Then we'll be expecting even more hints, and you may be sure that the hints will come. In fact, they'll quickly pour down in showers upon them. That is precisely what is happening right now. People are getting hints right and left about what is healthy to eat and drink, how to dress, where the best resorts are, how to live, where to search for God. And what is the result? Life progressively gets worse. God created the order of the universe with his thoughts, and he gave thought as a gift to man, but somebody is constantly trying to bring it to halt. Does that mean you know the answer, but you don't want to talk about it? I do not know the answer, but I can presuppose. Well, what presuppositions have you come up with? For example, pray tell. Perhaps a period of chaos was needed, a period of mistakes, so that mankind might have a complete account of it and not repeat it in the future. Similar phenomena have emerged in history when mankind is on the verge of a great discovery, a discovery of universal proportions. Now that, Anastasia, is what I call a good and encouraging presupposition. Your story about the Vedras family, Lyubomilla and Radomir, have a very sad ending, quite unlike your unusual optimism. Vladimir, why have you decided that the story has come to an end? Life continues, and so not a single story about life can ever be considered to have come to an end. I remember how the great-grandson, Nicodem, went off with Praskovia and continued the family line, but I still feel sorry for specific individuals like Radomir, Lyubomilla, and others. The story about them cannot be continued. One can talk only about continuing the family line. If there's something more you can tell me, then please do tell me, Anastasia. Fine, I shall tell you about events that took place in the very near future. Cats are playing. Chapter 21, Soulmate Gatherings. The time came when people started to realize the need of searching for their soulmates. Earlier they had been taught about the lovers themselves should find each other by the whim of fate. Of course that is true, but then man may also control his own destiny, or at least give fate a hint as to what man desires of it. And so people in different towns began to organize special events to facilitate two soulmates getting to know each other, and they even applied some of the rites of the Vedras period, with just a smidgen of adaptation to fit modern situations. Every autumn, after the tasks of summer are completed, large gatherings take place in various towns attended by young and old, anybody who has not yet been blessed with a happy home. These are mainly your readers, Vladimir, those among them who have been endeavoring to build a domain to start up a family line. These gatherings might go on in various towns over a period of 2 or 3 months. Your readers spread word of them ahead of time, and they come from different places and countries. Some might come for a week, some for a month, and your readers in particular have significant advantage over others desiring to create a happy home. All the participants in these gatherings have a single goal, a conscious awareness and a concept of how to build a happy life for their future family. Wait, Anastasia, how is it that my readers specifically had a significant advantage? After all, many married couples apart from my readers have such a single goal in mind. There are often married couples, for example, among performing artists, but the majority of them get divorced, some several times over. They all have the same goal and aspiration, but there is no happy life for them. You and I are talking about different goals, Vladimir. One's profession cannot be and should not be a goal of life for a man. In such cases, the man would be debasing himself. Think about it. Take a salesperson, for example. It is in the nature of a son or daughter of God to consider one's life goal to simply selling things, or driving a vehicle, or doing laundry, or going back and forth to a factory all the time to perform the same tasks over and over again. Wait, Anastasia, you named off what may be necessary professions, but they're still not very prestigious. There are, however, some fairly prestigious professions, or rather, professions everybody holds on high regard. For example, everybody knows about surgeons and cosmonauts, military commanders and marshals or presidents of countries. But their significance, Vladimir, lies simply in the fact that they have created a bigger illusion of importance and significance than others. Who knows? Possible someone has tempted one of them, a commander or a president, let's say, by the illusory significance of these particular professions or positions, just so as not to allow his own spirit to develop, a spirit which is capable of accomplishing the acts of the universe. The deeds such people have accomplished are not interested in God, but when a man builds his own corner of paradise on the earth and founds the happiest family line you can imagine, his deeds not only resemble those of gods, he actually becomes a god himself. And the readers who came to these gatherings had a noble goal, the same for both women and men. Their advantage was that both men and women were creating through their dreams a way of life for their future families. When they met together, they had a subject of common interest to talk about. You know, after all, Vladimir, how often in modern families there's rarely a single topic of conversation of interest to both marriage partners. They have nothing in common, no common aspirations. Two people get married and live together in the same dwelling, but each of them thinks the dreams only of what is of interest to them individually. People like that become strangers to each other, and their cohabitation ends up in nothing but irritation. The people who come to the gathering are not married, but even those unacquainted with each other feel closer than many marriage partners. They go on excursions together and organize fashion shows in which first women and then men of all ages take part. The clothes modeled at these shows have either been bought in stores or sewn by the women themselves. The events are spent in playing wedding games in town square or somewhere in one of the glades. One of them is Rachiok, which I told you about before, and there is no feeling of embarrassment, no concealing that they are seeking to find themselves a life companion, and women who are left to deal with life with children and no husband bring their children along to these nuptial gatherings, and they reveal the purpose of the trip to the children. The children's thought and participation help them a great deal in their search. Here, I shall show you a scene from one of these gatherings. Look, a summer theater in the open air, a full audience comprised of adults and children of various ages. See how they are introducing themselves from the stage? Those who are bold enough get up on stage, where they are each given 5 to 10 minutes to talk about themselves and answer questions. Sometimes they introduce themselves in humorous fashion or sing and dance. Chastushka, Govrushka, they have all full freedom in their choice of repertoire. Take a look. A girl who looked to be in her mid-20s came up to the stage. She sported a fashionable hairdo and a skin-tight outfit. She had barely taken 2 steps in the direction of the microphone when she did a somersault and burst out laughing. After that, she took a turn around the stage, strutting the catwalk like a professional model. Straightening her hairdo, she approached the microphone and purred teasingly. "Hey guys, is this chick hot or what?" From the audience rang out peals of laughter and loud applause, and the girl went on talking about herself in a humorous vein. "Hey, the way I look, that's not even my greatest asset. I graduated from a family domain academy with top honors. That means I'm tops at cooking too. And I can rid your body of any ailment, you name it. And hey, I can make one really cool bed. And I can give you children that'll grow up big and strong. I'm not after anyone in particular, but here's a contest for you guys. Like that, they say, this ain't no catwalk. The contestants can do whatever they like to show what stuff they're made of, and the winner is the one I fall in love with." After this, a young boy came up to the microphone and said, "Hi, I'm Daima. That's what they call me, and I'm 11. Well, maybe not quite 11 yet, but I shall be very soon. This December. My mama, named Svatiana, or Sveta, she's a great restaurant cook. That is, she used to work in a restaurant, but now she doesn't. At first she cried when she stopped working there, but now she does fine catering for a whole bunch of rich people. She put an advert in the paper, and they ring her up on the telephone. I'm in school. Mama says I'm not a very bright student, but I know I'm doing okay. It's just that I really don't need 5. 3s are perfectly good enough for me. My mama and I are here to look for a future husband, and my future papa. Then we'll have a jolly, friendly family. My mama's really a nice person. She's pretty, even though she's no way There's no way she can lose weight. She's still pretty. Mama and I have been spending lots of evenings talking about how we'll live as a complete family. Right now we're in a one-room flat for which we have a monthly rent to meet. But when we're a whole family, we'll treat ourselves to a house and plant a garden. Mama's already been given land, and we lived there in a tent for a whole month this summer. It was really neat. She, my mama, that is, she didn't come up here with me on the stage. She's shy. But I've been telling her, you've got to show yourself. If you don't show yourself, then why did we come all this way and waste a whole lot of money which we've been saving for a house? Hey there, Mama. Come on up on the stage. The boy called out into the audience, but nobody made a move towards the stage. Then the audience started clapping in unison, urging the boy's mother to go up on stage. Finally, a short, slightly plumpish woman of about 30 could be seen making her way to the stage. She stood beside her son, her cheek flushed a bright red with embarrassment. She put her arms around the boy's shoulder and gave him a big hug, but couldn't bring herself to speak. Then the boy, in a very businesslike manner, took a crumpled piece of paper out of his trouser pocket, unfolded it, and began to read what was written on it. My mama and I live in the Brisbank Oblast, in the city of Novosbokov. There used to be a lot of radiation there, but now there's not so much, and there's going to be even less in the future. Here at the gathering, we're listed under number 2015. If anybody wants to, they can write to us. That's all. The boy's mother took him by the hand and they started heading over to the stage, under noisy applause from the audience. But when they got to the edge of the stage, the boy suddenly released himself from his mother's grasp and quickly, almost running, went back to the microphone. I forgot to say, I didn't write it down, that's why I forgot. My mama can play the guitar and sing really cool songs with it, even though they're sad. And my mama can draw too. She's drawn a house and a garden. And I too can help build a family and even help build a house. When the elections were held in our town, I got hired to put up campaign posters, and we're going to be having elections again soon. Once more the audience thundered with applause, and the boy headed back to his mother. She took his hand, and they came down off the stage and took their seats in the audience. Then 4 men got up from their seat at the same time and headed for the stage. The first looked around 40-ish, and he walked with a bit of a limp. But the other 3 beat him to it, and he ended up last in the queue for the microphone. One by one the men went up to the mic and said something about themselves, but they didn't make any public proposals of marriage. That simply wasn't done at gatherings like this. People were supposed to write notes, but the fact that they went up on stage was a good indication of their desire to get better acquainted with the mother and her son. When it came to the lame man's turn at the mic, he said, "My name's Ivan. I have my own flat in Moscow. I'll soon be 40 years old. I'm a former paratrooper, discharged as an invalid by a medical review board 3 years ago. I make something on the side of a multi-level marketing. I'm tired of it. I've still got a pup tent, an axe, and a mess kit, which my buddies gave me. Right now, my dream is to set up this tent in Briskinat Oblast, around the town of Novoskov, next to your tent, Daima. I'll be glad to work in return for a place to deploy my tent. I've been training in bunker construction and can put up a log house, only I'm not sure how to get an orchard or vegetable garden going." "I know, I can show you," cried out Daima, jumping up from his seat. A day or 2 later, Slovakia, her son Dima, and the former paratrooper Ivan left the gathering. "Anastasia," I pleaded, "tell me, please, how did life turn out afterwards for these 3 people?" Okay, just a little break. Chapter 22. A Nuptial Rite for Women with Children. Their lives unfolded quite well. Ivan invited Slaventia and her son to come for a visit, and they stayed a week in his apartment. After that, they corresponded with each other. When spring came, Ivan left his Moscow flat to tenants for a goodly monthly rent, while he himself went off to Novoskov. He set up his pup tent next to Slaventia and Dima's tent. The former paratrooper had everything needed for life in the field conditions, including a camp stove that could be used for heating. Ivan eagerly set about digging trenches for the foundation of their future house. He was assisted even more eagerly by Dima, who visited with his mother on weekends with the onset of summer holidays. They all began sleeping in the tents. Each evenings they would gather around a fire and talk about plans for their future domains. One evening, when it came time to go to bed and the fire was burning low, Dima said, "In normal families, a husband and a wife sleep together in one room, and their children in another. Is it okay if I sleep in your tent, Ivan, and you and Mama in ours?" But we aren't husband and wife just yet," Slaventia protested. Ivan rose to his feet and held out his hand to Slaventia, helping her up. Solemnly, with just a slight trembling, he pronounced, "With you, fair goddess, and with your fine young son, I could co-create a space of love to last forever." And Slaventia quietly responded, "We are ready to help you in your grand co-creation." Dima jumped for joy and clapped his hands. Then under the starry sky they performed the nuptial rite to become husband and wife, as well as the rite of adoption at the same time, whereby Dima became Ivan's own son. Maybe you intended to say, Anastasia, that the boy Dima became Ivan's adopted son. He became his very own son, and Ivan became Dima's very own son. Very own father. But how could that be, Anastasia? It goes against all the laws of biology. But it does not go against heaven. The Vedras people knew the laws of heaven. Ivan, Dima, and Slaventia were familiar with the Vedras nuptial rites for women with children. They performed it. What kind of rite is that? How do they know about it? You described it. I never wrote about it. Don't forget, Vladimir, I'm telling you about events that will happen in the future, and you will describe this rite. I am going to tell you about it. This rite derives its principal power from the thoughts and desires of three people who want to build a future together. Women play a central role in preparing for this rite. The woman should be able to explain to her child the necessity of living as a family and the necessity of having a father and creating a domain together with him, building a house and planting an orchard. When a child shows or generates an interest in such a project, he must be brought into the search for a future spouse and father. Every mother knows her own child better than anyone else. There is no single formula for achieving this desired result. It will be different for every mother. The main thing is to achieve one's goal. Many children do not immediately desire to welcome some other person into their home, and in the absence of such a desire on the part of the child to have a father and join in the mother's search, it is better not to introduce anyone else into the home. The mother plays a central role in preparing for the nuptial rites only on the beginning stages. At the moment when the rites is actually performed, the motive's energy source will be the thought of the child. If a man and woman have decided to cohabitate while the woman's child is still very small, they can live together without performing the rites until the child grows a little and acquires his own conscious awareness of what family life means. The man and woman should make joint efforts towards this end. If the child grows up accepting his stepfather as his own father, the nuptial rite is still necessary, since it is able to transform an adopted son or daughter into the father's own. In terms of both blood and spirit, this rite can exert a tremendous beneficial influence only if it is performed on the ground of their future family domains, regardless of whether it was first started by the man or the woman. What is important is that it is to everybody's liking, especially the child's. The rite should take place in the open air under the stars. There should be a fire burning or 3 candles. Svetlana and Ivan were lucky. After their mutual declaration of desire to co-create their life together, there were lots of stars in the sky. The fire was still burning, so they did not have to wait for another night, but got married right away, and they did everything just the right way. Ivan and Svetlana stood in front of Dima. Ivan looked up at the stars and spoke first. Here on the ground of our family domain, I wish a happy life for our family line. I wish to build a house and plant an orchard. I ask you, Dima, for your agreement to allow me to be wedded to your mother forever, and for you to become my son. I shall be very happy if you, Ivan, will live with my mother and me. Perhaps I shall even become a better pupil and can call you Papa. Of course, replied Ivan. Then it was Slaventia's turn to speak. Thank you, my son, for helping me find a husband. I agree to become his faithful wife. A wife should take care of her husband. With your permission, my son, I shall surround Ivan, your father, with loving care. Of course, Mamma, you should most certainly take care of Ivan, and I shall take care of him. Let us buy Papa a new prosthesis. I saw him wrapping his old one around with a insulation tape. It is not important to pronounce the same words each time in this rite. The most important aspect is thought, which should be heard by the planets currently standing above the marital pair and their child or children. For this is necessary to bring a wide-mouthed vessel of some sort, a glass or a mug, for example, or which each participant should take a drink of water, out of which at least 3 swallows, and then pour water on their hands and wash their hair. Then all 3 should lie down on the grass for no less than 9 minutes, head to head, hold each other's hands and look up at the starry sky, mentally asking the planets above them to help them build a happy life for their family line, and requesting love to take up residence in the family domain. This will happen if the thought of all 3 of them is sincere and strong. It is not necessary for the love to be strong at the moment of the wedding. A strong mutual sympathy or attraction is sufficient. Love will undoubtedly grow stronger with time. It almost always happens within a year or 2 among the Vedras people. This is a very powerful rite, but it is not a cult. When astronomers and psychologists restore at least a part of the knowledge people used to have, they will understand its cosmic power. Have you understood, Vladimir? This is something in which plants, water, and the earth, the planets, and human thought all take part. As the people's aspirations merge into a single whole, they will harness the element into forwarding their cause in accordance with the divine essence of the cosmos. You most certainly know already, Vladimir, the close interconnections between the faraway planets on the heavens and the blade of grass and flowers and bugs and everything else living on the earth. The ebb and flow of the tides are governed by the planets. Of course, there are a lot in human life which is influenced by the planets, but in this particular instance, the 3 people performing the rite, uniting into one, charge the planets with the task of making their union beneficially strong. Man's request to the planets, when his goal corresponds to God's program, is treated by the planets as a great gift, giving them a feeling of pride in themselves within man. His conscious, earnest appeal sets many of the planets in the sky into rousing, propitious acceleration. The heavenly bodies located at that precise moment above the people lying on the ground form a wordless alliance to assist these people in their deeds. The discovery was made by a wise man after a period of 90 years leading up to it, in which he observed the planets and compared them with people's deeds. When the wise men scholars were endeavored to understand this rite, they came to the conclusion that in some miraculous fashion, either the planets or the power of various cosmic energies can erase some pleasant reminiscence of one's past life from human memory, making room for new, bright sensations. Not only that, but these energies unite three people together in ecstasy. Remember, Vladimir, how you were telling me about telogamy. Modern science has learned that there is some kind of energy which participates in the formation of the physical bodies of animals and people. Note that these energies are invisible to the eye and are not contained in visible matter, but their power is effective. Besides, their participation comes about by the will of man. When they act in accordance with human will, their effectiveness increases 100-fold. It is important to point out that the essence of the rite we have been discussing is such that, in contrast to telogamy, there is no invasion of the old liaison into the new alliance, but that it completely extirpates the energies of the old alliance and endows the participants with new strengths and gives them new life. Wow, such a brief rite, and yet the results are extraordinary. It really creates blood ties among them. Brief, you say? Think about it carefully, Vladimir. The preparation for this brief rite, as you call it, may take several years. The rite must be preceded by two important customs. Take the first. Here is an example. The mother needs to prepare her child ahead of time. Then pay close attention, Vladimir. Ivan started by saying that he wanted a place to set up his tent and offer to do housework in return. This point actually comes from a different rite. Every old stag, as old or middle-aged bachelors used to be called, was supposed to spend 1 month a year working in a woman's home, either for a widow living alone or one living with her children. He was not obliged to spend the whole month with the same widow. The bachelor could work a week for one and then go on to another. This custom, of course, was not designed just to offer aid to a single woman. Its aim was to get people acquainted with each other and help them create a family. A bachelor might come to a window and say, "Madame, I'm looking for work, you see. Would you happen to have anything for me?" If the woman did not like the man's looks at first sight, she might reply, "Everything here's been done over and over again. Besides, I can't afford to pay anything right now." On the other hand, if she liked the man, she might have given some sort of work to do for 2 or 3 days. Then she could offer him more work. It did not really matter how knowledgeable or skillful he was. The main thing was whether the two people liked each other or not. If there was a mutual attraction, the woman might ask the man to lay longer than a month, and if he started calling him her Primak, and after a year of cohabitation, they could either get married or go their separate ways. Tell me, Anastasia, after this rite, would the newlyweds still need to go to civil registration office? People can go through whatever formalities are necessary in life, but these can never interfere with what is most important. Okay, we'll stop here. Chapter 23. High Society Ladies. As I was completing the preceding chapter, it came to me that a rite like this could be successfully applied in our day, too. People in many parts of Russia today, mainly readers of the Ringing Cedar series, are gathering together in groups, each family taking a hectare of land, planting orchards, building houses, and setting up their own little motherland. They are doing this by the large as families, but these groups also include a significant number of single women. The settlement I have visited the most often is the one near the city of Vladimir, which numbers at the moment more than 60 domains under construction. Already children are growing up who have been born in them, but there are also single women who have taken a hectare and are building their domain, sometimes with the help of their children, but sometimes all by themselves. Can you just see it? A woman builds a house all by herself and plants an orchard. It's not just a little dasha on a mere 600 square meters of ground that she is putting up, but an actual domain that she is building. It is hard for them, in a financial sense, yes. I know one woman who has rented out her Moscow apartment and is building a house in a field on the proceeds. Because of insufficient funds, she is not always able to hire tradespeople, so she does a lot of the work herself, and she does it joyfully. She has a goal and takes joy in progress towards that goal. The progress may be slow, but it still more than compensates for all the challenges and makes them seem significant by comparison. After collecting the information from various communities, I came to the conclusion that I should write a book about them as soon as possible. This will be a truly historic book. Our descendants ought to know how their new and happy civilizations got to its start, and who started it. In the meantime, I asked the wife of one of the founders of Rodnony's settlement in Vladimir Oblast to describe some of the unmarried women and what they were doing. Here are her brief descriptions. Evgenia T., born in Moldova, 53 years old, a geologist, a real beauty, with a smile that would outshine Hollywood stars. She has an apartment in Malakova, near Moscow, but she doesn't go to it. She says, "My home is here." She first came to have a look around in 2003. She went mushroom picking in the woods. "They warned me," says Evgenia. "They said that's not your average forest, but I told them I'm a geologist. I shan't get lost." I spent 12 hours wandering within a 3-kilometer radius. My legs were particularly broken by the time. I got back around midnight. "This is my place," I said. I rented out my flat in Malkavia for 10,500 rubles a month. I was able to start building with the money I received. I rented a house in Studentsovo, close to my plot. Turned out the furnace hadn't been lit in 10 years, and the house was falling apart. I pulled out a nest from the chimney. I hadn't been able to light a fire. I spent the winter in the village alone. Sometimes I would go visit Konivio. I was sparring with the wood, lighting a fire only every other time. In the fall, I laid foundation and put in a 4-meter by 4-meter log banya. I spent the whole winter caulking the walls with tow. I now know the sound of falling snow. I would go about the house wearing 3 pairs of trousers and 3 sweaters along with a jacket and a shpeka. But when I worked outdoors, I got by with not so much clothing. In the spring, I took a knife and scraped the rest of the bark off the timber frame. I now have a house which looks as though each log has been finely planed. I can hear the snow melting. I needed someone to fix the furnace, so I got dressed warmly and took a fishing rod with no hook and went down to the pond where some men were fishing. God forbid they should see my tackle. I got into conversation with the men and caught myself a furnace man. And whenever I needed a tractor, I just went out onto the road and stopped the first one that came along. Evgenia's got herself a vegetable garden. It's all in order. Everything's coming up. The first year she put in a lavatory, and this summer kitchen made of wattle. When there's absolutely nothing left to eat, she makes up some porridge from fish oil. She's a marvelous cook. Her feverish activity has been giving everyone a pain in the neck. The locals tend to shy away from us, but her house is already up, and she says what she thinks. Lyubomilla E., born in the Far East, 58 years old, lived 27 years in Perm, and now 20 years in Tasmelask in Rostov Oblast. She's an ichthyologist, worked with the fish conservation, now retired. She has a mother of 84 years old and a son, 30, who lives in Perm. 2 grandsons, another son, 18, lives in the Tasmelask area. This year she began counting time in reverse. Says she's now 57. She began setting up her domain in 2003. She came for 10 days, cut down the wild grass, planted a hedge, fir, pine, birch, aspen, linden, and maple. An ideal plot indeed. In the winter she brought 50,000 rubles with her. all her mother's savings. She put up a house frame and covered it with the asphalt roofing. In the spring, she arrived with her ex-husband. He dropped her off on his way to Perm. They worked on the plot together. She says if it had been like this before, she would never have left him. She arrived in the summer on the 6th of July. She was hurrying to get here on time for the feast of Ivan Kupala. She really loves holidays. She sings, plays the guitar, and dances. She gets a pension of 2,000 rubles a month. She took a leave of absence from her work for the summer. She's got enough money except for travel expenses. The community has helped her buy bricks, cement, and timber. She herself spent a month laying the foundation under the furnace. Then she puts in the foundation for the house frame, put in upright under the floor joists, caulking the whole house, made an awning, and built a summer stove. She dragged around barrowfuls of rocks, sand, and crushed stone. She thought she couldn't do it, but she could. She got stronger, lost weight, and began swimming across the lake and back, something she couldn't do earlier. She took off 10 years. She dreamt of looking just a year younger. Her eyes sparkled. She always smiled. And she's been friends with and gets along with everybody. She's building the house for herself and her mother, and hopes the two of them can move in come spring. She wants her son and grandchildren to come and see her from Perm, and stay for a while so they can see whether they might want to live there. She's got no money and no source of income. She does have an old Italian violin, which her father brought back from the war 15 years ago. Experts appraised it at between 10 and 15,000 minimum dollars without restoration. She really hopes she can sell it. Restoration. That's the same. It's a violin ready to be played, not just a museum piece. If she pulls it off, the work will go faster. If not, she'll have to do everything herself. But you can't lay down a floor or ceiling without boards. She's very concerned over the lack of funds, but the house is getting built. She'll be coming again in September for a month. This past winter, she visited her grandchild in Perm and paid a visit to her new domain on the way back, just for one day to walk around and stand in her own place, even though she could have taken a direct train to Rostov. Natalia D., born in Vologda, came here from Moscow, has 2 children, daughters 2 and 5 years old. She's been living in a tent since the end of May. She's divorced and wants to take her children out of the city to avoid having them turn into puppets of the system. The summer's been cold and rainy, but not a single complaint from Natalia. They brought in an old trailer for her. She's peeled off all the old wallpaper and given it a thorough cleaning. She wants to cover it with board siding and put in the insulation, so she's buying up boards. She has no money. Her husband provides enough to feed the children. She is now living with them and earning a living by working in the old field, helping the men put in the foundations. She dreams of staying on in the domain, and even if not for this winter, then at least for the following one. She's studying all the different houseplants that she can build herself, including an adobe and a dugout. Maybe adobe? I don't think it's an adobe. The children have become calmer and more cheerful. When she drops by Lyubomilla's house and sees what she's managed to do, she says, "Well, if you can do it, I can do it too. After all, I'm younger and stronger than you. She'll do it." She's always smiling and has a terrific singing voice. She's got a college-level education, a beautiful soul. Sorry to be so emotional, but I just love them all so much. Nastasia Z., a farmer from Belarus. After the Chernobyl disaster, they live near Azov. They spent a year at Peretskov in Suzdal area while waiting for a field. And this past year, they've been living in someone else's house in Kotovia. This summer, she began construction on her own house. 2 grown-up children are currently living in Moscow. Her daughter and sister have also taken plots. They all want to get together. The husband and children work. Anastasia looks after the household, supervises the construction, and works on building the house herself. For many years she was part of the professional dance ensemble. She has the poise of a ballerina, even when she's pushing wheelbarrows full of manure. You can't help but admire her. The family has 2 dogs, 4 cats, mousers, rabbits, hens, Simonov breed preserved in homesteads during revolutionary times, a goat, and pigeons. The house is awash in all sorts of flowers, both plain and exotic. She has an encyclopedia and knowledge of everything she needs to know about. Her husband and children support her, but she has to do everything herself. They're leading their own lives for the time being. She is firmly and confidently building the future. She recently broke her right arm, falling off a bicycle, with her children gave her as a 15th birthday present, so that she could get around everywhere. She took 1 day off. The very next day she was back forking hay, winter fodder for the animals. Now she's painting and planting the boards. When I asked her how she does it, she smiles, with one hand tied behind my back. She always smiling. She loves to sing. She's the life of any party. She's everyone's darling, a real storehouse of knowledge, and our consultant to boot. She's tiny and slender, a support for the whole family. She is successful in everything she puts her hands to: house, construction, animals, vegetables, garden, canning, preserves, and what fruit liquor she makes. She hasn't any apartment or house to go back to, and by the fall she'll have to vacate the house in the village, as the owners are returning. She'll be spending the winter in her new house. This information I obtained a year ago. Now all the heroines described have already finished building, and none of them plan to retreat from their goal. No doubt it was women such as these the poet had in mind when he said, "She'll stop a wild horse on the gallop and enter a hut all in flames." And I would add, she'll build the domain herself and take her man into eternity. But where is this man of hers? When will she have a chance to meet with him if she's engaged in such a big undertaking from morning till night? How many bright young women in various parts of the country dream about co-creating a family domain? And it would be good if they could find their local partner, find their life partner before creating it. I've thought about the possibility of organizing a data bank where such women could register and men could pay them a visit as temporary workers. Maybe the women could even choose themselves a soulmate. It shouldn't be that the men choose them, but that they choose the men. We have an expression, a high society lady, meaning a woman who is in with the elite crowd of the rich and famous. But what is this high society if the in crowd has nothing better to offer society at large than spread gossip in the tabloids? But if you marry one of these ladies, as many men have noted, you get nothing but caprices and unreasonable demands thrown at you. It has come to me that the real ladies of high society are the married and unmarried women of today who are building their family domains and are getting ready to give birth therein to healthy children, or pass along what they have built to their children already born. Good can come only from them, good which will benefit not only single men, but the nation as a whole. The children will be the face of our future civilization, and Anastasia's grandfather could not have been more right when he spoke of the vital importance to resolve questions of the family on a national level. How they are being resolved today, the Russian families themselves know better than anyone, and not just Russian families. Somehow we have to get to resolve the questions of organizing events which will be able to assist these women or rather assist the men to get acquainted with women who are setting up their own motherland. I hereby request the administrators of the Anastasia.ru website to consider ways to better facilitate such acquaintanceship online. Perhaps each unmarried woman or man among my readers could post their addresses and contacts coordinates on the site. I would remind anybody who doesn't have a computer that there are internet clubs in almost every city where they can read information from websites as well as post offices which offer internet access services. For my part, I shall formulate here the text of my greeting to men of all countries where my books are available and would ask all the translators in Europe and America to highlight it. Gentlemen, I know that many of you, and especially those who are not yet involved in family life, would love to meet that unique woman with whom you could enjoy a lifetime companionship. But where to find such a woman? Just about the only recourse you have is to apply to one of the many marriage bureaus around. Beware, however, that almost all of them give priority to outward characteristics as well as age, with only a little attention paid to character and life goals, and even this little has not been confirmed for certain. But what is for certain? Women have shown up offering their youth, beauty, and smiles, all ready to sign a marriage contract with you on the condition that you are rich and can guarantee them an abundance of marital benefits. Already in Moscow there are cafes where beautiful women gather to offer themselves to rich suitors. This is no new phenomenon. But what's wrong with it? Certain men might think, I'm a man of some means, and I can afford to sign a marriage contract with a young and beautiful girl. All she has to do is take care of my needs in bed, and make me the envy of everyone at social gatherings. After all, if you have relationship with young women, you'll become younger yourself. All this is fine and dandy, but there is one but. What does your young cohabiter think and dream about? She is, after all, a living being and capable of attraction and affection, only the object of her affection is by no means you. So along comes the desire sooner or later to free herself from you, whom she sees as an obstacle on the road to happiness. So then, even if she doesn't resort to putting out a contract on your life, such things occasionally do happen, as you know, or to slipping poison into your morning coffee. It doesn't take much more than a thought, a subconscious thought at that, to get you permanently out of the way, and even though you may think you are bringing into your home a kind and tender beauty, in fact, you are bringing home a poisonous serpent. The distinction between the two is only in external appearance, and so instead of placing the serpent in an aquarium behind impenetrable glass, you are putting her beside you in your bed. Perhaps as a counter to the destructive phenomenon of our life, some women have shown themselves to be harbingers of a new and happy civilization. In building a family domain, they are not merely putting a roof over their head, they are actually laying the foundation for a whole new life, an actual foundation. A dying billionaire, for example, will be revivified and will regain his youth upon meeting a woman like that. A prosperous businessman will flounder without her. It is not money that prolongs life, but the thought of your beloved and the space of love which the two of you have created together, and insofar that it guarantees the conditions request for a quick and conscious reincarnation, it not only prolongs life but makes life eternal. No matter what words I have written, no matter what argument I have put forward, they will not succeed in touching your heart the way an acquaintanceship with such young women can. I would urge you to make every effort to get to know these earthly goddesses of eternity, and it is quite possible that this encounter will be similar to the ones Anastasia told me about. Chapter 24. Millennial Encounter. One day, a girl in her mid-20s by the name of Lyubomilla came to one of the soulmate gatherings. She was wearing an embroidered linen blouse and a plain skirt, whose hem reached just below the knee. A small travel bag was slung on the strap over her shoulder, but it contained nothing more than a few rather plain outfits. The girl walked up and down the street in the hopes of finding some sort of privately run lodging for the night. During the gatherings, all hotels, both for Russian and foreign visitors and pension rooms, had been booked up in advance. Besides, Lyubia could not afford an expensive hotel room, and so she was looking for plainer lodging. But there was no chance of finding any privately run accommodations during the nuptial gatherings. With little hope of success, Lyubia asked a woman who happened to be coming out of the gate in front of the private house. "Hello there. Could you tell me, please, whether you might have any rooms available in your house for overnight accommodation? I'm looking for something not too expensive." The woman replied, "Not much chance of that, dearie. Everything's been booked up for ages. All the visitors make arrangements in advance through the housing office. You're just wasting your time. You'd better head for the railway station, or you won't find a place to sit down even there." "Thanks for the advice. I'll probably do that," Lyubomilla responded and headed down the street in the direction of the terminal. "Wait a minute, dearie. Come here," the woman called out, and Lyubomilla came back to her. "I'll tell you what you can do. Try knocking or ringing the bell 5 houses down. There's a doorbell right at the gate. Try ringing it. Maybe an old woman will come out. One that looks like Baba Yaga. She's Greek and has a hooked nose. My husband says that all Greek women are beautiful when they're younger, but when they get old, they all end up looking like Baba Yashkos. Anyway, dearie, you can ask and see if she's got any rooms. Before, when her husband was still alive, she used to have all sorts of people stop over, but he died, and she hasn't let a single person in these past 3 years now. Anyway, you can always try asking. She just might give you a room." "Thanks, I'll try," replied Lyubia, and she went along to the house the woman pointed out. She rang the bell once, and a minute later she tried it again, right at the gate, but nobody came out. Finally, after 10 minutes had gone by, the door creaked open, and a bent-over old woman came out. She came down the grapevine line path and opened the gate, groaning at every step. She started in speaking without any formalities of saying hello. "What you knocking at my gate for, girl?" she asked with a tone of annoyance. "I wanted to ask you about a room. A kind lady, your neighbor, suggested I should." "She was not being no kind. She was laughing at you. I hain't had no roomies for ages." "I know she told me that too, but I've been looking all day and I haven't found anything, so I decided to ring your bell just on the off chance." "Just on the off chance, eh? Well, you won't find any off chance with me. You've all come here just in an off chance, so just like everyone else, you have to come here to find yourself a bloke." "I want to meet my intended. Please forgive me for bothering you. I'll head down to the station and spend the night there." It began to drizzle, and the old woman grumbled, "To hell with these girls. To all with them, and now it's started rain. Fine, I will set you under this tent roof in my garden. There is this hammock there, and this bench, and nails for you can hang your clothes up, and for this you will pay me 500 rubles each night." 500! exclaimed Lyubia in surprise. "And just how much was you thinking it will be? But you imagine that you are to come visit your relations?" "Okay, I'll give you 500, only I wanted to stay here 10 days. "Never mind, I'll just stay for 5. I agree to your terms, Granny." "Then come. You can see where you will sleep and pay me this money each day in advance." 5 days went by. On the 5th morning, Lyubia began neatly packing her plain-looking clothing away in her bag, the old woman approaching her, groaning and leaning on her cane. "So you already started packing, eh, girl? You're leaving?" "Yes, Granny, it's been 5 days now." 5 days. You got your ticket?" the old woman asked, sitting down at the bench. Yes, I bought a single return ticket before I left home. The return is actually 5 days from now, but I think I'll be able to exchange it at the station and get one for today or tomorrow. No chance of that. Not with everyone and her dog coming and going around here these days. I will tell you something, girl. You stay with me 5 more days until your ticket will be good. I can't. I got no money left to pay you. No worry, no need to pay. You just stay. Well, thanks, Granny. Thanks, she says. Only your staying will not do you any good. But why do you say that? I've been watching you. That is no good way to look for your bloke these days. Why you are up at dawn each day? What is the use? All your blokes are all still asleep that time of day, but you go to bed right early. Right when all this partying begins, this is when you decide to go to bed for each night. All those blokes keep partin' till midnight while you are in bed at 10. Besides, you dress like a nun, no makeup. That is no good way to find a bloke today. I'm preparing my body, you see, Granny, for my encounter with my intended, and so I try to maintain strict daily routines. I don't make myself up so that he can't recognize me. Recognize? You girl, you sound like you are a mite daft in the head. That's what my mama says too, but there's nothing I can do about it. I often have dreams about him looking for me all over the globe and not being able to find me. Dreams. You have been dreaming here too? Yes, twice already. Once it seemed I was walking in a huge garden and he was there, only there was no way we could approach each other, and he seemed as though I could hear his voice calling to me over and over. Where are you? Where are you? You heard a voice? You know you probably ought to go see a doctor. What is all this about an intended being pounding in your head to a point where you even hear voices in your dreams? Sometimes I dream that I lived with him once a long, long time ago, and we had children and grandchildren. Once upon a time. Well, girl, next thing you be telling me, you can say what he looks like. Yes, I can. He's half a head taller than me, with light brown hair and hazel eyes, and a kindly smile, only a little gap between two of his teeth, and he walks in a proper dignified fashion. A gap between his teeth, his walk. But what if someone else should come? They've come. My mamma always after me about that at home, saying that my dreams will keep me an old maid forever. An old maid, of course, an old maid. You will never find your bloke that way, not with those dreams of yours. You know, girl, I will tell you something. Here, take my rainbow shawl, put it over your shoulders and tie it just a little more fashionably, and go walk along the embankment later tonight. Thank you, Granny, for your concern, but I can't cover up my blouse with a shawl. You see, I did the embroidery myself. It came to me in a dream, and it seems as though at some time in the past I was wearing this embroidered blouse when I was taking a stroll with my intended in the garden. Embroidered? Taking a stroll? Well, girl, well, God, be your judge. There is some milk there on a table, and I have made scones. Have a bite to eat. I will just scoot to my neighbor's for a bit. The old woman hobbled off with a groan, muttering all the while to herself. She will put me in my grave yet. I must be daft. I took her in, and now I cannot help worry about her. I will go talk to my neighbor's son, see if he will show her some attention. Yes, he will show her some attention. He is dark-haired, and she wants light brown hair with a gap between his teeth. But there is nobody like that among my neighbors. She will put me in my grave. That morning Lyubomilla began wandering around the public garden. She picked up a Pershikov with potatoes, filling for lunch. As she was walking past a restaurant, a group of men were just coming out of the door. They were laughing and chatting away in some foreign tongue. When they saw Lyubomilla, they spoke to her in their own language. Lyubomilla didn't understand and walked on past. Right off the men began talking with other girls. Then all of a sudden, without turning around, she could feel someone detach himself from the group of cheerful foreigners and come over after her. She knew for certain that she was his specific target. She even counted his footsteps without quickening her own pace, and for some reason her heart started to tremble. She could feel his breath behind her, and all at once the foreigner began addressing her in a language she couldn't understand. Mit dai wishchov rotten dafi ich den always room der Louis Schufen. Sounds German. Lubia could not decipher the German words. I was right. But for some reason she found herself whispering, I'm ready to help you in your grand co-creation. And she turned around to look at the stranger. There before her stood a young man, half a head taller than her. Light brown hair, hazel eyes, a kindly smile, and a small gap between the two of his teeth. He held out his arms to Lubia, and without realizing quite what she was doing, Lubia snuggled her head against his chest. He hugged her trembling body as though he had known her for an eternity. The unseen planets in the heavens began to quiver for joy. Oh, how many events did they need to arrange the thread of destiny for the ages? But it worked. They met, and they embraced. Radomir with his marvelous Lyubomilla, and even if they don't remember the past, their souls will create a future to marvel at. People on the beach couldn't figure out why the young couple were creating some kind of design or sketch in the sand. They were speaking different languages, but it seemed as though they understood each other. First they would discuss the drawing, then argue a bit, and then all of a sudden come to an ecstatic agreement. Ecstatic, not ecstatic. After you read a while, your brain starts to play tricks on you. Okay. It's cool. Carried away as they were with the drawing, Lyubomilla and Radomir did not know either that they were sketching in the sand a design of the splendid family domain which they had created just before their wedding 5,000 years earlier. There should be a pond here, a round one, said Radomir in his own language, and dug a little round hole in the sand to represent the pond. But not that shape, whispered Lyubomilla. It should definitely be oval, she countered, changing the round hole to an oval shape. Yes, exactly, an oval pond is much better. Pond, not pound. Pond. Yes, exactly, an oval pond is much better. Radomir agreed as though suddenly remembering something. That evening they came back to the house where Lyubomilla was staying. She asked her elderly landlady permission for her companion to drop in for the evening. The landlady agreed. With a smile on her face, Lyubomilla drifted off to sleep in the hammock, while he sat on the bench, gently rocking the hammock and delicately fending off flies with a small tree branch. And she sang something very, very soft. From a window in the house, the old woman peered at them through a crack in the curtain, until just before dawn. In the morning, on the little table in front of the house stood milk and scones, covered with white linen tablecloth. There was also a note written in an aging hand. Lyubomilla read it out loud. I have gone away on errands. Will not be back for a couple of days. Look after the house. To look after it, stay in my big room. There is food in the fridge. Lyubomilla and Radomir left town together. But where did they go? The ages will show where their family line will be reborn. That's the end of the chapter. It didn't really explain how she suddenly could understand German, and he could understand her. But that's a beautiful story nonetheless. Chapter 25. Anastasia's Wedding. As I bade farewell to Anastasia's grandfather, I said to him, You'll have to forgive me for my misunderstandings back in the taiga, when we were talking about the party's goals and activities. Now I realize that the stronger the family role in the state, the more loving families will be living in it, and the more order there will be in the nation as a whole. We must restore the customs and rites which our ancestors thought through. They only need to be somehow adopted into our modern age. Anyway, I'm beginning to realize that they are not even rites in traditional sense of the word. They constitute the great science of life, and the wise men were the greatest scholars and wisest teachers of all. Apart from that, you know what I'm regretting right now. I'm regretting that I knew nothing of these rites back before my first encounter with Anastasia. About how they help in using the planets for the benefit of families. I didn't know that, and so Anastasia had to bear a son and then a daughter without being wedded. Anastasia's grandfather gave me a sly look and smilingly through his gray mustache said, "So now you know that you're concerned as to whether Anastasia bore her son and daughter by you. No, I wouldn't say I'm terribly concerned, but still it wouldn't hurt for Anastasia and me to go through the appropriate rite. It's a good thing, Vladimir, that you have these regrets. It means you're beginning to understand the essence of being and where human society finds itself at the moment. But you need not feel regret when it comes to Anastasia. She was married before you spent that first night with her." It was several minutes before I could get over the shock and regain enough composure to speak. Finally I sputtered, "To whom? I didn't go through any wedding ceremony. I remember that for certain." "You didn't? It was enough for us that she went through it alone. For 3 days my father couldn't get over her weird behavior. It was a kind of gaffe that not a single man of wisdom could have thought up in a million years. But the upshot is she's married." "To whom?" "Maybe to you." "But I never went through a wedding. And what's this about maybe? What you don't know for certain?" "What she did, Vladimir, nobody can evaluate, at least not yet. It's entirely possible she created this magnificent rite herself, and thereby offered all women the opportunity of making their illegitimate children legitimate. It's entirely possible she created something in heaven. Besides, what she has created, perhaps only a wise man could be in position to evaluate. I'd better tell you everything in order." And Anastasia's grandfather recounted to me the following. "That first time you came with Anastasia to her glade and were getting ready to go to bed in the dugout, we had to come to our granddaughter's glade too." "Why?" you might ask. "She summoned us. We felt her summoning us, and my father and I came to the lake. Anastasia was standing on the shore holding in her hands a crown of flowers woven together. She was all prettied up in her very best, just like a bride. As we approached, my father asked her in a rather severe tone, 'Anastasia, what events prompted you to prevent the flow of our evening thoughts?' Oh, grandpakins and great-grandpakins, I have no one else to present myself but to you. You alone are capable of comprehending me." "Then speak," allowed my father. "I am now about to get married, and I've summoned you as my witnesses." "Get married?" I queried. "Get married? And where is your bridegroom?" I was not supposed to speak when father was leading the dialogue. He gave me a stern look. She didn't respond to me, but to him as the elder. When the wedding rite is performed, the young couple are first asked how they will set up their life, what space they will create. Father knew about that and agreed without violating any rules, but here it seemed our granddaughter somehow managed to switch off our consciousness, as they say in your language. Either that or she charmed us in a marvelous dream. Anastasia began talking about her future neighbors. You know how she can create holograms with her thought. Don't you, Vladimir? Yes, I thought so. Only this time over the surface of the lake she changed the picture of the future of the earth at an incredible rate of speed. Her pictures were incredibly clear and involving. In one scene there were people walking along flower-lined alleys. Self-confident and with dignified smiles, another portrayed angelic-looking children running through a meadow to a river. In a third we seemed to be looking down on a lake from a great height and seeing the reflection of the whole planet. And there were a great many scenes and episodes showing marvelous landscapes of extraordinary beauty. And all at once a single man appeared over the lake, as though out of the mist, and everything else suddenly disappeared. This man stood in the middle of the lake all by himself, looking at us. Presently another man approached from his right, then a maiden of extraordinary beauty, then a second and a third. After that they were joined by two little twin boys holding hands. A whole lot of people were standing around, all tall and slim. They looked at us with kindly smiles, which made a pleasant feeling of warmth run through our bodies. At that very moment we heard the voice of our granddaughter. "Grandpakins and great-grandpakins, look, these are your descendants thinking about you with warm smiles on their faces. Look, great-grandpakins, Moisey, you see the boy standing at the end? He looks like you, and his gaze is radiant with your soul." When all the holograms disappeared, leaving us standing there with extraordinary feelings, Anastasia all at once said, "What do you think? Who can place the crown upon my head?" And my father, feeling absolutely no sense of subterfuge, inquired, as was customary in the wedding rite, "Maiden, who may place the crown upon your head?" And she replied, "I place the crown upon my own head, in the sight of you of heaven, and of my own destiny." And with that she placed the crown upon her own head. "And where is the one you have chosen to wear the crown?" father asked. "He is getting ready to go to sleep, but even when he is awake, he is sleeping too. He knows nothing about our rites. You will need to ask him again, after several years sweep by." You have violated the rules, Anastasia," said father sternly. "The ancient science of the wise men. 2 people ought to take part in the rite. People can only get married to each other. The wedding rite has not yet taken place." Oh, goodness. "Believe me, great-grandpakins, it has. I am now married. In the sight of heaven, 2 people should take part in the rite. But after all, it is customary to ask one first, and then the other, as to their desire to be wed." "I was asked and I gave my consent from all to hear. My chosen one is still thinking about this, about his, and he can think for as long as he likes as the years go by. Nobody has ever defined how much time is permitted between the 2 questions. It could be a moment, it could be 10 years, but even if in the negative might be this reply here, I shall remain married in my own sight, and the covenant of the ages I shall not defy." Father wanted to say something more. He had even started speaking when a huge peal of thunder resounded from the sky, drowning out all his words, and he turned and started walking off, paying no attention to the path under his feet, as he was wont to do when he got agitated about something. I could just barely keep up with him as he walked, but I heard how fast he was talking, as though to himself. "She's a stubborn lass, cunning and clever, not an easy one to countermand. It seems that she is being eternally pandered to by heaven itself. She is changing the very correlation of the planets. Does that mean women now have the opportunity of wedding themselves and begetting their children on lawful basis? We must figure out what Anastasia has done. But first, all ought to be returned to the existing laws of being. They have not endured these many ages of naught. To do this, we must come up with a weighty objection. But I was not able to. She's greatly cunning and clever, but I've discovered a way to object and make her wedding rite of non-effect." And all at once father did a sharp about-turn and headed for the lake. As we approached the shore, but had not yet emerged from the bushes, we saw over the lake an extraordinary light, a bit barely noticeable, and the stars reflected in the water. It looked as though they were falling into the lake in a shower, and there was our granddaughter sitting all by herself on a fallen pine log, wearing her floral crown. She was looking in the direction of the dugout where you were sleeping, and softly singing. My father did not emerge from the bushes. He listened to her song, and then said, "She is wedded." And he tapped with his staff on the ground, adding, "Nobody has the power now to annul her marriage. In terms of strength, it knows no equal, and whether she was married by heaven or by herself on her own, it makes no difference." "And what did Anastasia sing?" you asked Vladimir. "What song?" It was this one. "By my own hand in wedlock I am crowned, and now to be your woman I am found. You are, you know, the only man for me. Our dreams shall be brought to life, you'll see. On planet Earth, our terrain world of blue, our son will happy be with me and you. Our daughter will be fair and quick of mind. To many a man they will be good and kind. By heaven I am joined within you together. You know I am your woman now forever. The grandchildren we have will live afar. We'll see them on that big, bright, distant star." To be continued. A voyage of self-discovery. Translators afterwards. "And the Lord said unto me, Arise, take thy journey before the people." Moses, Deuteronomy 10:11. It has been a long and interesting journey indeed. This journey began for me in the autumn of 2004, in the manner of speaking aboard ship. The ship was the Patrice Lyubomilla, and belonged to the one Vladimir Nikolaevich Imagery, a seasoned entrepreneur who traded up and down the Ob River in western Siberia, selling produce and manufacturing goods brought from southern cities to northern villages and buying up local handicrafts in return. As with the vast majority of Imagery's readers, the description of Lyubomilla in Book 1, Chapter 1, The Ringing Cedar, served as my first introduction to the much more powerful, mentally speaking, literary vessels known as the Ringing Cedar series. I was invited on board the RCS by its editorial captain, Leonard Sharskin, who had in turn been commissioned by Admiral Imagery to sail across the seas and bring the ship's precious cargo of ideas to the land of Agofania. I was hired as an English-speaking navigator familiar with this new land's linguistic waters and equipped by 40 years of experience in Russian language translation to present these ideas in a format capable of reaching the hearts and minds of Anglophones. The adventure sounded promising, and I admittedly impelled by a sense of divine guidance. I gladly signed on, eager to set sail with Yovahu or Yekomi, as the Volga boatmen were said to chant. 8 times, count them. No sooner had we delivered a shipment to its destination than we went back for more. Now as we approached a layover of indefinite duration following the completion of our 9th voyage, I can look back and honestly say that the experience really has delivered on its promise. These trips have been truly rewarding in terms of both excitement and education, and I am actually going to miss the many ups and downs that my editor and I have been tossed about by in this particular venture in literary navigation. Part of me will be sad at last to disembark onto terra firma, safer perhaps, but not nearly as exciting. But I shall content myself with the glad part, watching from afar as the 9 shipments of ideas we helped deliver begin bearing fruit in the consciousness of and lives of Americans, Australians, Britons, Canadians, New Zealanders, South Africans, and countless others who are for some reason have had the English edition of the RCS Land in their hands. He talks as if this was the last book. From a translator's point of view, each of the linguistic shoals, sandbanks, and icebergs were met along the way, not to mention the occasional typhoon, offered a particular challenge. Some of these challenges were more formidable in appearance than others. My editors and I soon discovered that the task at hand was not just a matter of translation, pure and simple, for we were soon confronted by our journey by a whole host of cultural phenomena, referencing to people, places, institutions, historical events, and cultural traditions that would not be as familiar as Westerners as they were to native Russians readers of the series, and hence required sometimes substantial research and documentation. Mindful of the lessons of the Titanic, I hope we were at least moderately successful in resisting the temptation to place too much trust in technology or to become overconfident and over-reliant on our own previous professional experience. The above-mentioned challenge, both large and small, were met through constant references to both paper published and online charts, Russian and English dictionaries, thesauruses, encyclopedias, and Google searches. Sometimes it came down literally to phone a friend, and on several occasions to a prayer for more of that divine guidance that had urged me to climb aboard. In the first place, not only that, but results were checked over and over again before being entered into the final log. On occasion, we even found ourselves exploring hitherto uncharted waters, and had to navigate it, as it were, by the seat of our pants. For example, how to describe a Russian dacha and its primary function as a vegetable-raising center to North Americans and their Anglophones, raised on vacation cottages with their swimming boats and sundry recreational facilities. How to select a suitable English equivalent for the word Chelokovek, a Russian word that still designates a human being of either gender. When faced with a choice between human derived from words associated with lower concepts like the ground, and man, which originally, like Chelovek, described a thinking, intelligent being of either gender, but has since become narrowed in meaning to include, in popular populace at least, only half the human race. How to portray dolmens and other sacred sites to a culture more accustomed to high-rise construction sites and internet websites. How to put across the concept of 1 millennia-old Rodinia motherland to readers whose roots in their current place of residence may go back no more than a few years or even mere months. How to express concepts of the pre-Christian Vedic Russian culture in an intelligible manner in English speakers, when such a concept are still unfamiliar to many Russians themselves in their native tongue. How to reproduce the author's plethora of writing styles, from choppy novice writing to authentic-sounding blue-collar dialogue to the poetic prose of Anastasia's metaphysical descriptions, not to mention poetry itself, in such a way as to convey to the readers not only the semantic meaning, but just as importantly the literary feeling of the original work. It is the RCS's readers, even more than its literary critics, who will be the ultimate judge of our success in meeting these challenges. Then beyond the translation questions, which after all can sometimes get bogged down in the nitty-gritty of historical etymology and psycholinguistic nuances, lies the broader issue of how the series as a whole is reaching an Anglophone readership far more attuned to Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek and J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter than to the Holy Bible or the Bhagavad Gita. A readership that is only too ready and willing to embrace phenomena that lie outside traditional physical perception, provided that the work presented them are dully confined in the fiction or occult themselves of their local library, bookshop, or video store. After all, one doesn't have to read too far into the RCS before encountering passages that look as though they might be right at home in a Star Trek episode or a sci-fi novel. Anastasia's telepathic ray, for example, or the fiery sphere described to the author as watching over Anastasia as a baby, or her later reference to the not-so-mythical fire-breathing Gorathing serpent. It is all too easy on the basis of such examples to dismiss the whole series as just another, albeit very intricately woven, sci-fi yarn. It is all too easy at first glance to classify Anastasia's description in this present volume, for example, of so-called pagan rites in pre-Christian Vedic Russian civilizations as just another fanciful foray into the esoteric or the occult, or to pass off the RCS as yet another entry in the wishful thinking category where a number of critics have pegged recent feel-good films such as The Secret. What distinguishes the RCS from science fiction, or at least from the vast majority of science fiction works, is the fact that it attempts to show how even such far-fetched accounts as those mentioned above could actually refer to naturally occurring, scientifically explainable phenomena rather than just mere literary inventions or the occult fantasies of the human mind. After all, in 1865, Jules Verne, From the Earth to the Moon, was written and received as a science fiction classic, only to turn into scientific reality a little more than a century later with the success of the Apollo 13 moon mission on the 20th of July, 1969. As for the charge of occultism, Anastasia, through the author, takes great pains, especially in Book 6, to distance her concept of the universe from any kind of occult phenomenon. These only lead mankind, she says, to being completely disoriented as to the space created by God. And in regard to the rites of love, in particularly described in the present book, Anastasia's grandfather assures the author none of these rites was characterized by occult superstitions as today. Each one served as a school of higher learning and examination by the universe. Anastasia says, Anastasia's grandfather does. Yes, is almost any discussion of Vladimir Vetmegri's Ringing Cedar series among its readers. Phrases like these tend to trip off the tongue without a second thought, leaving many outsiders and even some insiders to wonder, who is this Anastasia? Which brings us to what may be the most frequently asked reader's question of all, on which Quebec writer Mado Suave chose as the opening sentence of her review of the series in the spring of 2007 issue of Les Journaux Verts. Anastasia exists-t-elle? Does Anastasia exist? I have a feeling Suave expresses that what is on many readers' minds as she continues. Does she really live in the Siberian taiga, or was she born of the imagination of a clever entrepreneur? Even after reading the first 4 books of the series, it is still difficult to answer this question. You couldn't possibly have made it up. Sorry guys, I'm butchering all the languages. A broad range of opinion on this issue has indeed been expressed to date by RCS readers collectively, from those who dismiss her as a mere figment of the author's imagination to those who see her as a reincarnation of some ancient prophet. But to me this only begs a further set of questions. What does it mean to exist? Is existence an objective or a subjective state? Is existence confined to material perception, or can it be determined by non-material criteria, faith, for example? Imagery quotes Anastasia herself as saying, "I exist for those for whom I exist." What could that possibly mean? In pondering the question of the existence of Imagery's Anastasia and her family, it might be worthwhile considering a few other personages whose existence has been a subject for questioning over the ages. Names like Shakespeare, Santa Claus, Father Christmas, Job in the Old Testament, and even Jesus Christ in the New. In a civilization so reliant upon physical material evidence as a primary, if not the only criterion for proof of existence, perhaps it is a little wonder that sometimes figures with a larger-than-life reputation fall prey to public suspicion as to their very existence. Are we not almost globally educated to be skeptical about anything that departs from a society defined materially determined norm? Such is the case with the man considered to be the greatest writer the English-speaking word has ever produced. No simple village dweller, some have said, could have possibly produced all the time-tested plays and sonnets credited by the Bard of Avon, and yet few today would deny that the writer universally known as Shakespeare actually existed in some form. After all, his masterpieces did not magically appear one day out of the vacuum. Many people today, not only in America but elsewhere in the world, are familiar with the appeal of a little 8-year-old girl named Virginia O'Hanlon to the editor of the New York Sun newspaper in September 1897. Some of my little friends say there is no Santa Claus. Papa says if you see it in the sun, it's so. Please tell me the truth. Is there a Santa Claus? And few can forget the key phrases, italicized below, from the veteran newsman Francis Church's memorable reply, even if they are not as familiar with the writer's name or his remarkable justification for his reply. Virginia, your little friends are wrong. They have been affected by the skepticism of a skeptical age. They do not believe except what they see. Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. He exists as certainly as love and generosity and devotion exists, and you know that they abound and give to you your life its highest beauty and joy. At least anyone hasten to dismiss Santa Claus in contrast to Shakespeare as a completely mythical figure. It should be remembered that St. Nicholas was indeed a real human being in the flesh. He was the bishop of Myra in what is now Western Turkey back in the 3rd century CE. It was his reputation for secret giving to the needy that eventually evolved into the popular story of the world's ultimate holiday gift giver. A similar question hangs over the Old Testament character of Job in the Bible. According to the Dummel's Bible commentary, it has always been a question whether the book of Job is to be regarded as history or parable. Among the Jews themselves, the prevailing opinion is that it was strictly historical, though some of their rabbis were inclined to think that the person of Job was created by the writer of this book in order to set forth his teachings on the problem that was vexing human thought. The opinion of Luther is probably the correct one, viz., that a person called Job did really exist, but that his history has been treated poetically. Did I say Job? It's Job, of course. Can we expect a similar commentary to be written about the person of Anastasia a millennia or two hence? While Job may indeed have been mainly an allegory written for moral instruction, what of that most celebrated among the human figures of the Bible, namely Jesus Christ, whose life and works form the very foundation of the whole movement of Christianity? Many Christians believe Jesus to be the earthly incarnation of God himself. Others accept him rather as God's son and a messenger to mankind. But there are few indeed who deny his historical existence, and yet the authenticity of the gospel records is occasionally called into question, and not just by atheists. It is instructive to examine the writings of two late 19th century spiritual thinkers on this point. One of them a peasant philosopher in Russia, and the other the founder and leaders of a worldwide Christian movement headquartered in America. While neither of them actually questioned Jesus' existence themselves, both shed a non-traditional light on the ultimate significance of that existence. On the 12th of May, 1888, the Molkin peasant writer Fedor Alexeyevich Zieten, 1859 to 1938, a deeply committed Christian, sent a treatise he had just written to Leo Tolstoy, whom he regarded as a mentor, entitled On Life as Faith in Christ. Toward the end of the treatise, he makes a rather startling declaration. None of the actions and events accompanying Christ's sermon are stumbling blocks for me. I do not rely upon them as a basis for understanding truth, and it makes no difference to me whether they happen or did not happen, or how they happened, whether they were imaginary or real, whether the Gospels were written by the apostles or by someone else. None of that makes a difference, nor is it dear to me. What is dear to me is only the truth, which Christ imparted. It in itself is a precious jewel, and my task is to know its price, and to know why it is so precious. About 2 decades later, on the 1st of December 1906, the discoverer of Christian Science, Mary Baker Eddy, published a statement in the weekly magazine. She had founded the Christian Science Sentinel daily, her professional relations with Rev. James Henry Wigan, whom she had hired as a publishing consultant and refuted public allegations that he had had a hand in the authorship of her seminal work Science and Health with Key to the Scriptures. In this statement, she reports Rev. Wiggins is asking her the question, how do you know that there ever was such a man as Christ Jesus? To which she replies in part, I do not find my authority for Christian science in history but in Revelations. If there had never existed such a person as the Galilean prophet, it would make no difference to me. I should still know that God's spiritual ideal is the only real man in his image and likeness. It is evident that for both Ziltov and Eddy, it was not the person of Christ Jesus that was sacred and significant, but the ideas, the Christ ideas, one might say, that Jesus presented to the world, ideas which could be effective practiced in our age, and their practice taught to others, as Eddy proved, not only by her own remarkable work of healing, but more importantly by the thousands upon thousands of spiritual healings brought about by her students, their students, and students of their students right up to the present day. For these students, textbook study and class instructions, while an acknowledged help inevitable, have taken second place to individual prayer, to their own direct mental and spiritual connection to God as their ultimate teacher and ultimate healer. And lest there be any doubts as to how Eddy viewed her own role as a presenter of the science of spiritual healing to the world, in her latter years she stated unequivocally, those who look for me in person or elsewhere, then in my writings, lose me instead of find me. So now perhaps we can look at the journal Vert, the reviewer's question, does Anastasia exist? In a new light, it was the same question Suave had put to me in an interview in preparation for her review, which she quotes my reply in French along these lines. I believe that Anastasia certainly exists in some form, but not necessarily in a fleshy body visible to our material eyes, even though I would not rule that out. As I see it, there is no doubt that she exists as a very powerful idea, and that she is a force of inspiration. She exists in the words, in the rich thought of feelings and promises, as transcribed by Imagery. I think she exists in the physical. And today I would add, in the spirit of Zeltov, she exists in the heart of them who are ready to seek out and apply for themselves the ideas she presents, and this is what is truly dear to me. Does that mean that the author portrayed of Anastasia as a living human being is irrelevant or unimportant? Not at all. For some readers, accepting her as a bodily personage, at least to begin with, may be extremely helpful. By identifying with a figure who expresses what seems like incredible qualities of the divine, and yet still affirms, I am man, many readers may get their first glimmer of awareness of their own innate capacities, but the more they read, especially in a second or third examination of a text they have read before, their initial impressions may gradually evolve away from personage to more into idea. When Francis Church identified the real Santa Claus with the spiritual qualities of love and generosity and devotion, and he did not thereby obliterate the image of a jolly old man and a slave from a young child's mind, but enriched her temporary image of Santa with a new dimension, a new idea. As the child grew older and developed her reasoning capacities, she would have been able to retain this new idea in her thought, even when she no longer clung to the old image of a personal gift-giver. In each of these cases we have looked at, we can witness the evolution of an image at work in individual human thought. In Book 6, Chapter 6, Imagery and Trial, Anastasia describes the image as an entity of energy invented by human thought, created by a single man or by several together, and further likens it to an actor portrayal of a dramatic persona on stage, a portrayal in which the invented image acquires a temporary embodiment. Note that the portrayal of one of the same persona will vary from actor to actor, even from performance to performance by the same actor, especially as the actor gains new insight into the deeper dimension of the character he is portraying. But just as Zoltov's image of the central figure of the New Testament evolved into one focused more on the truth itself than the person of its human embodiment, just as Eddie, a real-life historical figure who frequently found herself targeted by both adoring worshippers and malicious critics, finally urged her followers to stop looking to her as a person and start practicing the truth she revealed by healing their own and others' mental and physical ailments. So Anastasia, whatever personal form she may possess, urges, through Imagery, a similar charge upon her would-be followers. In Book 2, for example, in reply to the author's query as to whether she personally might have been helping him in a particular situation, Anastasia tells him everything in the universe is interrelated. To perceive where it is really going on the universe, one needs only look into oneself. And in Book 3, when Vladimir expresses curiosity as to the extent of her abilities, "Can you answer any questions confronting science today?" Anastasia offers the following reply. "Many of them, perhaps, but every scientist, indeed every man, can find the answers. Everything depends upon the purity of one's thoughts and the motive for asking." Over and over again, she emphasizes that the ideas and power she possesses are within the grasp of every individual on the earth, because they will come from the same source, i.e. Creator God. Over and over again, both she and her grandfather keep urging Vladimir, and by extension, every reader of the RCS, to resist the temptation to rely upon them as a personal source of wisdom and seek instead to find and utilize the ideas within themselves. "Try not to wallow in all your information and contemplation, Vladimir," Anastasia's grandfather exhorts in Book 4. "Decide what is real for yourself." And in Chapter 1, Love the Essence of the Cosmos, of the current volume, he accuses Vladimir of laziness of mind for constantly pestering him with questions when he should be looking for the answers within. Subsequently, he admonishes, "I speak and you listen, and instead of working out your own conclusions in your thought, you are merely taking note of mine." Similarly, time and again, Anastasia urges Vladimir not just to accept her conclusions at face value, but to reason things through for himself by logical thinking, a capacity which her grandfather points out, when not actively cultivated, is in danger of being lost by mankind. She too warns the author against the laziness of the mind in Book 8, Chapter 5, Divine Nutrition, when Vladimir confesses, "It's still not too clear to me just how I should be thinking." She gently assures him, "It will become clear if you are not too lazy to think." Again in Book 8, Anastasia cautions Vladimir to be wary of relying on words alone. When asked by Vladimir about the role of words, she replies, "It is not the words that are important, but rather people's conscious awareness. Words, of course, are necessary to bring it forth. A conscious awareness of eternal life will help perfect man's way of life." Words are familiar to outward appearances. They often play an important role in shaping one's initial conscious awareness of an idea. But like one's early person-focused impression, they tend to fall away as the image evolves in the direction of the divine. Hence, if one is truly to follow Anastasia, it would seem wise to heed her own advice and start seeking her out, as many readers are already doing, not in person and not just in words about her, as fascinating as those may be, but an idea. The idea which she says time and time again through the series exists in every single one of us, if we are only alert enough to harness our mental capacities to discover our own innate purity and power of thought in the likeness of our Creator, and then to start applying this idea to renowned and improving our day-to-day lives. And because the evolution of an image is primarily an individual phenomenon, although yes, it may at times be collective, i.e. a shared individual experience, we shouldn't be surprised if our own discovery of Anastasia and her idea appears to evolve in different ways or at a different pace from that of other readers, or is different from the perception we ourselves had in previous readings. Like an actor honoring portrayal on stage from performance to performance, each one of us is evolving our own image of hers as a persona, but the more we seek and find her not so much in history but in revelation, the more we focus on the message rather than the person or the messenger. And within our own hearts and minds, the stronger position we shall be in discovering harmony within ourselves and with others, and the more deeply we shall be able to comprehend and appreciate her own beautiful self-declaration, I exist for whom I exist. The power of the Anastasia idea presented throughout this series was certainly one of the reasons I signed on to these voyages 3 years ago, and the fascinating concepts that have multiplied therein have indeed made the whole venture most worthwhile. Anastasia and her grandfather's emphasis on the need for logical thinking and a conscious application of universal ideas to one's life practice is a clear example of how the RCS eminently transcends what is popularly classified as science fiction. In my translator preference to Book 1, I describe the work, and by extension the series, as a chronicle of ideas, a metaphysical treaty, set forth with both the supporting evidence of a documentary account and the entertainment capacity of a novel. In other words, it can be read as any of these three in isolation, but only by taking the three dimensions together will the reader have something approaching a complete picture of the book, and all three are infused with a degree of soul-felt inspiration that can only be expressed in poetry. Having completed the whole series, I would now add that it is a chronicle which touches upon very many of the disciplines traditionally defined as an academic, but in the context of their interrelations, each with each other and other applications to our daily human life. As I look back over the RCS apart from its obvious focus on ecology and environmental science, I can think of references to astronomy, biology, chemistry, physics, forestry, agriculture, horticulture, geology, archaeology, engineering, architecture, medicine, and the healing arts, psychology, psychotherapy, sociology, criminology, political science, economics, philosophy, religion, drama, literature, music, and poetry, linguistics, foreign languages, and quite possibly several more, all presented with a view to their application to everyday life, including work and leisure activities along with love, marriage, family, and other interpersonal relationships. The voyage of the RCS has taken in all these ports of call along the way, and not just from a sailor's point of view. Try an astronaut's perspective, the voyage indeed reaches unto the very stars. In line with the Moses epigraph above, I have now taken my journey, and by the time you read this, you may well have already taken yours at least once. But I trust the ideas you have taken in along the way will stand you in good stead for many ages yet to come. As your English-speaking navigator, I salute you and wish you a hearty bon voyage as you set out on or continue your own voyage of self-discovery in the likeness of the Creator. See you on a star. See ya. Ottawa, Canada, December 31st, 2007, John Wordsworth. Again, they're acting like it's the end of the book, but it's not. I mean, the end of the series, but it's not. There's more books coming, guys. Alright, the Book of Happiness. Editors afterward. Papa, which do you like better, your computer or us, your family? My daughter Leda inquired to me one morning as I was sitting at work in my home office. What? Of course I like you better. Why? I replied, still glued to the screen. It's just that you spend all day long in front of your computer, but I'd rather you playing with me or come see the pumpkins Mama and I have been planting. Even when we go for a walk all together, all you do is think about your work. You barely notice us. Well, that's true, I admitted, but I do need to earn money too, to pay for the piece of land we plant our garden on, for example, in other words, to afford things that are important in life. Nonsense, she protested. It's all arranged like that on purpose, so as to make you think that everything's important in life you can buy for money, or make you think money is the most important thing of all. As I turned to face Lada, looked me straight in the eye and added, tugging at my sleeve, "You know, Papa, I really feel you need to come with me to my tree house. I'll teach you 3 lessons on how to live happily ever after without money." Seeing the seriousness of the issue, I rose from the desk. Lada took me by the hand and escorted me to her green classroom. Okay. Half an hour later, as she finished delivering her 3 lessons and made sure I grasped their key concepts, Lada surprised me with a fresh demand. And now, before you go, you must promise me that you shall never ever share what I have just taught you with anybody. How come? I queried. If the path you outlined to me can really lead people to happiness, I thought you would encourage me to tell others about it. Don't you know about what happened with the Book of Happiness? What Book of Happiness? Never heard of it. Lada crossed her hands on her knees, sighed, and began telling me the story. Once upon a time, in a large city with dirty, polluted air, there lived a man who had lost his happiness. It seemed as though he had searched for it everywhere, including behind the sofa and under his desk. But happiness was nowhere to be seen. It occurred to the man that his cat might have taken his happiness outside and hid it somewhere, so he searched all around his apartment block, but found nothing. Exhausted by the search, he decided to spend the following day, his day off, in the woods, picking mushrooms. And so he did. He put on his big rubber boots and his backpack, took a knife and a large basket woven out of willow twigs, and headed off. He had a very good day, and even forgot his grief over the lost happiness. By the time the sun was setting, his basket was so full of beautiful mushrooms it was hard to lift off the ground. The man was ready to go home, but now he couldn't find his way out of the forest. There was no visible path. He tried going in one direction, which he hoped would lead him out onto the paved road, but ended up in a swamp. He had no electric torch, no flashlight, and in the fading twilight it was hard to see the way, so the man decided to spend the night in the forest and try to find his way home the following day. He made a bed out of dry pine needles under a tall pine tree, but put his backpack under his head for a pillow and tried to go to sleep. But the mosquitoes attacked him, putting sleep out of the question. So he just lay there, immersed in his thoughts. Finally he drifted off into a dream. The man awoke suddenly in the middle of the night. The forest was dark and quite all around, but far off in the distance, over to one side, he could make out what seemed to be a light glistening amidst the branches. Thinking it could be a house or a lamp-post on the road, the man picked himself up and walked in the direction of the light, slowly making his way through the darkness. After a while he found himself emerging from the dense bushes into the glade. There was no house or lamp-post anywhere in sight, but in the center of the glade there was a moss-covered hillock, radiating a soft blue golden light. As the man approached the hillock, he saw an old book in a leather binding lying on the top. The light was coming from the book. The gold lettering on the cover read, "A Book of Happiness." He opened it and began to read. The book opened with a promise to show the reader how to find his happiness. "Wow, this is exactly what I need," thought the man as he hefted the heavy tome from the moss and hurried out of the glade, taking the book with him. Perhaps it was the light coming from the book, or perhaps his own insight, but he now felt confident as to which way he should go, and indeed it wasn't long before he found the path, then the paved road, and began walking along the empty night-time highway in the direction of the town, his mushroom-filled basket in one hand and the Book of Happiness in the other. Dawn was breaking in the sky when he reached the outskirts of the city, and soon afterward his home. Despite his heavy load, he felt neither tired nor sleepy. He put the basket down by the front door, took off his rubber boots, plunged onto the sofa, and immersed himself in reading. He finished the whole book that same day, and it delivered on its promise. It brought him his happiness back. His happiness turned out to be lying behind the bookshelf, the only place he had not looked when searching for it. Presently he remembered that at one time he had indeed put his happiness on top of his bookshelf to save space in his small flat. Then he had added more book on top, which had apparently pushed the happiness over and caused it to fall behind. When the man followed the instructions from the book, regaining his happiness, it was all covered in dust, hair, and cockroach feces. But he wiped it clean, and it began to look like new once more. So not So as not to lose it again, he decided to carry it with him all the time. He attached it to a watch chain he bought specifically for his purpose, and now carried his happiness in his pocket. 4 days and weeks he found himself in a state of bliss and joy, but seeing the unhappy people all around him on the sidewalk of the streets and offices and shops, he could not help but go back in his thought to the very last statement contained in the book, namely, "You shall not show this book to others." But just why, he thought, can't I share it, the book of happiness, with others to make them happy? This can't be fair, seeing how much suffering and injustice there is in the world. Gradually, as he contemplated the world around him, his feelings of happiness began to give way to a sense of disquietude, which over time became unbearable. Eventually, the man resolved to try sharing the book with just one man, a fellow worker who had spent his week compiling some sort of production reports on his computer, and who looked particularly lean and unhappy. And so one day he brought the book with him to work, and towards the end of their shift, entering his workmate's cubicle, explaining its significance, he lent the book to him for just one night, on his earnest promise that he would return it the next morning. That night, as he was going to sleep, lying in his bed and clasping his chained happiness to his chest, he felt blissful and fulfilled once more at the thought of sharing the path to happiness with even one fellow human being. The next morning, however, a sticky feeling of unease crept into him, when he saw that his workmate he had lent the book to the night before was not in his office. The man managed to bear this uncertainty until noon, trying to console himself with the thought that his friend must be finishing the last pages of the book at home, and would appear at the end of the corridor at any moment. As this did not happen by the lunch break, the man obtained his colleague's home address from the manager, who had been trying to reach him by phone the whole morning without success, and ran over to his place. There he found the door of an apartment wide open and his workmate gone. With him was gone, too, the book of happiness. At first the man found it hard to live with a nagging thought that he himself had not heeded the book's warning and was now to blame for its disappearance. But as 3 days turned into weeks and weeks into months, the sensation of loss gradually wore down and life returned to normal. Then one morning, a year later, as the man was walking to the office, he sensed a strange agitation in the air. Everywhere people could be seen shouting and running, and a huge queue had formed in front of the neighborhood bookstore. With a dark feeling of foreboding, the man made his way through the crowd to the bookshop window, where, lo and behold, 100 copies of the latest sensational release were on display. He gasped as he read in large golden letters on the cover of each book, "The Book of Happiness." At this moment the store window lost its ability to withstand the pressure of the human bodies leaning against it, and it shattered. Pieces of broken glass showered down on the crowd, and a moment later a flood of people rushed to the display case and emptied it. Dozens of people were now running away from the bookstore, each clasping a volume to their chest. One of these people was the man who had found this book more than a year ago in the forest. He rushed back to his apartment and leafed through his prize. There was not a shred of doubt left. This was an exact reprint of his book, apparently made from a copy stolen a year earlier by his workmate. Strange as it may seem, though, the man did not feel angry at him, but rather quivered in excited anticipation as to what would come next. For the next few days, the whole city was caught up in a reading frenzy. Nobody seemed to go to work or even go outdoors. The whole populace, young and old, were staying home and reading the amazing and simple revelations of the Book of Happiness. And yes, more than one soul puzzled over the last sentence in the book. "You shall not show this book to others." They questioned themselves as to why this restriction was imposed, and more importantly, why the book had gained such tremendous circulation despite this reservation. But the general welfare resulted from the wide distribution of the book, and its ideas was so palpable that these questions were soon forgotten. For the next few weeks, few businesses were open in the city, as all citizens joined in a spontaneous festival to celebrate their new awareness and congratulate each other on the new era that the discovery of these remarkable books had ushered in upon them. And when the people did return to their workplace, they were so overfilled with happiness that they took to their routine tasks with joyful enthusiasm. The bakers were baking tastier bread, the builders were laying stronger foundations for new buildings, and the policemen became more polite than ever before, while not just crime, but even traffic accidents seemed to completely disappear overnight. Weeks passed, and the whole city and the surrounding countryside were transformed into such remarkable, beneficial fashion that everyone was going to bed with smiles on their faces in excitement anticipation of what new joys the next day would bring, and only the man who had originally discovered the book seemed to have any recollection of the warnings it contained in its final line. Yet the warning, even for him, seemed to pale into significance. Months went by as he came out of his apartment block one morning into a blossoming of spring. His ears were blasted by the sound of nearby police car sirens, which no one had heard for a very long time. He hurried around the corner just in time to see two policemen shove an arrested felon into a patrol car and take off. The elderly lady left standing on the pavement was explaining to passers-by that a young delinquent had assaulted her and tried to wrench her happiness from her. Her attacker had complained that she possessed more of it than he himself. The next day, similar incidents started to take place all over the city, as more and more people began to suspect their neighbor, colleagues, or just passers-by of usurping a larger portion of happiness than they were entitled to. Before long, all hell broke loose. Shooting began in the streets and neighborhoods. People were murdered for the tiny pieces of happiness they were desperately trying to cling on to. The police department was overwhelmed. Days later, the police themselves joined the trend and raided homes to carry out whatever happiness remained. For government needs. Rumors had it, however, that police were keeping the confiscated happiness for their personal greed, and even fighting over it against themselves. A large portion of the populace fled the distressed city, most of the business closed, and of the few individuals who remained, nobody so much as cared even to remove the rotting corpses of the slain men, women, and children from the streets and squares that just a few weeks ago had been home to, as it had seemed at the time, boundless happiness. As a man who had originally found the Book of Happiness in the woods was making his way stealthily along a completely deserted avenue leading to the city's main square, he suddenly heard the squeaking of brakes, a long gunshot, the clapping of car doors, and the receding of noise of a motor. When it finally died away in the distance, he mustered his strength and turned the corner into a plaza where the incident had happened only moments earlier. There by the fountain lay the man who had stolen the original of the book a year ago, and in a pool of fresh blood nearby, the hefty leather-bound volume opened to the last page. You shall not show this book to others. Read the final line. Centuries went by. Wind and water had eaten away stone, concrete, and metal. Paved streets and squares had given way to the trees and meadows. Virtually nothing now betrayed the traces of the former city, concealed as it was in lush, dense forest. The few ruins that remained had been fenced off and designated as historical monuments, occasionally drawing the odd tourist group from far-away urban center. One day a visitor with a basket woven from a willow twig separated from his group and lured by the most beautiful mushrooms he had ever seen, wandered deep into the forest off the beaten path. Late in the afternoon, as he was crossing a large glade on his way back to the tourist camp, he stumbled over something in the high grass. He reached down and brought up a thick book in the leather binding with gold letters. The Book of Happiness, read the title. Wow, thought the man, this must be a real oldie, and probably worth a fortune. Hiding it from his companions, he returned to the camp, and when alone in his tent, took out the book, opened it, and started reading. He read all through the night, feeling no drowsiness nor fatigue. When he emerged from his tent in the morning, the world presented itself to him in a new and happy light. There's only one thing I cannot grasp, he thought, as he watched his fellow campers busying themselves around a fire. Just why does it say, you shall not show this book to others? Lada finished her account, and we spent some time sitting there quietly without saying a word, listening to the breeze ruffling through the treetops and the crickets chirping in the grass. Do you know what the surest way to keep a secret is? Lada finally asked, breaking the silence. No idea, I confessed. What is it? To forget it. Then she opened the palm of her hand, in which it turned out she had been clasping all the while 3 little round clumps rolled from some kind of herb. But I have an even better solution, one especially for you, she continued. This is a special kind of grass that helps keep secrets. You go ahead and eat these clumps. If you eat enough of them, you will still be able to remember the 3 lessons I taught you, but you will not be able to share them with others. But if you eat too many of them, you will forget everything I told you. Either way, you won't be able to share with them with others. And how much is enough? If I eat all 3, will I still remember the lessons myself? I inquired. That, Lada observed, you will find out for yourself after you've eaten them. Noticing our prolonged absence, my wife Ara came looking for us in the far corner of the garden. And just what might you be doing here? She asked, with a smile finally spotted as us under the tree. I hesitated, looking at my wife and daughter by turns, as I swallowed down the last bit of the 3rd clump. We were playing treehouse. Aha, I see. Ira gave me an understanding look and started on her way back to the house. Come when you are hungry. Lunch is ready. Though I gather you've just had some snacks. Hey, Mama, Lada called out after her. Do you happen to know what's the most important thing in life? Ira turned and confidently replied, Life is. Wow, you got it right this time. Lada jumped up and clapped her hands for joy. Then she turned to me, beaming with pride and delighted with the degree of mutual understanding our family had achieved. I hope the 3 clumps were just enough. Maui, Hawaii, USA, December 19, 2007. Leonid Sharskin. The end of Book 9, or 8.2.